It was around 2004, 2005 when I first played with ZBrush. And I say play in a very deliberate way because it did feel like playing with clay, playing with pixels, playing with art. ZBrush not only changed the way we do our pipelines, our processes in the industry, but it also really shaped our culture, the community aspect of it, the inspirational part of it. Through ZBrush Central in the beginning, which had played a huge and massive role on most artists' life, and then later on with the ZBrush Summit, with the presentations, with the community gathering, and with the sharing of the resources and all of that. I'm super stoked to be part of this history, and I can't wait to see where it takes us in the next couple of decades. Cheers, guys.
Every single week is awe-inspiring.
ArtStation helped me get to this job where I am today.
Being able to see their work on ArtStation and then reach out to them in that same space is really helpful.
Literally the entirety of our artists who work here, we found and originally connected with through ArtStation.
You really can't find more amazing artists in one place.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to say congratulations to Pixelogic, to ZBrush, to the fantastic community that it's created. Thank you, Ofair, thank you, Jaime and Paul, for treating me so well over the years. And I just wanted to say, and I think we all know it's true, the minute we saw the triggerfish being sculpted on screen, we were all hooked. I know I was. And it's allowed me to have amazing experiences, meet great people, and have a wonderful career. And thank you very much for this amazing application, for all the people that I've met, and yeah. Go have a coffee, get back to ZBrushing, stop watching me, I gotta get back to work. Love you guys, bye.
Hi, this is Geert Melis. Part of my ZBrush experience was being invited to the beta team and to get the chance to work closely with the ZBrush team on upcoming versions of ZBrush. When we were testing the IMM brushes, I made the zipper brushes, which are to this day included in the ZBrush startup menu. A few big parts of my ZBrush experience are professionally the chance to become a ZBrush certified instructor and now a Maxon authorized training partner, so I can introduce my students to digital 3D ideation and creation. To me, the ZBrush experience is a combination of a few things. ZBrush itself, being able to work with the most awesome ideation and creation software. The great ZBrush team, knowing that I can rely on and directly communicate with them. ZBrush Central and ZBrush live streams, so I can get my daily dose of inspiration and motivation from the awesome artists and artworks. Just so cool. Thanks so much, Team ZBrush and fellow artists.
Jason Martin here, character art director over at id Software in Richardson, Texas. Greetings. I have been using ZBrush for just shy of 20 years now, and through that amount of time, I've watched the community grow and evolve around this software. From the early days of ZBrush Central to the CGraph demos, all the way up to the current summits, the amount of networking and friendships formed have been countless. And for that, I have to thank ZBrush. It's been a wonderful ride. I'm looking forward to more. And better yet, I wish everyone a wonderful time at the 2023 Summit.
Hey guys, so big question, what does ZBrush mean to me as an artist? So a long time ago now, a good friend of mine, Aidan Coughlin, started hounding me to get onto this program called ZBrush. So I reluctantly eventually broke and started using it, and I immediately became like addicted to it. In which case I then, I became a 3D character artist professionally. I started a career where I met a lot of my closest friends, my future wife. I then became involved in the community through streaming and got to know a lot of you guys, taught a lot of you guys as much as I could. Hopefully inspired some of you guys, but also we just talked and joked, and I got to know a lot of you. Some of you reached out to me, and that's been really special, I think. So none of that would have happened had I not picked up ZBrush that day. So I should say thanks to the people who made ZBrush what it is. I should say thanks to the community for making it so much more than just a piece of software. And then, can't forget Mr. Coughlin. I couldn't have done it without you. So that's what ZBrush means to me.
ZBrush は私にとって人生を変えたソフトウェアです。13年前、素人の私が初めてフィギュアを作ろうと思った時に選んだツールが ZBrush でした。その頃はまだ CG でフィギュアを作るというのは一般的ではありませんでしたが、粘土でこねるように作れるという謳い文句に惹かれて ZBrush を選びました。ちょうどその頃、フィギュア業界全体が手作業での制作から CG での制作に移り変わっていた頃で、私はプロになることができました。そしてたくさんの仲間たちと出会い、多くの夢を叶えることができました。まさに ZBrush と出会って私の人生は変わったんです。
Hey everybody, Brendan Isaiah Maxon here. Just wanted to take a quick second to say a huge heartfelt thank you to the entire ZBrush crew for continually giving us artists amazing tools to work with and to do art with. We literally couldn't do it without you. It's been so many years of using this amazing software. Every single time a new patch releases, I'm always chomping at the bit to see what's crazy and what's coming out next. But it's been an amazing journey so far, and I'm looking forward to the next however many years. Thanks again, and we'll see you on a live stream soon. See ya.
Hi, I'm Tim King, a sculptor from Colorado. Several years ago, I was able to set up a few laptops with ZBrush Core at a local grade school. I guided young students from ages 6 through 10 as they created artwork of creatures and also eagle mascots for their school. They were amazed to be able to digitally sculpt and also 3D print their artwork. I was also humbled to be able to see how quickly those young minds picked up ZBrush basics and were able to start making their own art. Using ZBrush as part of my custom and gallery sculpture business, along with being able to influence the next generation of ZBrush artists, truly are highlights of my art career. Thank you, ZBrush family.
Alrighty, so yeah, I want to talk a little bit about ZBrush. Yeah, when I first started out, I was doing kit bashing. I was bashing things together right away, long before digital sculpting, and that led to me messing with toon shading. And once I started doing toon shading, I felt like I could take my own drawing style and kind of make it 10 times more impactful with what I could accomplish in ZBrush. So that kind of sealed the deal for me. And then it led to my comic books and Tropa, which led to the feature film that I'm directing right now, which was all started in ZBrush. And yeah, right now we're doing the concept art and all the concept design in ZBrush, and then we're taking that into the practical side of the film process. So it's been incredible. My eyes are red because I've been up all night working on the set. But anyway, thank you very much, Pixelogic, for what you've done for me and everyone else in the community. You guys are awesome. All right, take care.
Hey, this is Scott Denton, and I'm here to basically say what ZBrush means to me. To me, it means 18 years of a career. I've gotten to work in video games, 3D printing, VR, AR, architecture, sculpting for fine artists. It's just a huge open sandbox of creative tools that allow you to basically imagine anything. And for that, like, I really thank Pixelogic, and in the learning department, I really thank the full community of ZBrush users for being such an open book on how to do things and how to share and like create things. But yeah, ZBrush to me is an everyday app, and I can't imagine not having it in my arsenal of tools. And I thank you again, Pixelogic.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
I wasn't like the prodigy of drawing. I was just looking at how to improve my art. So I started taking Gnomon classes. I was the youngest person in my term. I came out of high school, so I kind of had to have this mentality of, was I ready for Gnomon? Got the internship at Legacy Effects because they really liked the creature design work that I did. And then they hired me, and I was working there 4 years. As long as I'm doing character work, as long as I'm telling a story, that's really all that drives me.
It was around 2004, 2005 when I first played with ZBrush. And I say play in a very deliberate way because it did feel like playing with clay, playing with pixels, playing with art. ZBrush not only changed the way we do our pipelines, our processes in the industry, but it also really shaped our culture, the community aspect of it, the inspirational part of it. Through ZBrush Central in the beginning, which had played a huge and massive role on most artists' life, and then later on with the ZBrush Summit, with the presentations, with the community gathering, and with the sharing of the resources and all of that. I'm super stoked to be part of this history, and I can't wait to see where it takes us in the next couple of decades. Cheers, guys.
Every single week, there is new artwork that is awe-inspiring.
ArtStation helped me get to this job where I am today.
Being able to see their work on ArtStation and then reach out to them in that same space is really helpful.
Literally the entirety of our artists who work here, we found and originally connected with through ArtStation.
You really can't find more amazing artists in one place.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say congratulations to Pixelogic, to ZBrush, to the fantastic community that it's created. Thank you, Ofer. Thank you, Jaime and Paul, for treating me so well over the years. And I just wanted to say, and I think we all know it's true, the minute we saw the triggerfish being sculpted on screen, we were all hooked. I know I was. And it's allowed me to have amazing experiences, meet great people, and have a wonderful career. And thank you very much for this amazing application, for all the people that I've met, and yeah. Go have a coffee, get back to ZBrushing, stop watching me. I gotta get back to work. Love you guys, bye.
Hi, this is Geert Melis. Part of my ZBrush experience was being invited to the beta team and to get the chance to work closely with the ZBrush team on upcoming versions of ZBrush. When we were testing the IMM brushes, I made the zipper brushes, which are to this day included in the ZBrush startup menu. A few big parts of my ZBrush experience are professionally the chance to become a ZBrush certified instructor and now a Maxon authorized training partner, so I can introduce my students to digital 3D ideation and creation. To me, the ZBrush experience is a combination of a few things. ZBrush itself, being able to work with the most awesome ideation and creation software. The great ZBrush team, knowing that I can rely on and directly communicate with them. ZBrush Central and ZBrush live streams, so I can get my daily dose of inspiration and motivation from the awesome artists and artworks. Just so cool. Thanks so much, Team ZBrush and fellow artists.
And we're back inside the green screen hangar in the shadow of the Hollywood sign, as we say. The world-famous Noman School of Visual Effects. They drag themselves in after a long night of Hollywooding, and now they've regained their consciousness. Some of them are still kind of half asleep, but the capacity crowd fills the studio stage. I'm your host, Louis Tucci, for the 10th Annual ZBrush Summit. And I'm so elated to be here. Today's going to be a special day. It's the last day. Can we make a lot of noise for the last day? Oh, yes. Here we go. The bowels of the shadows. Here they come. So without further ado, though, I want to say thanks to everybody who's been participating across the multi-day events, especially our participants in the Sculpt-Off. Later today, we're going to have the Sculpt-Off winner announced. We've got a lot of special things going on. There'll be a special ZBrush presentation. And we also have, waiting for you, a very special presentation. So sit tight if you're watching at home in computer land. But without further ado, I'm going to hand over hosting duties to my friend and fellow ZBrush teammate, Ian Robinson. Come on down and say hello to the people. Get in here.
Thank you.
Are you ready for day 3, the ZBrush Summit 10th anniversary?
Oh, yes. I'm very, very ready. I have been equally excited since Thursday. Friday, Saturday, now it's Sunday. I'm very excited. It's very awesome to see a ton of faces coming through as they're coming in. Like you said, we were Hollywooding. That's the new term now, Hollywooding.
Hollywooding.
The whole time, so it's a lot of fun.
Hollywood.
But yeah, no, I'm super excited. Hopefully everybody here and online is equally excited because we have a lot of fun stuff to show today.
Let me ask you, do you feel the energy is the same or getting better every day that goes along?
I feel like it's getting better every single day. Especially since we keep seeing not only new faces, but the same faces come back.
Consistency.
Consistency is key.
Predictability.
Yes.
The mark of a good thing. Let me tell you something. I've had so much fun. I got an extra curl in my hair. I'm going to hand it over to you, and I'll see you later.
All right. You're now. Thank you. You're now stuck with me, but not for very long because we also have somebody in the front audience who is going to be presenting something very amazing. And without further ado, I would like to bring them up. Minshi, come on up. Round of applause, please. So while she's getting set up, it's going to be a very fun, very exciting presentation. We're really excited. So, of course, any type of Q&A, if you have questions, if there's time, we'll let you know at the end. But without further ado, are you ready?
1 second.
Okay, 1 second. No worries. That's okay. We don't rush here. Okay. How's everyone doing? Good night? Yeah? Do you guys remember? So Paul Gabriel said something very much in the beginning. If you guys remember this. Okay, good. So now everybody should know. Can we do that one more time for everyone, of course, online and also for Minshi? Awesome. That was not good. Let's do that one more time. Awesome. Okay, you get a pass. Good job. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Go right ahead.
Hi, morning, everybody. Thank you so much, waking up so early on a Sunday to come here to hear my story. So my name is Ming Xu. I'm a digital artist based in LA. I work on mainly commercials, films, TV shows, mostly main titles for those, and also some music videos. For the past 5 years, the project I work on, including the HBO Last of Us, Captain Marvel, and The Gilded Age by HBO, and the KDA music videos, and Doom Patrol by DC Universe, tons of TV shows, and also Mindhunters. So today, my talk gonna be, strange. I can see it on the screen, but my laptop is still it's not.
Can we get eyes on the laptop, please?
Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
So today's talk, I'm going to talk about, divided to 3 sections. The first part, I'm going to talk about a little bit of story about myself, how I started art, and how I started with 3D, with ZBrush. And the second part, I'm going to introduce some of the commercial works I worked on, including The Last of Us main titles, and what kind of obstacles I was facing during that working period. And the third part, I'm going to talk about my personal works and show you guys the workflow from ZBrush to Substance Painter and then to C4D. So let's start from the very, very beginning. I was born and raised in China. I live in a small city called, not small city, a city called Nanjing, and I have a very supportive parents. So they've been supporting me for drawing because they sense I kind of really like it. Because my father, he's a pianist. He tried to teach me to to see if I have any talent for music, but I just couldn't sit there still. But he found somehow I can wake up at 4 in the morning, start to draw sunrise, and then they found maybe that's the thing for me. So that's how it started. So here are some of the drawings I did when I was in high schools. So as you can see, when I was pretty young, I'm always fascinated about narrative, about storytelling, and also about people. Yeah. Thank you. So during the high school, while with some professional fine art training and illustration training, what I do every day is like sketching and sketching. It becomes part of my life. And also, as I mentioned before, noticing I'm always fascinated about storytelling. At the same time, I become a movie fan. And I think filmmaking is such a fascinating process. And I decided to chase it as a career. So I went to Beijing Film Academy to study production designs, where I think I can combine my fine art background with film together. So from the program, I learned traditional architectures, concept, and photo bashings for films, costume designs, material design for set, lighting for film, photographies. And at the same time, I had a lot of chance to taking all the skills I learned practical, meaning I help my peers making student short film. At the same time, every summer, I had a chance to go to a live-action film set, help as an assistant art director. After I finished a couple of internship on set with a film production team, I feel quite frustrated. I feel my creative was limited by all the aspects from the live-action film. For example, budget, scheduling, timing, people managing, and sometimes even the weather. So I was trying to figure out if there's a thing that can combine drawing, storytelling, film, language together, but remove all the stuff I don't like from live action. And I found out, what about animation? So in 2015, I came to USC to study animation and the digital arts. So the animation program at USC is mainly like a 2D focused program. So when I was studying there, for the first year and the second year of my program, I was starting basically exploring with 2D animation, learning all the fundamental animation principles like work cycles, characters turn around, 2D character design, and even sometimes I had a chance to explore stop motion. So when the final year approached, I started to stress out about thesis film and job hunting at the same time, because I know it's very competitive to be a 2D character designer, artist, storyboard, work for animation studio. But the most important thing is I started to realize my 2D skill set is way too bad to find myself a job. Plus, I finally have the courage to start to admit, I don't think my passion is in 2D animation. So I made a very bold decisions. Here's some kind of practice I made from school, like using 2D medias. So it's a very coincidence. One day at school, and my friends asked me, "Hey, have you seen the Westworld?" And it's a very a hot show during that time, and I watch it. Once I watched the title sequence, I was like, wow, what's this? And I just fall in love with the aesthetic, the flow, and the philosopher behind it. And I was thinking, wow, this is really something I really want to do. I really just want to do something like this. So, but at the time, I didn't really even know what opening title sequences, and I barely know any 3D program. I did a little bit of research and found out what program they were using to make this sequence. So they were using mostly ZBrush, C4D, and so I decided, okay, I want to learn that. And after that, I made a decision I will start with ZBrush. So those are the very, very early on, ZBrush practicing. I was practicing every day, basically from scratch. And Yeah, because I found ZBrush is most close to kind of drawing and fine art. I think it's just fantastic, and it helped me fall in love with 3D program. So after I keep practicing, and I really found myself like really want to dive into 3D program more, but also realizing only making cool-looking models is not the thing that can fulfill me 100%. I also do want to tell some visual stories. So I used my thesis film using ZBrush and Maxon C4D to make this short animation. I can show you guys right now. And it was made in 2018, and most of the models were modeled by me in ZBrush, and texture was in Substance Painter, and render lighting in C4D. Thank you. So with this thesis film, I got an internship from Sony Picture Animation, starting as a visual development intern. But when I first got an internship, I didn't really understand what kind of job it's going to be, because due to the lack of systematic school training in 3D program, I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do there. So during the 3 months internship, I learned that my job will be mainly building the layout of the environment for the previous artist, and also the first round of the character design, character model from the 2D character designers. So as for the actual production and texturing, lighting, rendering, they will send it off to Sony ImageWorks in Canada. Doesn't seem really quite aligned with my passion. So discard the pressure from working visa or for international student like me. Myself, I still want to pursue a career that I want to align with my passion. So Sony intern was a very quick stop for me. After the internship program, I decided to freelance. But so lucky that I soon got contact from one of my dream studio, Emmy Award-winning Studio Elastic. So for the past 5 years, they made so many iconic title sequences like Game of Thrones, Westworld, Historic Materials, and so it's a very beautiful animation production media studio based in Santa Monica, and I started to work there till current. So the second chapter, I want to show you some of the commercial works that I worked on for the past 5 years at Elastic as a designer. So the first project is the Last of Us title sequence. The Last of Us is one of the top shows that was made by HBO this year, originally based on the game The Last of Us by Naughty Dog. I work as a designer for this opening title sequence. More specifically, design how the fungus looks like, modeling, texturing, and all the fungus with terrains using ZBrush, texturing in Substance Painter, and bring them to Maxon C4D with Octane render to light and layout, and hand it off for the animators and Houdini artists for them to make the magic. So let's watch the title sequence here first. So this project got us Emmy nominated for the Outstanding Main Title category, which is also my first time got my Emmy nomination. The Emmy Award gonna happen in this upcoming January in 2024, so finger crossed. So I want to talk about some of the challenging I was facing while design this piece. So it was very challenging to find the balance between nature versus man-made, organic versus rigid, flow versus conflict, and most important, abstract versus literal. So our director, Andy and Nadia, gave me plenty of freedom to explore such an epic concept through this microfungal world, but they always guide me back in the right direction when I went too far. For example, in the beginning, when I was designing this shot, I incorporated too much of anatomy, human anatomy detail in attempt to make sure viewers would tell that the two fungal figures are Joe and Ellie so much so it actually loses the beauty of the metaphor. So as an artist, it's hard to find a balance between showing off technique and keep the concept strong. But our directors were very invaluable in helping me seeing the bigger pictures. It was also really quite a challenge for me to imagine and design the city skyline, freeway made of fungus, barbed wire made of fungus, and even Joe and Ellie made of fungus. I had to ask myself a lot of questions. How big is a city skyline, and how small are the details on the fungus? How can those two things appear in the same shot cohesively? It's a hard thing to make appear convincing and read clear to the viewer. After many rounds of design and going through tons of reference provided by the original video game concept artists, I'm so proud of our animation team and Houdini team. Grim Kim and Jun Kim made this microscopic world so convincing and immersive. So too sad I cannot show the NDA and also the work in progress behind the scene more of this process, but yeah. The next project is Doom Patrol title sequence by DC Universe. So Doom Patrol is an American superhero television based on the DC Comics Doom Patrol. I got pretty lucky. This job was the first job I worked on full-time, committed as a designer, just right after I graduated from school. Same workflow with C40 and with a little help from ZBrush. I made those design frames that not only set the vibe of the show, but also individual frames reveals individual characters' background story. For example, you can see here's a character called Crazy Jane for the show. She has 26 personalities, so we use this kind of laboratory blood test tube to hint different personalities she has, and also on each tube you can see it's written label with different names. So basically, every frame tells a little story about the character's superpower or unique background. So let's watch this 1-minute sequence. So the next project is the Swamp title sequence. The Swamp is a 2020 American documentary film. The film takes place largely in the 2019s and depicts some of the most iconic political climates of Washington, D.C. Here's some of the design frame we made with the help of models from TurboSquid. We kit bash a lot to make these surreal, iconic American landmarks in a very super foggy swamp. For the trees and vines, I was using speed trees. So I really love making those kind of minimal design. This one, as you can see, design-wise is way more simple, less information, less modeling, less color from a single image. But I feel the minimalism somehow can amplify the story. You could really find your eyes is easier to focus on what need to be focused. So here is the final film.
The Congress is broken, and it is broken.
I believe the voting system is corrupt. I believe the politicians are corrupt. I believe the Congress is corrupt.
Each and every piece of legislation virtually has its own price tag on it.
Giant corporations have bought off our government.
The American political system has become totally corrupted, and the foundations of American democracy are being undermined.
The unholy alliance of lobbyists and donors and special interests is bleeding our country dry.
Trump is different because he doesn't have to answer to any donors, any lobbyists.
It's time to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C. We are going to drain the swamp. It's time to drain the swamp of corruption. We're going to drain the swamp of Washington. We're going to have fun doing it. We're all doing it together.
You ask whether it's ever possible to drain the swamp. As President Trump loves to say, we'll see.
The next title sequence I want to talk about is the Gilded Age title sequence. The Gilded Age is American historical drama television. It was set in the United States during the Gilded Age, the boom years of the 1980s in New York. And the crew is the same crew who made the Downton Abbey. So here's some of the concept style frames I made, which depict the magic hour at the New York Harbor during 1880. So you can see all sorts of kind of industrialized symbols. The thick steam passing through the skyline create a very iconic New York Golden Age look. I was using a lot of from model from the kit bash, and also just playing with VDBs and volumetric in Octane, and a lot of the volumetric comp just in ZDepth. So, but too sad. None of these frames made it. I mean, one of the frames made it to the final film. That make me really sad. And but this is what it is. Sometimes just things happen like this because it's a client job and it's for TV shows. So it's a lot of uncertainty at production. So we can see the final. So I have to say, this project you can see is kind of combined with a lot of live action footage, which I kind of don't like because kind of constraint give me a lot of limitation because sometimes I have to match the lighting and make some sequence just the purpose to match the next shot, some stuff like that. So this project is a fun project. I work on the side with a very talented Chinese motion designer, director, Somei. This is OnePlus and Hajime Sorayama commercial. So it's a commercial for a film. So we know Sorayama is really famous for his iconic robotic woman figure. Our goal is to make this woman robot sexy and alive and give it a retro vibe from the 1970s. So my main job in this short film was to design this place in the world where the character sexy robot lives. So our setting for this sexy robot is she's a Hollywood star in the 1970s, and she lives in a very high-end apartment buildings and in New York. So using props and design in the apartment like that she lives, I hope to give this woman robot character some human touch. So I designed a lot of the details in each shot, corner of the apartment. All details are there to serve the narrative, and all details are there designed to highlight the character. So the funny thing is this type of design is really actually very close to what I studied back in the film school as a production designer. So I would say never underestimate something you have learned, which you think might irrelevant right now to your current field. So we can check out the final film to see if you can feel this kind of ritual and sexy vibe.
Here's a special important message. There is probably more written in medical journals about syphilis than
Yep. This one I had a chance to work on the KDA music video. The name of the music video is called I Will Show You. But I won't show you the full music video today because it's too long. So you can see some production stills of this. It's really fun to make this stylized look, which is quite different from what I'm comfortable with, like those dark, moody kind of tone. And it's actually how I like about my job working at Elastic, which because it gives me tons of opportunity to explore different design language, different look. So if you're interested, you can go home, search on YouTube to look at it. So I'll move on to the next title sequence. It's Hunter title sequence by Amazon Prime's. So the story is called Nazi hunters discover there are hundreds of high-ranking Nazi officials hiding in the 1970s in New York City. So they want to kill them and justify and stop their genocide kind of plan. So the initial pitch idea I worked on was to make each character from the show to a plastic miniature doll. So what I use is I started in DAS, and I kind of tweak each model's proportion, extend the leg longer to give it a little bit kind of like a exaggerate toy cartoonic look. And I bring it to C4D, to shade and to light. So that's about the character. And for the background, our idea is to do like a kind of a paper cutout, comic book, pop art looking, try to using a humor way to tell the story, because the show is kind of serious. So we want to kind of use the opposite visual language to kind of make the conflict. But then we're using this idea to got the pitch, but then they decided, let's just move it back a little bit, kind of we still want to have a little bit serious tone. But they really do like the miniature character figures. So we decided to put those characters on the chess piece, because as you know, it's kind of like hunting Nazis to them as a group. It's kind of playing a chess game, because kind of it's a mind game, whatever. So those are the models made by our lead modeler, Jose. He also presented here a couple of years ago. He also is the lead modeler for the Westworld title sequence. So my process is he will model the characters based on the screenshots of the shows from the show provided by the showrunners, and I will have his geo mesh, and I will import it to Substance to do the texturing. So I recorded a process. I can show you how I do it. So as you can see, this is a screenshot we got from this character. And I will put in Substance. What I do is I will use kind of a base tone glossy material to put on all over his body. As you can know, in real life, when we paint kind of this miniature thing, we will usually have this kind of gray glossy material. And I intentionally make the brush stroke very big and not perfectly brush every inches on his skin. You can see some of the gray area are kind of underlay. You can still see through it. I want to make sure those little imperfection can show how small the chess piece is. And then I can bring into Substance to quick using HDRI within the Substance to rotate it around to see if the result I like. And also adding using Smart Mask to generate and add kind of scratch and bump on the model. So this is some of the still design I made in Cinema 4D and with this process for the other characters. And we can see the final. As you can see, commercial works are pretty diverse, and that's why and how I like about it. Usually the pipeline, the production period is not very long for me. Sometimes it varies like from 2 months to 3 months, and the longest probably half year, but the shortest could be only like a week, something like that. So for the past 5 years, I would say I really probably work on hundreds of projects. And I have to say that I'm very grateful and lucky that I work in this professional industry. Because being able to work with those big clients, I progress a lot because I can try to understand from their point of view why they want to change the notes, why they want to do this and that. And so I definitely become a disciplined artist from following the pipeline and polishing technical skills to knowing how to be part of the team. I can't deny how much I have grown from professional client work, but it also brings a downside of me, which is I start to feel I got lost from all the clients' work. Clients has different needs and requests in terms of design styles, especially as for big corporates like Marvel, Disney, Apple, Facebook. They already have a very polished and a solid style. As an artist, we got hired to execute the task as a tool for kind of visualize their ideas, to visualize their creative. So after a couple of years, I start to realize I got into a certain point that I feel I can tackle different styles. However, I got confused myself by taking different commercial projects. And in the end, I was like, I'm good at this style, I'm good at this technique, but who am I? And what is my personal style? So I asked myself these questions: which project is the project that I enjoy myself the most while making it, and which project is, if just imagine this one day today, I can't speak, but I have to show you guys one of the project using it like this way to introduce about myself and which project it's gonna be, and what project really makes me happy and satisfied the most. And turn out, the answer is personal work. It's the thesis film I made when I was in USC, because I feel I was being 100% myself. I wasn't there to please or to keep tracking on other people's notes. So I decided to go back with that style, but I want to incorporate with all the technical skills and all the new thoughts I developed this past 5 years by just working on commercial work. So I decided I have to develop my personal work. So how do I start and what's my style? Yeah, this is the old film I made, as I showed you guys before. So I started to make those images. I have to admit, when I first started, I still have no idea what I want to make. I would say I made some pretty meaningless visuals, but I know it's okay, it's part of the process, and it's the beginning. I know as I made to such quantity, a style will be formed, a system will be formed, and an art statement will be formed. So as I made more, I found it's getting easier and easier to tell a story with my own language. And I made more, I found I do have something I do want to express. So for example, those is the series I made that is, in the very beginning, I know I want to say something about this inescapable force of time. It's about people who trapped in time, trapped there in consciousness. And this, I was inspired by my personal life experience. I had a 2-month-old puppy. I was really in a puppy mood, puppy blue, taking care of him every day. Every 1 hour, I need to take him outside to pee and poop, teach him how to sit and stay. But in the next day, he just totally forgot everything. It frustrates me a lot. I know it sounds a little bit dramatic, but I was really, really, really sad. So bad that I feel my life has been teared into parts. So people ask me, oh, do you have a greyhound or something? What kind of dog you have, Doberman? So this is my dog. This is the dog. This is the dog that teared my life into parts. But now it's really good. It's been really great to have him in my life because he teach me I can actually do it. Yeah, so this is me finding, actually, yeah, you know what? It's not too hard to using my life experience as an inspiration. Not everything has to be like so fancy and so deep, you know? It can just be driven from your like own stories. So this was inspired about how I found like media, internet, and the outside world around us can influence our mind and sometimes make us blind and make us force ourselves to reshape by older standards in the society, in the outside environment. To protect us, we sometimes to think we want to put a mask on. So this one was inspired by the movie Nope. I don't know if you watched that movie, but it talks about the relationship between human and nature, mass manufacturing versus nature, and how eventually human tempt nature but failed. So this is about codependent relationship. I was thinking when you're in such a bubble like this, sometimes the whole world around you seems like to be an outsider and standing on the stairs looking at you while you're embracing a broken body of yourself, holding a rotten apple, while you're still too blind to see everything. Very dark. This one, I'm fascinated with conflict, life and death, stillness and movement, dark and light, nature and man-made. What a very strange combination. So to understand the internal conflict, you must understand the necessity of pain in order to create life. So having the spare time after work every day plus weekends, I was able to make those arts. I also made some of them into short animations. So let's walk through some of my workflow behind the scenes. This is basically using ZBrush, Substance Painter, and C40 workflow. And I added very quick 2 videos to show you guys, and then I will talk break down slowly. So this is most recent piece I made last month, and I will work you guys slowly for this one. So because I don't know how to rig, so I have this 3D scan mesh from the 3D scan store, and I bring it to Maxon and to give a simple rig, and I bring it to C4D, try to give it a basic pose for this character. When I'm satisfied with what I get, as you can see, there's a lot of problem created by the rig. So the first step is I will stay in the subdivision 1, trying to fix all the problem and the silhouette, mostly on the silhouette and also the joint part. It's pretty like rubbery now. And after that, I will move on to edit more subdivision, and still the most brush I use at this stage is still just the move brush, and trying to and also the clay build up, and trying to add some muscle and proportions based on the anatomy, and adding some more details. So as I sculpted, I always have tons of different reference from different angles. I also buy a lot of reference from ArtStation. You know, just have those new reference pack, which have turntables, so you can see from different angles. So when I'm happy with the first round, I will bring to Cinema 4D, and I have this skeleton assets, and I try to pose it and to fit my original concept for it. and bring it back to ZBrush and give it a little bit touch to break the regularity of it. At this stage, I will use some mostly still clay buildup and use some damp standard brush. Try to go deeper about the muscle. So this is the final, and this is versus what I got just first from the. Yeah, next. So my idea is to put some marble rocks around this figure. So I got some like mega scan stones, which I really like, and I bring it to all the mesh to the speed tree to generate some vines wrap around it. So what I do is I create some plan and I put underneath it, and that's how I control where I want it to be. So I mostly just put the plants on the left side of the character, so it's only wrapped on her left side, not everywhere. So speed tree is very like a very convincing and like a very user-friendly program. It's basically node-based, and you can add trunk and branches, just and also adjust the parameters and noise and how tight it wrapped the object. So this is how it looks like, and I'm happy with the result, but I feel it's somehow still too generated look. So I want to bring a little bit like human touch on it. So I use the curved tooth brush and I adjust the size, the curve modifier, and I try to draw more like curvy lines wrapped around her. So this is how I was doing that part. Because also in the speed tree, you cannot really control one branch very easily once it's get to a certain amount. So sometimes all you really want is, on this on her lap there is some empty space. I really need a thicker vine to wrap around it. So that's what I would do. Not in the speed tree, spend so much time just trying to generate it. I would just bring to ZBrush. And the steps I will bring is to start to texture. So I use a lot of just very basic from the smart materials and try to using smart mask to lay on top of it to create some dirt map. And also I feel it's too generated, so I added a pen layer and to using brush try to pen off some of the textures that I don't want. And using the same method, adding another round of dirt, and I tried to using different colors, so you can also see the color variation. One is the kind of a cooler greenish gray, but the other one is kind of a darker, kind of warmer gray. The reason why I didn't do the surface detail on the ZBrush, because I know what I want to make and I won't have a close-up shot, so I was just thinking I want to save up some time, and I try to see if Substance can help me accomplish those kind of a gap, crack, just using normals. So it turned out, I think I really like it, but yeah, just still using the same method. and then adding more. But it turned out I prefer to a cleaner look like this now, because I think there's so much thing going on, like vines wrap around her. So I still want her like shape to be clean and not too distracted. So I use this very polished marble texture, very basic smart material in the substance. And once it's locked, I use this the same for the other like rock around her to give it a cohesive look. But I do also want to break it a little bit different. So I do a little bit color variation on it. Adding this dirt map and adjusting the balance, and now I think it's too sharp, and I can add a filter on top of it to make it blur, and yeah. And I feel still somehow I still want to pen on top of it to break the pattern, so I added a pen layer on it and start to using some brush to pen on top of it. I'll bring back to all the maps to C4D. I was using some normal maps baked from Substance, and also plugging the original normal map from the Megascan rock and multiply it together. So in this way, you can keep the details. And I do these things for all the rocks, and let's see how it looks like. Add a little very simple light, HDRI, and now I'm adding subsurface scattering on the rock. So in this, we can just solo this node, and so that you can see how the radius of the subsurface is just easier to see in this way, and the strength of it. And adjust the density of it. Basically, number is higher means like you can see through even less. It's more like a rock. So I will do the same thing for the rest of the rocks. And I add a little bit animation, and let's see the final. Yep. Thank you. So this is just a very first quick sketch when I have this idea. You can see a lot of the ideas when I first sketch it, I have the idea is not there. It's only like 30% there. And because recently I have this question, people ask me the same feelings, describing, oh, I have this idea, but it's really hard to start because sometimes when I wake up in the second day, I start to question my idea. I think, oh, wow, this is so dumb. Maybe I shouldn't investigate my time even on that. And I have the same feeling too. But what I feel is like, when you have an idea, it just always blur at the first place. You have to like use the rest of the process while you're figuring it out. You probably only have like 50 or even less percentage of what about the idea, very blurry. And as you keep going on it, keep diving into it, you it's kind of guides you there. So this is some of the process, like I adjust a little bit this and that every day. So first of all, you can see, I even want to try to put a ground around it, but then I think, oh, this is kind of too distracting, because you cannot, in a far distance, you're losing the silhouette of the object. So I decided to cut all of the things. Yeah. So as my work also has the opportunity to show in a lot of places. Last year, my work was showing at a Bibo Christie opening night. So this is some video of that night, and seeing my work on a big screen and with everybody hanging out there makes me really happy. And it kind of gave me the positive reinforcement. I have to admit, is like I know even though I know if I don't get attention from the internet, from anybody, I was still making art. But still, I have to admit, it really kind of gave me the confidence and make me encouraged to make more. I have to admit that. So this is some of the photos from the events night. And my work was also displayed in Shanghai Art Photo Fair. And that work I showed you earlier, gonna be displayed probably this year later in a Chinese contemporary, one of the biggest Chinese contemporary art fair in Shanghai. It's called Art 021. So this is also my this project was showing at the Times Square. So at last, thank you. I would say I really appreciate the process of making art, because it helped me understand myself more. And I really encourage, if you have an idea, just start it. I know it's hard, but we will keep the quantity will make the change. And if you like my story, like my work, please feel free to follow my work on Instagram, Twitter, 小红书, which is a Chinese app, if you're Chinese, you know, and Behance. So thank you so much for today.
Yeah. Yes, round of applause. And punctually on time. We literally, that was it. That was the time. So unfortunately, no questions, but fantastic presentation. Again, everybody, round of applause. Min-Chi, thank you so much for being here. It's amazing. Now, that being said, first and foremost, I just also want to do a quick shout out to Marvelous Designer being a platinum sponsor. Let's give it a round of applause for that, because without them, wouldn't be as easy. So thank you very much. We're now going to do some fun giveaways. And let's see, who are we going to do, online or in person first? Online. So I know the chat was blowing up about online prizes, but real quick, while we pull that up, don't go anywhere, because if you're interested in hard surface vehicles and ZBrush, Henry Shavanka is next. And I know you've seen his work because we've been using some of his work, thank you, Henry, for promoting Redshift and ZBrush, because that was something that was first done in 2023 as the first launch. And it was actually really amazing to get a render engine inside of ZBrush like that. And he was so grateful to put it through the paces. Without further ado, so 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop. It's a fantastic subscription, because you're going to learn a lot. I actually am a subscriber to this because I still like to learn myself. And let's see who is going to be winning. Are you guys excited? Yes. Didn't sound okay. One more time. You guys excited? Yes. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna move this over here so I can see. The bane of being 6'4". Dun, 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 dun. Congratulations, Oliver. Let's give it up for Oliver for 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop. And don't worry, I'm just going to do a quick reminder of who is going to be here today. So if you're not sure of who's on the list, while we pull up the next one. But like I said, we have Henry Shavanka coming up. Then we have Guerrilla Games. Then there is a small little break. and then we're going to have Avatar, and then a ZBrush presentation with some other fun stuff. So, woo, all access membership to the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Who likes jewelry? Yes, I do too. I don't wear it a lot though. I just like it, it's pretty. Like that. I want to do that. All right, who we got? Congratulations to No worries. Yes, we're gonna do it. This is where I start doing my dance because I don't have jokes. I'm not a very funny guy. All right, Maxine. Maxine. Hopefully I said that correct. Congratulations to Maxine. We have one more online to do, and then we have 3 in person. So that means if you were walking out and you had a ticket, come back because you might win. Yes. Now I'm just going to stand here and do awkward silence. I personally like to pose for photos like Chris Evans because he always looked like lost a bird. And I took a lot of inspiration from that. All right, ZWrap, ZBrush plugin, ZWrap. If you are into games and all that fun stuff, or if you just need really clean mesh really quick, ZWrap is really awesome. If you have not tried it, please do. For the last one of this giveaway for online, we are going to say that the Mr. or Mrs. or boop. Who we got? Who we got? We're going to wait. Hold on. Oh, the bowl's coming. So you know prizes are coming. Congratulations to... Oh, Maximo. Awesome. Congratulations. Yes. That was fun. Cool. All right. Bowl time. You guys ready? Cool. I'm going to stir it up a little bit. Again, if you're outside and you're listening, your number could be called. We have 6275. 6275. Check it. Going once. Yeah, come on down. I do have to verify. All right. No, you are good. You are good. Come on down. That means you get to pick a number. But, you know, are you excited to be here?
I am. I'm really motivated. Very inspirational weekend. Yeah, it's been amazing.
I love your hats. I used to work at Funko. Did you know that?
Yes, both of us did.
No, it's so exciting. Shout out to the Funko family. Yeah, shout out to Funko. All right, you got a number. Actually, so fresh off, 1 through 12. Tell the people what you want.
Lucky number 7.
Lucky number 7. Woo! Antos, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Did you need one?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. So I'm going to have you go right over here, and then somebody will hand you your prize. Cool. That means we got 2 left. Who's excited? Come on, let's hear it. Stirring. If you missed my gymnastics yesterday, I can't even say that word. 6338. 6338. Anyone? All right. Sorry, this is giant spotlight. Can't see anything. Hello. Congratulations. Come on down.
It's October. I feel like 10. 10?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Character creator for Real Illusion. Have you played with that before?
Not really.
Are you enjoying yourself today?
Yeah. I work here.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. All right. Head on over that way. All right. One more, guys. One more. Here we go. Do. Any drummers in the house? Besides me? No? Yes. Oh. You never know until you ask. 6260. Yeah? 6260? This happened to me before where I had like 5 of these come out. No? Going once? 6260? Twice? Okay, that means you probably walked out. Don't walk out. So 600-6260. Yes? Oh, okay. I read the last 4 because the first 3 are repetitive. It just gets long. Nobody wants me up here that long. 6261. That's in order. Anyone? Nope. 6261. You sure? Okay. It's getting awkward up here. Anybody have any jokes? Knock, knock. Who's there? Not me. 6259. Now we're going down. Really? 6265. Or 59. Jeez. Okay. One more time. 6259. Ian cannot read. Nope. No? Okay. We could be here a while. Henry, I'm so sorry, but the last one is very hard to give away. Okay, here we go. A new number. 6327. Oh, I heard a ugh. Nice Capcom sound effect. Ugh. 6327. Anyone? Yeah, come on down. Whew. It was getting a little dicey. I was getting nervous. Oh, no worries. Let me just double check, triple check. Perfect. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very excited.
Are you having fun? Absolutely. What number would you like?
12.
12. Show me 12. Show me what you got. Oh, marvelous designer. Yay! Congratulations. Somebody's going to help you over there. Okay, cool. So now you don't have to worry about looking at me for much, much longer, although I will be hosting the next one. So stay tuned as we take a small break, and then Henry Cervanka is next. Don't go anywhere.
Of sitting with you finally under the hot seat. You and I have done this to some degree, but not like this at all before. And I want to say, first of all, thank you for sitting with me.
I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You first discovered ZBrush where?
SIGGRAPH.
So you're 20 years, but you discovered at SIGGRAPH. What prompted you to go to SIGGRAPH? What were you doing in your life at that time that facilitated you even wanting to visit SIGGRAPH?
Well, I used to volunteer at SIGGRAPH when I was in college, and I said, I'm going to go to SIGGRAPH. It's in LA. Trying to get in the industry. I was only doing a bunch of little side work.
Okay.
I wanted to get deeper in it, so I'm like, I'm going to go to SIGGRAPH, make some connections, talk to some people, see who needs a job, and then came by the booth, the old ZBrush, sitting there. I said, this is what I've been looking for.
What made you feel that way, that this was what you were looking for? Because you have to wait before you answer that, because if they don't know, I'm going to say you played an instrumental sort of role in the culture of ZBrush, but also in the promotion and the product development of ZBrush. What made you feel that way?
It was artistic. It made me feel like I was back to drawing on the boards that I would always draw on.
Which you love first.
Love it. A lot of more freedom instead of the conventional box modeling, moving vertex, edges, faces. It was, I could just sit there and make something from scratch from a sphere.
Now, all these years later, what is the one thing that you think stands out for you as a high watermark in your career across what's been a 20-year career with working with the ZBrush team and the development of it? What's the one thing that if you could put your finger on and say, that's the thing I'm the most proud of?
Listen, I would say community. It's being the family word. It's like, I think going to ZBrush Central, seeing what everyone was trying to accomplish, everyone was trying to do, everyone was in the same boat, everyone was trying to do the thing. So I think the number one thing for me is just everyone being together, caring each other, working together. That, being able to keep that rolling in the way that we've always done it, and understanding that we see what you're doing, we see how you're working with the application, we see who you are as an artist. That to me is probably my biggest thing, to see a feature that is implemented that someone goes, holy cow, I've changed my workflow because of this feature. I've changed the way I work, and it's allowed me to move forward as an artist.
Yeah.
That, because it's a large group of people making this happen. It's not, and that part of that large group of people is the community, is the artists. Like, we would never be where we are as a software ZBrush without the community embracing, sharing, helping each other. So I'm pretty proud of what the team has done.
There's a lot of passion there. I think that Jaime LaBelle said that one time. He said, it's passion, you know, the passion really drives people. And I think that's been the gift of this particular team. This being our 10th anniversary of something that was started a long time ago. Are you excited?
Very excited. Looking forward to it. It's always fun. The summit, it's all of us coming together, all of the like-minded community, hanging out, having fun, discussing what we're working on, what we're doing, seeing what people are doing, getting inspired, which is one of the key pillars for the summit, is being inspired. learning something and connecting. Those are our 3 pillars of the summit.
Thanks for sitting with me, Paul. It's
Absolutely.
really a pleasure. I really look forward to doing it with you for years to come. Okay?
You got it.
Thanks a lot, man. Much
All
love.
right.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Jason Martin here, character art director over at id Software in Richardson, Texas. Greetings. I have been using ZBrush for just shy of 20 years now, and through that amount of time, I've watched the community grow and evolve around this software. From the early days of ZBrush Central to the CGraph demos, all the way up to the current summits. The amount of networking and friendships formed have been countless. And for that, I have to thank ZBrush. It's been a wonderful ride. I'm looking forward to more. And better yet, I wish everyone a wonderful time at the 2023 Summit.
Hey guys, so big question, what does ZBrush mean to me as an artist? So a long time ago now, a good friend of mine, Aidan Coughlin, started hounding me to get onto this program called ZBrush. So I reluctantly eventually broke and started using it, and I immediately became like addicted to it. In which case I then, I became a 3D character artist professionally. I started a career where I met a lot of my closest friends, my future wife. I then became involved in the community through streaming and got to know a lot of you guys, taught a lot of you guys as much as I could. hopefully inspired some of you guys, but also we just talked and joked, and you know, I got to know a lot of you. Some of you reached out to me, and that's been really special, I think. So you know, none of that would have happened had I not picked up ZBrush that day. So I should say thanks to the people who made ZBrush what it is. I should say thanks to the community for making it so much more than just a piece of software. And then, you know, can't forget Mr. Coughlin. I couldn't have done it without you. So that's what ZBrush means to me.
ZBrush は私にとって人生を変えたソフトウェアです。13年前、素人の私が初めてフィギュアを作ろうと思った時に選んだツールが ZBrush でした。その頃はまだ CG でフィギュアを作るというのは一般的ではありませんでしたが、粘土でこねるように作れるという謳い文句に惹かれて ZBrush を選びました。ちょうどその頃、フィギュア業界全体が手作業での制作から CG での制作に移り変わっていた頃で、私はプロになることができました。そしてたくさんの仲間たちと出会い、多くの夢を叶えることができました。まさに ZBrush と出会って私の人生は変わったんです。
Hey everybody, Brendan Isaiah Maxon here. Just wanted to take a quick second to say a huge heartfelt thank you to the entire ZBrush crew for continually giving us artists amazing tools to work with and to do art with. We literally couldn't do it without you. It's been so many years of using this amazing software. Every single time a new patch releases, I'm always chomping at the bit to see what's crazy and what's coming out next. But it's been an amazing journey so far, and I'm looking forward to the next however many years. Thanks again, and we'll see you on a live stream soon. See ya.
Hi, I'm Tim King, a sculptor from Colorado. Several years ago, I was able to set up a few laptops with ZBrush Core at a local grade school. I guided young students from ages 6 through 10 as they created artwork of creatures and also eagle mascots for their school. They were amazed to be able to digitally sculpt and also 3D print their artwork. I was also humbled to be able to see how quickly those young minds picked up ZBrush basics and were able to start making their own art. Using ZBrush as part of my custom and gallery sculpture business, along with being able to influence the next generation of ZBrush artists, truly are highlights of my art career. Thank you, ZBrush family.
All right. Are you all ready for hard surface? I don't believe you. Can we try that again? Are we all ready for hard surface? Good, because I always hear, Ian, you can't do hard surface in ZBrush, and I'm like, really? Well, I have a guy who's going to show you just how possible it is. Let's give a warm welcome for Henry Cervanka.
Hello, my name is Henry Cervanka. I'm the CEO of 3D Dynamics Studios, and we are currently doing AI weapon detection. Something you may or may not know about me is I enjoy hard surface modeling in ZBrush. I've been doing it for several years, and I'm excited to share some tips and workflows with you guys today. So a really quick overview of what we're going to be doing today is we're going to start off with a couple talking points. First is going to be the benefits of ZBrush for hard surface. And then the next one will be the modeling workflow that I like to do. Then we're going to jump into ZBrush, and I'm going to show my initial steps for modeling a tank. And these initial steps are kind of like what I do for every step going into a hard surface project. Then we'll go into a demo, and we're going to talk about a couple things with taming complexity. Then we're going to talk about topology and some small tips that are can save you some troubles down the line. So first off, the benefits of ZBrush for hard surface modeling. It's more of an organic and artistic approach. What I mean by that is when you're doing hard surface and traditional modeling packages, there's a lot of pausing to type in numbers or side panel detours. For ZBrush, they kind of approach it in where all the action stays on the canvas. So a couple examples of that is ZModeler Brush. What ZModeler Brush is all your basic tools for hard surface modeling into one brush. And so with this is you get the ease and comfort of modeling with just one click. It's also context sensitive. So if you hover over a face, it gives you everything according to that face. You hover over an edge, a point, so on. So also another benefit is you don't have to go to any place to interact with the modeling tools that you select. What you can do is use your mouse or pen movements to either interactively change the polys or the resolution. And another way ZBrush incorporates this is the gizmo. What the gizmo does, it has all your primitives stored right there. And based on your gizmo orientation is how that primitive is coming in. And you can adjust it, again, right on the canvas, so there's no broken rhythm. Also, there's a lot of deformers that's in the gizmo. And again, those you can adjust those by cones. And this approach is kind of like, it's just more fluid, and also it doesn't break the rhythm. So the momentum keeps on going. To continue this, ZBrush is very customizable for your workspace, depending on your workflow and what you need as an artist. One benefit is hotkeys. They're so easily accessible. You can, almost everything in ZBrush, you press Control-Alt and just type your hotkey and you're ready to go. Another one is custom UI. Anything you want to put on a custom UI, it's right there. Your most common tools, you throw it on there. And the last one, which is like I think the most underutilized, is macros. Macros is a series of actions that it records, and it's one button, you click, and it goes through it all. And that's a real time saver when you're repeatedly doing the same action over and over again, and you have to go through different panels to keep on switching and doing it. ZBrush will record that, and you can even assign a hotkey to it, so it even speeds up the process even more. The next benefit is polycount flexibility. So when you're in ZBrush, you have the ability to see the entire model in its whole. And that is really beneficial as far as like when you're adjusting proportions to other parts in your model. It's nice to see that instead of trying to hide the model because of the limitations that other softwares have. Another benefit is the poly count versatilities. This means you can go high, you can go low, ZBrush can handle it all. And speaking of that, that what brings up me to my next point, which is the modeling workflow. So I kind of break it down into two phases when I'm approaching a model. The first phase, I just want to tackle the shape and proportions, and then I don't care about topology at this point, and I'll use anything ZBrush has to offer to get that task done. And then after I get the right shape and proportions done, then I'll go to phase 2, and then I'll worry about the topology. Now, sometimes you don't really need to worry about it because the part is simple enough where you can just box model it out. Other times, when you do more complex shapes, it's really nice and convenient just to throw a bunch of models, polys at it, and sculpt away. And to get back to the topology refinement, I use two different techniques. One is ZRemesher, when I'm using poly groups to guide the edge flow, and then other times I'll use ZModeler, which is I'll either adjust the ZRemesher a little bit, or I can manually retopple that with the ZModeler brush. So we're going to jump into ZBrush real quick, and we're going to start getting going with the demo.
You guys excited? Yes. Henry, we actually did have a question online.
Okay.
I want to throw your way. Feel free to answer it whenever. But the question is, how do you manage scale, and do you have any advice for environment artists who are trying to manage this?
Yeah, for scale, this is what I'm going to kind of touch on right here, but usually it's based on proportion, right? So if you get the proportion of the model right, you can take it and in any other program and scale it up, and it should be right. As long as you're not trying to go for precision millimeter measurements, this workflow will work. So
excellent, thank you.
Yeah, here's the tank. This is what I modeled for the summit today. And what I want to talk about, let's start out with the block out here. So as you can see, we have, let's see here. This is what I started out with. So as long as I get the proportions of this block out right, and you can see the wireframe here, it's very low. I don't need to capture everything. I just need a base. I kind of need where the tread goes, the wheels, and the top. And from this, I can just build everything else according to the relationships of each part. So now the problem here is when we start in ZBrush, it's a lot different than what I have here. Now the first thing I do is I want to unify. That's what this is right now. This one right down here, the block out, is unified. And what unify does is it rescales the subtools so the largest dimensions is roughly within the 2x2x2 unit cube. It also relocates the subtool to the world axis center of 0, 0, 0. Now the reason we want to do this is because there's several reasons. One, it ensures the brushes work correctly. Navigation becomes a little weird if you go too high or too low in the scale. And ZBrush features, for example, like Dynamesh, work as expected. Also, it offers a consistent starting point for adjusting your model scale according to its dimensions. And that's what I kind of do to get everything set up. If I start here, unified block out, now I know this is the largest proportions of this model. Everything else I have to scale down. So what I'll do is I'll just scale it up a little bit till it's roughly the size I want. Now if I work down in size, I know I'm not going to have any issues. So also another thing I want to do, we bring up the gizmo. I want to make sure I'm Z-forward with this model. The benefit of that is a lot of ZBrush features, especially with symmetry, start off natively with Z forward wide up. Another thing I always do is I want to turn off perspective. A reason for that is I'm trying to eliminate perspective distortion, especially when using brushes like clip, trim, knife, and slice. And that's kind of how I start every project. And after that, that's like, if I got this, I know that have a really good chance of success down the line. All right, so let's go to the demo. So for this, here we have the tank treads. Now there's a lot of ways to approach this getting started. So when I'm looking at this, for me, I'm going to narrow down the two possible ways I can do this. I can either do it with nano mesh or array mesh. The reason that I went with one over the other is because of this. I need to align this perfectly within this rear wheel here. So for that reason, I went with nano mesh. So initially, just get this started, I started with a cylinder, so it matches the wheel in space. Use extender to move it out, shape it, and then make sure, the important thing with this is that all these faces are even. That's going to be a key point with our nano mesh. Then I'll grab a model of the tank tread. And what I'm looking for here is I want to make sure all these bolts are a different poly group, because I want to separate out that later to lower the poly count when it's all together. So what I'll do here, how to grab it is line it flat. You can rotate, hold shift, snap it. I like to grab use the B hotkey, and then I'll just say create insert mesh. I'll say new, and then I'll press B and say create nano mesh brush. Now I'm all ready to go for the next step. So when you align it in, this is kind of what you're going to get here. But if we turn on the wheel, turn the wheel back on, turn everything else out, you'll see there's an issue. And that is, it's not exactly lining up the way I want. And ZBrush has a really nice fix for this. So we go down to nano mesh. And what we're looking for is we're looking for the Y offset here. And now we can just move it along the Y offset just to kind of adjust what we need here. Another issue you might run into is if I zoom out here, the tread might not align as you expect, but ZModeler has the solution for that too. So if we go to, let's see here, if we go to, I want to see spin edges, and we can even go flat line for this. So I want to click, you'll see that lined up. For these, we can hover it over, say a single poly, and we can manually just adjust these in place, and now everything is looking correct. So for the next one here, we're going to talk about the grid. This is kind of in the back area of the tank. And it might look complex, but it's fairly easy to get to this point. So the first thing I want to do is we'll go down here. So you can see this is actually micropoly, and it all starts from just a plane. And for micropoly, what we really want to focus on here is flat subdivisions, because if we do smooth, we're going to start losing the volume. So we want about 2, turn it on, and the amount of flat subdivisions we do is going to adjust how much micropoly is in there. Go back up to here. And let's see here. We also have so for the next example, I want to talk about, to get to this point, what I'll do is I'll use the noise slider, and then you can see we can start getting a basic shape, start adding variation. Also, you might be tempted to use the move brush. Let me pick, let's see here, we'll use move. Just a scale. We start moving, you'll see some distortions here with the micropoly. An option I like to do is use the cloth move. In this example, we'll see that less distortion will happen when we start moving it. It just gives me a better predictable results. Okay, next example will be our wheels. Let's see here. So for this, let's see here. Before I start, do we have any questions, Ian?
We don't have, well, does anybody here have any questions first? Let's start there. No. Okay, cool. You do have a question. Here, I'm going to come to you so that everyone can hear it. There's a good amount of people online.
When you're doing the basic block out, you said earlier that you don't have like, sub-millimeter, millimeter accuracy, but when you're placing the wheels, do you have the accuracy to place them a specific distance so everything lines up correctly as you expect?
Well, that comes down to like reference, right? We're trying to translate the information we see in the reference onto the 3D canvas. So it's more about like finding either good reference or observing it and kind of tweaking it until like it looks right. Like it's like everything I make is not going to be down like very, very precise, but it's going to be precise enough to get by, if you know what I mean.
Do you want another question?
No, I can, well, I mean, if anybody else has a question, yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, there's a UV question.
Okay.
And how you approach UVs on your models. But if you have that lined up, continue forward.
Oh no, I don't have any UV. We can do the question.
Okay, yeah, that's the question. How do you manage UVs in your hard surface works?
UVs, I have a habit of not doing UVs in ZBrush.
You heard it.
Except for when it's like surface noise. Otherwise, I'll take it to another program to do UVs for.
Thank you.
So for the wheel here, we're going to talk about bolt placement. So there's a couple different ways we can kind of speed up the bolt placement. First is, let's use radial symmetry here. And I'm going to turn on X symmetry. Radial symmetry is going to transform, activate symmetry, turn on radial, and we want radial count of 6 here. Let's see here. And for this, see transform, we kind of want to do local sim. That way we have it right in the middle. And we'll bring up our, let's see, first we want to bring up our bolts. So I'll grab my fastener brush here. Wait for that to load real quick. So with the fastener brush, since it's already an IMM, what we're going to do is we're going to go straight to creating it a nano brush. So to do that, we'll go B, and then create nano mesh brush. Now, since it's multiple, we have all those options. Let me show you here. This is now all in the nano brush we just created. So I'll create something like this, and let's go here. We'll just drag it out. Now, the benefit of this for nano mesh is So we go down to our NanoMesh tab, is now we can do rotation and rotation variation. So now each one, let me zoom out a little bit so you can see it. We can rotate and variation that rotate to give it more of like a realistic approach here. All right, so let's go to the next example. That'll be this one. Now, for this example, we want that nanomesh to be right here, but unfortunately, we don't have a poly that like sits there that we can put to insert and put it in. So for now, what I want to do is I want to bring up my primitives here, and we can grab a plane. We could just drag that out real quick. We'll split that off. And from here, we can turn off dynamic subdivisions. And now we can go back to our ZModel brush that we created for the nanomesh that has all our fasteners in there. We can drag that out on this plane. And now we can go back, and let me turn off this here so you can see it better. Go back up here to our NanoMesh tab, and now we still have that same option to rotate here. And if the planes are getting away for you, we can say, I don't want to show the placement. Now we can just have this in the scene. Okay, the next one. For this one, what I want to do real quick is I want to duplicate this. And since, let's see, we'll bring up our, not our ZModeler one, but our regular fastener brush. And we'll go down to, say, geometry. Let's see here. Yep. Go down to geometry. And then we'll go to modify topology. And I want to say mesh from brush. That'll create that. So anything we select here is going to take it, and let's say we'll do this one, and say mesh from brush, and that's going to bring us right in and replace that subtool we duplicated. Now for this one, we want to go to array mesh. Turn on array mesh, and what I like to do is just hit reset real quick. And we want to make sure we lock position, lock size, and turn on transpose. We want to set the repeats to 10. Okay. And then we're going to bring it out. So here we go. Let's go here, back up to our subtool. Turn this back on. Okay, bring up W. Let's move it out so we can see it. Let's scale it down. Okay, and then let's go back here to array mesh. And our rotate, we want to go into Z amount 360. So now we can bring it out and place it where we want it. Now the problem with this is, sure, we can have array mesh here, but we don't have that variation and rotation. Well, ZBrush has a solution for that. All we have to do is click Convert to NanoMesh. And now we can go back to our NanoMesh tab. Let's say I don't want to show the placement. And now we can go and do our random variation on the rotation, just like we had before. Okay, so the next topic will be tackling topology. So if we have any questions.
Are there any questions?
No question.
No?
Okay.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Just to throw a question at you.
Okay.
Did you make all of these IMM brushes yourself?
Everything I'll show is what I made in ZBrush.
That's awesome.
Okay, so let's turn off that. And for this example, I'm going to show the flight stick I made for the helicopter, just so we have something different to look at. So for this example we're going to use, real quick, sometimes not everything's going to be clean. So let's grab this. And as you're working, you're going to have some kind of messed up topology here. A couple things we can do to fix this. If you go ahead and just use the smooth brush, we're going to lose that volume. You can use, let's say, the alternate smooth where it tries to retain, but we're still going to kind of lose that volume. What I like to do is I like to go down here to morph target, store morph target. Now I can just smooth away, smooth those those polys out so it's nice and even. Then I go down here and say project morph. Now we can fix topology sort of like this. Another thing we can do is, I guess we can, let's talk about morph, target versus morph poly, because I'm sure some of you are thinking, why just not morph it, right? So here's a simple example to show this. So if I go ahead and just say, I'm going to polish by features, right? This is going to give us an example. Let's store our morph target first. Morph target, store morph target, polish by features. Now here's the difference. If I do project morph, it's going to project those points back to the volume of the mesh I had. If I didn't do it, if I use morph, now it's going to project those points back to the original space that it was stored in. So that's the key difference between morph and morph project. Now there's another way we can do this. A real simple way is, let's go back to our start here. We'll use this example again. Let's say I don't want to use the morph target. And I want to polish by features. And let's say I want to control click here to store it in our timeline. Come back to our polish by feature state. Now we can go to project, and now we can project from history. So if you don't like going down, scrolling all the way here, or you're not a fan of a custom UI, it's real easy just to store a history point, and then if you're working in subtools only, just slide down a little and use project history, and it'll do the same thing as morph project. Right, moving along, let's go to here. So an issue you might run into is like, as I'm modeling, this already has the curve in here. And if way you might want to do it is maybe polygroup it and have ZModeler in there and try to scale it that way. But since it's curved ZModeler, it might be a little issue to get exactly what you want. So for the ZModeler brush, let's go BZM. It's a cool trick in here we can do with aligning. So we go align. I want straight lines, specific curvature at 0, align to tangent and line width. Now we can go through here and just line these up. Let's go here, here, here to here. Now we have a flat surface with a couple clicks. Another thing is, let's say I'm looking for an all quad mesh. And we modeled in, we closed holes, and we got these poles here. A cool thing that we can do, just get all quadded, is, let me bring out my brush here. We'll use this one here. And let's say, bring it up, we want 16. And we're going to use a technique called mesh fusion. So before we start, there's a couple things we got to know. We want individual polygroups when we do this. Another thing we want to do is we want to make sure smooth is off. Now what we can do is, if we drag over here, and then it's going to mask the model. We want to clear the model, and then control drag again, and now we're going to get something like that. We can do the same thing for this. Let's turn off here. Let's go here. Control drag, and it's going to solve and just weld this together. All right. Okay, let's talk about creasing. So, turning on dynamic subdivision here, you're going to see when we crease and we have poles at a crease line, it's going to give us this weird artifacting. Now, there's a couple of ways we can go and fix this. Let's go back to our Z-modeler brush. The first thing I'm going to do is go to Inset, say Polygroup Island, and then we'll switch it to Standard. And if we just crease it in here, see that we got rid of that pinching action. Another way we can do it, let's go to Extrude, Polyloop. And if we extrude it out here, you can see that we fixed it too. The benefit of this, we can go to Slide, Edge Loop Complete, add a little bevel to help it. So another thing we can do is say, I don't want to go through the process. There's a cool feature in here. Let me see where it's located. It is Crease, and it's called Bevel Width Slider here. So if we hold Control, Control is just going to bevel everything that's polygrouped. So we can go one shot and do it all. Okay, let's jump into some ZRemesher tips. So to create this, there's a couple steps we have to do. Since it's a complex shape, we want to kind of tackle it, systematically. So the first thing I want to do, actually, let's do this. Let me tell you what not to do first. So there's a couple things here of what not to do. First, we don't want to sculpt everything you see in the ref, because a lot of this stuff we don't need to Z-remesh. Another thing we don't want to do is we want to keep the bevels tight and not round. This rounded is going to hurt ZRemesher read the angle change. And the next thing we want to do is we want to set up our polygroups before we get to this stage. So what I like to do is I like to start just with simple primitives and block it out first. Set up the creasing, set up our polygroups, and get everything straightened out this way. Then I want to dynamesh it. Now we can keep our polygroups with the dynamesh, and that's going to be beneficial later on when we Z-remesh it. So an issue we have with dynameshing is you can see like these kind of aren't the best as far as like what ZRemesher is going to pick up, because it's going to pick up this stuff when it dips down. It's going to really ruin our edge flow and what ZRemesher like reads. So what we can do is we can say, I want to polish by features. So that's going to clean it up a little. But since it's high, what we want to do is just click this open circle, and it's a different algorithm. It's a little bit more aggressive, so we just slide it up a little. And now you can see that, it's giving a more aggressive polish, and it's giving us this sharp edge that's going to really help ZRemesher read this. Okay. So with that, let's go to this one. So when we do this, we don't need everything for ZRemesher to work. The less information we give it, as far as geometry, the better it's going to respond. And on that same note, the more information you give it as far as instructions, the better it's going to respond to. So we want to delete unnecessary things like holes. We don't want to we want to delete the bottom here because that's extra polys is going to read. Also, if it's symmetrical, we want to turn on symmetry because it's just going to help us ZBrush just perform much better. Now, from my experience, if it's symmetrical in one axis, you can just leave it at one axis, turn on symmetry, and it's fine. However, if it's symmetrical in more than one axis, we want to delete by symmetry in both of those axes and then mirror it across. And I just found that it works a lot better if you give it less when it's more than one axis in symmetry. So after ZBrushing it, this is kind of the result we get. And we could have ZBrushed this, but I have another example to show you that I will go ahead and ZBrush so you can see it in real time, what's happening. So for this instance, let me turn on the floor for you guys. Let's see, floor. So we see it's not in the middle of the world, right? We have the gizmo here, and we turn on symmetry. We can see that since we have dynamic symmetry on, or dynamic local symmetry on, we can model on the same axis, and it is good. If we try to ZBrush it here with dynamic symmetry on, it's just not going to work. So workaround with that is if we go to the gizmo's gear and we say remesh by symmetry, now ZBrusher is going to look at just the gizmo orientation, and now we can say I want symmetry here. So now we can work in dynamic symmetry, and we can also ZBrush based on that location too. Another cool thing about this is anything you set here in ZBrush, the settings here, it's going to respect in the gizmo's ZBrush. So for this example, let's go ahead, let's turn off symmetry here. We don't need that. I want keep groups on, smooth groups to 0, and adaptive size to 25. And then I'll just run this cone here. And as you're running it, you can hold shift and it'll snap to 100 increments. And let's do 3,000. We can see ZBrush remesh this with symmetry, not in the center of the world. It is pretty dense. I think it's about 1 million. And here we have it. And it is symmetrical on both sides. Okay. So next up is quick tips here. So this is an interesting one that I found over time is we have creasing here, right? And let me see here. Sometimes when we crease and we would say, oh, I don't need this edge loop anymore. So I'll go to insert, alternate, and this will happen. When I delete it, the crease is going to come right down to the pole. A workaround for this is if we hover to the side here and delete it, it's not going to converge down to the pole. So depending on where you click, it's going to respond differently. Let's see, another thing we want to talk about here is, so let's talk about delete. So we have delete edge loop complete and edge loop partial. So if we go edge loop partial, it's going to delete up to that point. Now if we hover and say delete edge loop complete, it's going to go right through it. Now we all know that holding Alt with single edge loop and multiple edge loop does the same feature, but they react differently. So if I hold Alt and click to delete, it's going to act like delete edge loop partial. And if I undo that and switch to multiple edge loop and hold delete, it's going to act like edge loop complete. So you can use that to your advantage. These two will have different algorithms when you hold Alt. So another interesting thing, so we have delete edge loop complete. You can control which side of the edge loop you want deleted. So if I hover, if this cursor is over on this side and delete, I'm gonna delete this side here. And if we go on this side and delete, now we know it's gonna delete on this side of the point. Okay, so next up, let's see here. Any questions so far before I finish up the next 2 points?
You guys good on questions? I'm going through the chat here a little bit to see if there's anything that is relevant to what you're going on. I think really you've just, let's give a round of applause though for Henry so far. You're doing excellent. With some deep, deep gems that a lot of people online are like, we're going to have to rewatch this a bunch of times because there's just so much information. So great job.
Thank you.
No, I'd say let's keep it going.
Okay. All right, so next up is, let's talk about the gizmo versus the transpose line for a minute. So for this, when we want to for something really long, we want to let's mask this first. Put it in here where we want here. And let's say, okay, I just want to kind of rotate this, reset here. And rotate it down. And I just want to kind of match, you can see the little bit of snapping here, that's kind of, sometimes that will get in the way. So what we could do is press Y, and we want to press R for this here. So let's drag this out here, and let's go ahead, and now we can go and just get a smoother, more predictable rotation. Also, we can say, let's click on this side, and you can see right here now, we can look at it from this angle and still rotate very smooth. Now let's say I don't want to switch to the transpose line. I want to stay in the gizmo, and I don't want to change the size of the gizmo either to keep on doing this fine tune. Now what made the transpose work so effectively is because we increased the radius of that rotation. And we can do the same thing with the gizmo too. So if we click and we just push out, now we're increasing the rotation, the circumference of that rotation, and now we can get much more finer rotations with the gizmo. And the final one is, let's say I want to work on this piece, right? And I want to shift click this arrow to snap it perpendicular to the camera. But however, without moving the part, I want this piece to be flush. So I can hold shift, move, let go, and now I can move in screen space rotation here just to align it. And it's a neat little trick where you can, and it's not moving the model, you can see the grids moving it with too. Another interesting way we can do it, and it gives you an extra functionality, is if we press Y, go back to our transpose line here. If we hold Control, we can, in this circle, it does the same thing. The difference is if we hold Shift, now we can have snapping applied to that screen space rotation. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay. Let's give a big round of applause. Don't worry, we have some questions that just poured through because they were like, please ask. So the first one that came through on the chat, which is about subtools organization and the mindset.
Okay.
I see you have folders here. What is your thought process when you start organizing your subtools and breaking down this model?
Yeah, so let's go back to the tank real quick. And let's turn this off. So as I'm working throughout the piece here, and initially it's going to start out small, but then the more parts you get, the more subtools you're going to try to find, is going to get cluttered. So what I like to do is once that starts happening, and we'll take this for example, I want to start in a new tool. So what I'll do is I'll clone it out. And then this is like a brand new space that is just clean. I can work anything I want. We can start like getting more subtools here. And when I'm ready, I can go back to my working file here. And then I'll say, you know what, let's insert it, because insert will put it right below the part I was working on. And then I can continue to work cleanly in new tools and then bring it back to my working file. As far as folders go, it's kind of like, I know the barrel here. This is kind of one section, big part of the section, the top, the wheels. Everything is based on a big chunk of what the model is. However, I do separate it out because bolts are kind of intense, welds are kind of intense, so I separate that out because if I'm planning to take it to another application, importing those in is kind of intense, so I kind of want to separate those out, and in case I need to, I can break those down easier into a folder, within the folder.
Wow, that's really informative. Thank you so much. I have another question from the chat, but I expect at least one more question, please. Just think of your questions. One that came through the chat was, what was your main source of learning these amazing contour codes of ZBrush, aka the techniques?
Just going through every single thing I can think of. And like, I probably went through every folder. You go over here, you can hold control and it'll give you like hot tips. You go through the documentation. You just spam through, like Michael Pavlich. I think I've seen everything 3 times of Michael Pavlich at like 2 times speed.
I think we've all seen Michael Pavlich at 2 times speed.
It's like just to get through all that information he has of like, otherwise it would take 3 lifetimes to see all the information he has up there. I would also, like, it's just not the ZBrush stuff, it's also the modeling technique. So I just don't focus on ZBrush. I will learn from other people that does other software. And as they're doing it, I'm thinking, how can I do what they're doing and the technique they're doing and then translate that into ZBrush with the tools that they have.
It's fantastic. We are getting some more questions. Anybody here have a question? Yes, all right, coming on down. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I missed it or not, but could you demonstrate some of your macros?
Sure, yeah. So the first macro I want to talk about that I don't have here, but if you've ever seen any of my tutorials, you'll hear the word QC50 a lot. And that macro is from a plugin called the Drust Tools. It was created by Joseph Drust. And essentially what that does is it will crease by an angle. For 50, it'll be creased by 50 here. And then it'll go up to dynamic subdivision, turn on dynamic, and set the smooth subdivisions to 4. And it's just one click, it'll do all that. Some other things I have is, let's go back to, let me show you an example of how to use it here. Let's go back to here. And let's go to topology here, grab this. Let's delete that. So let's say I want to see, let's bring up the move brush here. See, move, we'll just move this just to example here. So some of the ones I have is I'll have a mask border. Then I have a low poly, different settings here, and then high poly, different settings here. So what that will do, it will mask the border, invert the mask. It will blur the mask, and then it'll run a polish by features, I think about 3 times, and then it'll clear the mask. So if I do it you see that it'll do it. If I want a stronger one, I'll go to 50. And what all 50 is I just go to polish by features, and then I'm just going to 50 here. So it's halfway. And the same principle is I have the mask polish. It does the same thing. It will mask the poly groups, invert the mask, blur it, run a polish, and then clear it.
All right, very cool, very cool. A couple more questions. Yes, round of applause, absolutely. We only have a few more minutes with you, but we do have a couple more questions that are coming through in chat. But I've taken some questions from chat. Does anybody else have a question here before we go back? Yes, sir. Coming on down. All right.
Hey, Ian. Love your work. Or not Ian, sorry. Henry.
Well, thank you. But
yeah, I love your work too. How do you deal with scale? I noticed that a lot of your work is very precision-based, so it looks like the actual thing. How do you deal with scale in ZBrush? Scale and measurement.
Scale and measure. Well, initially we talked about having a block out, and then we unify that. And that unify is now we have a consistent measurement that we can scale up or down depending on what we need. So for me, it's not based on like pure measurements. I'm not going for like millimeter precision. What I am doing is I'm trying to build a base block out. And from that, I'm trying to build everything in relationship to the other proportion. So I'm building the proportion of the part, and then I'm building that based on the relationship from the prior parts. So it's more like observation and then like a lot of references to keep me in check.
Awesome, very cool. Another question coming through in the chat is about high poly to low, low poly, high poly. How do you maintain your low poly mesh? And do you push it through the game process where you're baking your highs onto your low?
So ZBrush can handle, it can handle game, it can handle film. It's just dependent on the end destination of your model. It just a tweak of how you approach it. So you can collapse edges here just like you can with game models. For film, you can quad it up and model it that way. For print, I mean, you don't really have to worry about topology too much, but for games, it's more like you can build it here, and then your hard and soft normals you want to take someplace else, and then you want to scale it to specific measurements. You can, at that same place, you can kind of, another application, you can go ahead and do all that. For maintaining the low, it's just like any other application. You just build it. ZBrush is not that different when it comes to poly modeling than any other application. It's just a slightly different tweak of how to approach it and the workflow involved.
Awesome, thank you. Do we have any other questions here in person? Yes.
Hello. So I feel like starting off on a hard surface model, one of the hardest things is finding a comprehensive breakdown of your reference. So I wondered if there's any keywords or sources that you are kind of like your go-tos for when you're starting out on a new project.
So the breakdowns as far as like the reference, or my breakdowns?
Breakdowns is in terms of the reference.
Okay, in terms of the reference, okay. In terms of reference, so I mean, like everybody, we're going to start with Google, right? But the difference is, I'm going to go to the websites, and there's going to be images in there that won't be indexed by Google. Also, I want to go to the websites because I want to learn the part names. So if you re-put those part names into Google, it's going to give you different images based on that. Also, it might give you some close-up images of it. Another thing is I use YouTube, and YouTube is interesting because for hard surface, it's going to give you a kind of more like walk-arounds will give you different angles that you won't find on images. Some parts in a hard surface is going to have stores online. So you can go search those stores, and they're going to have like schematics and breakdowns of the parts for replacement that you can buy. And they're going to have some interesting and very accurate measurements as far as that.
Awesome. And the last question, but not least, if we didn't get to your question, or you think of a question, which always happens to me, Henry will be outside, so you could definitely come and talk to him. Last question, which is, when did you learn that ZBrush was the right fit for you and your workflow? How did you discover that this was the best tool for it?
Okay, that happened probably maybe 6 months after 4R7 came out. It was still a little bit of challenge to model low poly then, but I did see where ZBrush was headed as far as like it's more of a liberating and more of like an unbroken type of modeling where everything stays on the canvas. Now where it became very powerful is ZBrush 4.8 when they started implementing the deformers and they started getting the gizmo and they started getting booleans. And that's where it started really branching out, and every release after that, it was just icing on the cake.
Wow, that's perfect. Well, thank you again, Henry, for this amazing presentation. Let's give a loud, warm round of applause for Henry Cervanka. Thank you so much. Now it's the thing that you were waiting for, online prizes. So we have a few to give away. We have 3 exact. So let's go ahead and do that. Again, hard surface and ZBrush, you know, we always hear it. How do you do it? And so definitely pick Henry's brain because it's super amazing. And I always love seeing just different artist techniques, and especially since you built all of that stuff and you showed so many amazing gems. So thank you again. We have a Lychee Slicer by Mango. Lychee Slicer is a really amazing 3D print slicer. So if you're looking to get into 3D printing and want some top-notch slicing software, this is it. I use it all the time. It's super fun. And now we're going to do that. Where's those drummers? Were you still here? Yes! Yes! I love you guys. All right, and we are going to go ahead and patiently wait for the winner of the first one, Lychee Slicer. Boop, 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 boop. And also, too, Henry, the chat is saying thank you so much. You blew their minds. And even they're like, we're going to have to watch this again and again. So
I'm glad they enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was so awesome. All right, we have Leona. Hopefully I said that correctly. Leona, congratulations to Lychee Slicer. Yes. Now, while we wait for the next one, if you are, what is coming up today? So we have Guerrilla Games coming soon. Any fans of Guerrilla Games? Cool. I don't believe it. Can we do it again? It's really fun being up here. Anyone want to try? All right, so waiting for the magic up there. Yes. XMD Academy Bundle, a great way of learning resources and also organizing all those brushes. Anybody here use XMD? Yes. Cool. So we're going to be, let's see, looking at the chat. Congrats, congrats, congrats. It's always awesome. Lots of hearts and love, too. That's always great. Now we're waiting on the winner. The winner. Also, don't leave if you have a raffle ticket, because I do have 3 in person to give as well. Yeah, ooh, yeah, ooh. Woo, indeed. Xavier, congratulations to XMD Academy Bundle. Xavier, round of applause. Big, 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 big. Yes. I love how everyone here is so supportive of everything. It's amazing. And there's the bowl. So you know it's coming. Yeah, we do. All right, you got one more online, right? Was that one? Yep, okay, great. Yes. I'm going to stir this while we wait. Kyle, you want to pick one? When it comes time? Not yet, though. We're going to bring Kyle on up. Kyle is an amazing behind-the-scene producer. Kyle and Grace, they do everything behind the scene. Anytime I'm live or we have a guest artist live, they are always doing the magic that saves me from freaking out when things go wrong, like this one time. Well, I'll tell you that story later. All access membership, ZBrush Workshop. Yes. Jewelry, come on. Yeah. This is an amazing workshop. Thomas Whittlebach is outside. You're going to want to go say hi to him at some point today, please. And congratulations to Can. Is that correct? Yes. Congratulations, Can. Woohoo! All right. Anyway, as I was saying, just one time my computer shut down, and this guy right here, come here, Kyle. This guy saved the day. Let's give a warm round of applause, Kyle. Come on, let's pick a lucky number, buddy.
That one.
You get to read it.
600-6313.
Yeah? We heard it, oh my God. Come on down. Yeah? Was that it? One more time?
6313.
Yeah. Oh, come on down. All right. You're better at this than me. Let's verify real quick. Does that look right, Kyle?
Correct.
All right. Are you having fun?
I am.
Cool.
What number? Let's do number 3.
Number 3. Space Mouse. Have you ever used one?
I've never used one, but I guess I will soon.
Very cool. You a ZBrush user?
I am, yes.
Nice. It's actually a really cool tool to like actually inspect your models as you're rotating around, navigate, zoom in. It's like a drone, a drone. I can't speak today, but congratulations.
Thank you so much. Sounds awesome.
All right, head right over there. All right, we're gonna try to see if I'm as lucky as Kyle. Yeah, it's probably not true. Okay, so 600-6266. You feeling it, huh? 6266. Going once, going twice. The red lights are on, which means no. I'm just gonna we're not even stirring now. 6302. Yes! Love the energy. Come on down. Let's go ahead and look at this one more time. Congratulations. Are you having fun?
I am having a ball.
Oh, yes, I could tell. It's just so amped, and I love it. What number would you like?
Well, they picked 7. They picked 3. So I'm going to pick 9.
9. Let's see, 9. Drummers. All right, character creators. Congratulations. They're going to help you up right there. Enjoy the rest of the show. We have one more? One more. You guys want one more? Yes. All right. Here we go. 6330. I hear that in the front row a lot. Come on, man. 6330. Anyone in the back? I try to give time to read. Nope. We're going once. 6330. Going twice. Okay. We're going to do it again. Stirring this time because maybe that wasn't good. Check that ticket. 6347. Yes, come on down. Let me see that ticket. Beautiful. Are you having fun today?
I'm having such a blast. It's so great to be here.
What is the best part of today for you that you've been enjoying so far?
I think that very first presentation, just seeing some of those animations was crazy.
Yeah, it's insane, right? Yeah. All right, so which number, come over here just a little bit more, just so people can see it. Which number would you like?
I'll go for number 5.
Number 5. Number 5. Oh, look at that. All Access Workshop Jewelry. Congratulations. And somebody's going to help you out right over there. Do not go anywhere, and if you do, don't go far, because we have another amazing presentation from Guerrilla Games, and also, too, we have a new host transfer, but coming soon. See you after the break.
So you're here under the hot lights with me for the first time. I'm going to go straight to the core of the issue. You're doing what you love.
Yeah.
When did you first discover this ZBrush thing?
Oh man, that's a story, but I'll sum it up.
Give us the big one.
9 years ago, a buddy of mine was like, hey, I know you're looking for something cool, something new in artistry. I know you used to draw, so check out this digital sculpting program, ZBrush. And so I turned it on for the first time, and I didn't quite know what I was looking at, but he showed me a few brushes, tips, and tricks. And then he was like, hey, you know what? Go ahead, go have fun. A couple weeks later, I showed him my first piece, and then after that, I just was hooked.
where does that begin for you? Like, what's happening? Why are you running around? First of all, what are you doing?
Well, first off, I'm the lead ZBrush trainer at Maxon, and what I really like about that is I get to do what I love every single day. I get to create art. I get to help contribute to the development of a software that's changed my life. And more specifically, I get to hang out with guys like you every single day and actually look at something that's like game-changing into the industry.
I really like your work. You did have the distinction of having that top row piece.
Yeah.
It was an anime piece. It was like a high watermark, I think. What would be one thing that stands out? You've been with the company for not so long, but so far, what would you say is one of the things that stands out for you as a feather in the hat type of thing that's occurred?
Just being able to come in and give my 2 cents on the software has been the highlight of it. As an artist, you know, I always say I'm an artist first. I always look at things objectively as far as how I can create something. And the ability to look at a piece of software, and like when we're developing something, knowing that as an artist I can use this in my toolkit, that's been the highlight. And being able to just throw my 2 cents, be like, this is how I would do it. Or here's something that I think might work that artists like me would actually love. That's been like the pinnacle. Yeah.
And we continue to try to make the best sculpting software. What else do you think about the ZBrush Summit that's coming up? This will be your first time. I'm going to put you under the hot seat for real. This is your first physical time on the team. Last time was what? You were involved in the digital one.
Like, I always wondered, how was it built on the other side?
What does it look like behind the curtain?
Yeah, exactly. And the fun part is that I was one of those guys sitting there, and I remember this.
I remember you.
In 2019, Joe Minna was giving a huge speech about key cutting. I was sitting next to one of my buddies, and I was like, dude, I'm telling you right now, I want to be the guy on the stage. And he just laughed. He was like, you're full of it. And I was like, no, seriously, like, I love ZBrush that much. If I could be one of those guys on the stage, I'm going to.
Well,
it is crazy.
You're on the stage now. I want to thank you for sitting with me and talking with me about it. And what can I say? It's good to have you.
It's great to be here, and thank you, man. I love working with you and the whole team every single day, man.
Okay.
It's so much fun.
Sweet. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so yeah, I want to talk a little bit about ZBrush. Yeah, when I first started out, I was doing kit bashing. I was bashing things together right away, long before digital sculpting. And that led to me messing with toon shading. And once I started doing toon shading, I felt like I could take my own drawing style and kind of make it 10 times more impactful with what I could accomplish in ZBrush. So that kind of sealed the deal for me. And then it led to my comic books and Tropa, which led to the feature film that I'm directing right now, which was all started in ZBrush. And yeah, right now we're doing the concept art and all the concept design in ZBrush, and then we're taking that into the practical side of the film process. So it's been incredible. My eyes are red because I've been up all night working on the set. But anyway, thank you very much, Pixelogic, for what you've done for me and everyone else in the community. You guys are awesome. All right, take care.
Hey, this is Scott Denton, and I'm here to basically say what ZBrush means to me. To me, it means 18 years of a career. I've gotten to work in video games, 3D printing, VR, AR, architecture, sculpting for fine artists. It's just a huge open sandbox of creative tools that allow you to basically imagine anything. And for that, like, I really thank Pixelogic, and in the learning department, I really thank the full community of ZBrush users for being such an open book on how to do things and how to share and like create things. But yeah, ZBrush to me is an everyday app, and I can't imagine not having it in my arsenal of tools. And I thank you again, Pixelogic.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
I wasn't like the prodigy of drawing. I was just looking at how to improve my art. So I started taking Gnomon classes. I was the youngest person in my term. I came out of high school, so I kind of had to have this mentality of, was I ready for Gnomon? Got the internship at Legacy Effects because they really liked the creature design work that I did. And then they hired me, and I was working there 4 years. As long as I'm doing character work, as long as I'm telling a story, that's really all that drives me.
It was around 2004, 2005 when I first played with ZBrush. And I say play in a very deliberate way because it did feel like playing with clay, playing with pixels, playing with art. ZBrush not only changed the way we do our pipelines, our processes in the industry, but it also really shaped our culture, the community aspect of it, the inspirational part of it. Through a through ZBrush Central in the beginning, which had played a huge and massive role on most artists' life, and then later on with the ZBrush Summit, with the presentations, with the community gathering, and with the sharing of the resources and all of that. I'm super stoked to be part of this history, and I can't wait to see where it takes us in the next couple of decades. Cheers, guys.
Every single week, there is new artwork that is awe-inspiring.
ArtStation helped me get to this job where I am today.
Being able to see their work on ArtStation and then reach out to them in that same space is really helpful.
Literally the entirety of our artists who work here, we found and originally connected with through ArtStation.
You really can't find more amazing artists in one place.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to say congratulations to Pixelogic, to ZBrush, to the fantastic community that it's created. Thank you, Ofer, thank you, Jaime and Paul, for treating me so well over the years. And I just wanted to say, and I think we all know it's true, the minute we saw the triggerfish being sculpted on screen, we were all hooked. I know I was. And it's allowed me to have amazing experiences, meet great people, and have a wonderful career. And thank you very much for this amazing application, for all the people that I've met, and yeah. Go have a coffee, get back to ZBrushing, stop watching me. I gotta get back to work. Love you guys, bye.
Hi, this is Geert Melis. Part of my ZBrush experience was being invited to the beta team and to get the chance to work closely with the ZBrush team on upcoming versions of ZBrush. When we were testing the IMM brushes, I made the zipper brushes, which are to this day included in the ZBrush startup menu. A few big parts of my ZBrush experience are professionally the chance to become a ZBrush certified instructor and now a Maxon authorized training partner, so I can introduce my students to digital 3D ideation and creation. To me, the ZBrush experience is a combination of a few things. ZBrush itself, being able to work with the most awesome ideation and creation software. The great ZBrush team, knowing that I can rely on and directly communicate with them. ZBrush Central and ZBrush live streams, so I can get my daily dose of inspiration and motivation from the awesome artists and artworks. Just so cool. Thanks so much, Team ZBrush and fellow artists.
All right. We are back.
Testify, Ian Robinson. Testify.
Yes. Louis Tucci. Come on down, buddy.
Here.
You know what? Everybody warm up.
It's time. The time is moving quickly.
It is moving super quickly.
Soulful Sunday.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bow out. I'm going to bow out and let you have the stage.
I was going to keep you here for a minute.
Did you have some amazing?
Did you have fun this morning?
I've had a lot of fun.
Okay.
They've had a lot of fun.
We're going to keep having fun. How about a little bit of noise for Ian before he leaves?
Thank you.
Somewhere inside the internet land, they're smashing the like button, hitting subscribe. So you know them for their work over the years and in inducing us with the hell-gassed screams. That's where you clap some more. The Hordes and the seminal hit Killzone, they're the ones who bring it. Guerrilla Games, today on the stage, they've taken us to the horizon as of late, and we're going to go beyond that today, I'm sure. I would like to welcome Arno Schmitz and Leonard Franken. Really loud for Arno Schmitz and Leonard Franken.
Okay, hi. Welcome everybody. Today, the topics of today's presentation is creating the characters and machines of Horizon Forbidden West. So my name is Arno Schmitz. I'm lead character artist at Guerrilla, where I've been for more than 11 years. During that time, I shipped Killzone Shadowfall, Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West, and I also worked on Horizon Call of the Mountain, the VR game. I also made sure to show all the DLCs here because Burning Shores is the last thing we shipped. And before my time at Guerrilla, I studied at the Florence Academy of Art, and after my bachelor at the Breda University of Applied Sciences.
Cool. My name is Leonard Franke. I'm the lead machine and weapon artist at Guerrilla. And I've bone there for more than 16 years now already. And during my time at Guerrilla, shipped more than 6 games there, including Killzone Liberation, Killzone 2, 3, Shadowfall, and both of the Horizon games with their DLC. Yes. And Arno will actually start this presentation and go over the character art part. And he will start with the base bodies and how we created these and the differences between Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. Then he will talk about the tribal costumes and why we use speed sculpts for these. And he will follow that up by the Quen Crochet and how we created them in ZBrush, ending with the creation of the Tanakh Sawtooth pattern. Then I will take over again and briefly talk about the machine's look development. And I will show a bit on how we created a machine's library, which after I will show creating a machine's plate from a mock-up within ZBrush. And when that plate's sculpted, I will show some theory we use behind this. And then I will go over the process on how to clean one of those rough sculpts. Now, without further ado, let's get into it.
Cool. Yeah, for today's character art section of this presentation, I want to start with the basics of every good character. And that's a solid base body with all the anatomy already in place. The main reason we use standardized base bodies is so that we have a consistent baseline of quality for all our characters. And we use these as starting points for every character to avoid extra sculpting, texturing, and skinning work. And from my time in Florence, I know how important anatomy is. So correct proportions and anatomy is what we focus on. So we reached out to Scott Eaton, who's the industry expert when it comes to anatomy, to bring some anatomy knowledge to the team on how to tackle this. For those of you who don't know who Scott is, he's the person in the blue shirt. And at the beginning of production, we had 2 one-week courses in Amsterdam, and this helped to give everyone the basics of anatomy. And this was for all character-related artists, so also the riggers, animators, etc., etc. And after the courses, we kept working on these base bodies with regular video feedback provided by Scott to make sure our anatomy was on point. Moving forward to Horizon Forbidden West, we decided to lean heavier on scan data. So as you can see here, we really respected the proportions of the game before, but all the surfacing got redone on scan data, and that created a lot more naturalistic bodies. Continuing on the topic of scan data, during the end production of Horizon Zero Dawn, we suddenly realized the hands didn't hold up during the cutscenes. These cutscenes showed the hands full screen, so I had to make a high-res version on a separate texture to address the issue pretty last minute. And the end result is what you can see on the left. So for Horizon Forbidden West, we didn't want to be caught by surprise like that again. So we made sure the entire character was highly detailed and has enough texel density in the texture to hold up during close-ups. And that's the hand seen on the right. To achieve this level of realism, we also changed from a hand-sculpted approach to using a lot more scan data in our production process. The interesting thing about using scan data to add detail is that you want to be really careful about the unique surface detail. The goal was to create something that wasn't distinctive or characteristic because these base bodies are going to be used over and over. Individual details are going to give away the fact that we're reusing the same bodies. For example, if you have that old lady there, the scan might have a little wart near the belly button. We need to decide for things like that if we want to keep or remove it, because otherwise every old lady in the game will have the same wart there. So we need to decide, working with the scan data, what parts will reinforce the old archetype and what's part of the individual person. We want to keep everything that sells the illusion of making her old, but remove any distinctive features that are part of the individual. And this goes for all body types. We want to differentiate the extreme body types so they look drastically different from the ideal and each other. And good casting really helps in this area. And then here you can see the side-by-side of the ideal male from Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West. And the goal was to make the bodies have more naturalistic surface detail and raise the general level of quality and detail. And all the skeletal proportions and global volumes were kept the same, so they are backwards compatible with the established skeleton proportions. And this allows us to reuse existing content and animations without making new clipping. Behind the scenes, Horizon uses one logical skeleton, and we have 3 skeletal proportions for male, female, and child. And all our skeletal proportions are idealized and based on ergonomics data. Why only 3? This allows for a maximum amount of animation sharing without any retargeting. For gameplay reasons, it's important that everybody has the same proportions for things like reaches and walk speeds. This means that variations such as extremely muscled or skinny characters need to work on the same skeletal proportions. And it's up to us as character artists to successfully sell the illusion that these characters are substantially different. Here you can see all those extremes illustrated. For each gender, we pick the 4 extreme body types. So we have ideal in the middle, and then going clockwise, we have fat, muscled, old, and skinny. And now that I made you aware of the skeletal proportions, you might notice that all these characters respect the base male skeleton. Once we have our extremes, we can morph in between them in ZBrush, and this is the basis of how we created all the variants for the game. Yes. What's essential for the blending to work correct is that the sculpted detail is mapped to the correct part of the topology. A key part of achieving this is done during the authoring stage. We use this color texture to make sure skeletal landmarks align with the correct topology, and this ensures correct blending and predictable skinning. And here you can see the end result of that work. The topology is shared per gender, and this is how we can transfer skinning weights and other information. And compared to Horizon Zero Dawn, we uprest areas like the hands and shoulders, and we spend a lot of time talking to our rigging department, finding the correct topological flow for rigging, but also a flow that holds up when the topology is stretched to one of the more extreme body types. And here you see a little recipe of how a typical Osram civilian is created. So we have our ideal guy, and then we blend in quite a bit of fat. But the Osrams are usually quite strong, so they get muscular arms. And body types are created by mixing features of the extremes into the base body. And in practice, this always requires additional sculpting and touch-up work. And all this blending and mixing is not done in real time in our engine, but is done directly in ZBrush. And that means all the variants are made offline on the content side. This leaves us with a library of base bodies for each game. And here on display are all the variants we used to ship Horizon Forbidden West. We didn't plan these bodies out at the beginning of production. We just tried to anticipate which ones we would need. And throughout production, we had to add unexpected body types on short notice. That's why the morphing was so important. It allowed us to quickly create new body types. Those base bodies serve as the starting point for the archetypes in the game. In this lineup, you can see a Nora Mother, Child, Hunter, and Matriarch. Archetypes are our way of handling modularity in the game. The way the archetypes work is that they have a set of different components, and these components can only mix within the archetype. This means the Matriarch components can mix with each other, but not with the Mother components, even if they're of the same gender. And this approach allows us to have different body shapes for archetype, to have different lines to split costume parts, and to maximize variation in the shape, language, and silhouette between the different archetypes. Next, let's talk a bit about the tribal costumes. Last time I was here, back in 2017, I talked about the theory behind the fabrics the tribes use, and I did a live demo showing how to sculpt a Nora-style leather garment. For Horizon Forbidden West, we added many new tribes. So for today's presentation, I want to demo some of the more advanced techniques we use to develop details for those garments. The most important and challenging part for us when designing these new stripes is that they need to have a fresh and unique shape language that differentiates them from our existing tribes. And these abstractions help us to make sure each stripe has their own unique shape language. The key part of designing a new tribe is to make sure their shapes are internally consistent. So the Quen tribe here are a seafaring tribe, so all their shape language is based on the ocean, the sea, water, waves, bubbles, all very flowy shapes that never repeat exactly the same. And you can see this in the very flowy silhouette, but also in the internal shapes and the costume details that are all based on this water theme.
Can I just pause you for a second?
Yeah.
Can you make a lot of noise for this master class on creativity? Louder than that.
Thanks.
It's phenomenal. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Just as important to know what to do is also to know what not to do. And keeping this ocean theme in mind, we make sure the shapes always have a wave-like S shape. And when there are multiple shapes together, we give them a wave-like progression instead of a perfect repetition. And shapes influence each other when they meet, so they don't abruptly stop, but they adapt to each other. Patterns and shapes flow and shift like water and are never monotonous repetition made by a machine. And this last point also makes sure that the machine parts on their costumes create a lot of interesting contrast. All the shape language gets applied to the concepts of the individual characters, in this case a Quen grunt. And the concepts provided by the character concept art team usually consist out of one main image with a bunch of additional images covering different views and exposing parts that might be covered. Then we go ahead and make a speed sculpt. This model captures the main shapes and color block out of a character and is done quickly. So we can have something in the game early on, and this makes sure the other departments are not blocked by us. On this slide, you can see how the process changed over time. So during Horizon Zero Dawn, we use a process called Speed Model, and this is a model that's made in Maya without any sculpting. DLCs are always a great moment to experiment and see if you can improve the pipeline, because there's less overall content to make. So during the production of the Frozen Wild DLC, we decided to develop a process called speed sculpting. Instead of polymodeling in Maya, we quickly block out the shapes in ZBrush with disregard of any poly count or good topology. This process is much faster and more artistic than the traditional polymodeling. It even improves our shape language, since sometimes the polymodeling tools lead you down a road that gives you more boxy shapes. It was also very hard to control the poly count. Usually speed models ended up way lower poly than the final in-game asset, while the speed sculpts are usually way too high poly for the game. And that brings us to our next topic. After completing the speed sculpt, we convert them into a game-ready speed model. This step is crucial because it allows us to have something early on with roughly the same memory footprint than our final asset. Early on in production, we used the help of our outsourcing partners to make these game-ready speed models. But during the production of Horizon Forbidden West, we managed to automate this with a process in Houdini. And temporary content like this should roughly have the same poly count and texture size like the final asset. That way, you won't get a performance apocalypse near the end of production when we replace all our placeholder content with our final models. We keep working on top of the speed sculpt until we arrive at the final high poly. During this process, most of the speed sculpt will be completely replaced with the new models. All the fabrics will get replaced with Marvelous Designer output that later gets refined in ZBrush. All hard surface parts are refined or replaced depending on what's easier. And all the blobby areas defining tubes and nodes get replaced with the final assets. Also, all the smaller details get added. The main takeaway here is that we stay truthful to the proportions of the speed sculpt. This way, the other departments don't get surprises later down the line when we swap out our temporary content for the final asset. Next up, we're going to get into the Quen crochet borders. Even if I might refer to the upcoming sections as live demos, they're pre-recorded, so I could speed up any repetitive actions so I can get the most information into this talk. For any new material like this, you want to start with a reference board. So this is the kind of look we were going for. As mentioned before, the Quen are a seafaring tribe. So we're looking for material that was light and airy, that would be practical in the hot sun. But most importantly, a material that reinforces all the ocean themes we mentioned earlier. The holes remind us of bubbles, all with slightly different sizes and shapes that seem to affect each other. And the layout of them has a certain wave-like flow to them, aligning well with the themes of the tribe. So why sculpt all this crochet in? On Horizon Zero Dawn, we had a technique called tiling trims, and this was an additional tiling texture that we used to make sure all our trims were high-res. Usually, they are on borders of materials, as you can see on the Karja costume. And this technique works great, but usually gives the feeling that the trim is slightly elevated compared to the main surface, simply because there's a harsh cutoff between the two materials. And that's what the cross-sections above each image are illustrating. Looking closer, you can see what I mean. For the Quen, however, we wanted the crochet trims to feel like a direction change within the material. It shouldn't feel like it's sitting on top of the main surface. It should feel integrated into the surface. The directionality also made it really a hard material to capture into a single tiling trim, since you need to take into account all the complicated intersections that happen when the borders of two of these bubble shapes meet. For this reason, we decided to do all the Quen crochet borders in ZBrush. So let's get started with the first live demo. What you see here is a piece of geometry simulated in Marvelous Designer and then imported in ZBrush. The first thing you want to do is fill the entire geometry with white poly paint, because we will be sketching out the design of the holes with black poly paint. And for this, you want to use a brush with a very hard edge. That way, we can use this poly paint later on to create a mask for the actual holes. For that, we'll be using split mask points, and if the mask is too undefined, the result will be unpredictable. While drawing this design out, I tried to keep the shape language of the Quen tribe in mind. So I'm going for bubble and teardrop shapes, where the shapes of the holes affect each other. And for the global layout, I also make sure there's a wave-like progression between the shapes. And next, we'll frame all those holes with an insert mesh brush. So first, I'll show you how we make a brush like that. We usually start by importing a piece of geometry that's made to be perfectly tileable. And this is always the basis of a brush like this. Then we hit Auto Group to have 3 poly groups. And then we create a new insert mesh brush based on this geometry. And we don't want to have a basic insert mesh brush, but we want to have a curve insert mesh brush. So for that, we clicked on curve mode. And then in the modifiers, you want to make sure weld points and stretch is turned on. And now we have a brush that's kind of what we would expect. But I mentioned in the beginning that we want this brush to feel really embedded into the surface. So for that, we go into the depth and we set the embed value to something more appropriate. And we have a whole library of these, but they're all made exactly like this. Moving back to the garment, we're going to start placing the insert mesh brushes. So first thing we do is delete all the subdivisions on our garment, and then we'll start using the brush we just saw. First, you always need to experiment a little bit with the brush size. But once you have one you're happy with, you kind of need to write it down somewhere so you're locked in, so the crochets are consistent in size across the garment. And then you see me drawing them out in this S-like curve. And after every stroke, I'm going to use split unmasked points to get it off the main garment. I'll show you in a bit why that is. So I'm always using the same S-like or 8-like pattern. So here I'll show you what happens if you don't split them off. If the other crochets are still visible, it kind of draw over them, and that way they don't integrate nicely into each other. So every stroke I do, I split them off, and I kind of draw only on the isolated garment, so that way they all are on the same level. As you notice in the top, I also have a duplicate of every brush in a different direction. So that way, if I draw it, but it's in the wrong direction, I can just replace the brush with the other direction without actually having to redraw the curve. Once I'm happy with the main layout, I come with the move brush and I just do corrections. Mainly on areas with lots of folds. Those are places that you need to correct. And I'm also kind of nudging in any things that are kind of shooting out or are not that nice. So for example, that piece that's sticking out there. There we go. So that's it. For the smaller holes...
yeah, you could clap for that. Are you kidding me? Amazing.
Hey.
Just pause for a second.
We're just getting started.
You're just getting started, but this is phenomenal. I was just sitting here thinking to myself, this is being broadcast around the world for free right now.
Okay.
And somebody somewhere, their whole life is being changed.
Well, I hope it's useful. I'm just going to restart.
You want to hang out after?
Yeah, sure.
We just hang out, we go talk?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so for the smaller holes, we use smaller and different style crochet. That way the holes don't get overwhelmed with too much detail from the really big crochet. And I'm using the same technique as shown before. So I'm just drawing them out and then hitting solo on the keyboard whenever I draw a new one and then splitting them off after each stroke. So I'm just going to play this out until we got all the holes covered. Yeah. So it's very simple. Just two more. And then I'm going to use the move brush again just to correct the spacing, to just get them all exactly in the right spot. And again, any places that are kind of, looking bad with a move brush, you can simply just fix that.
It's totally wild. You've managed to do something exquisite in such a simple way.
Yeah. Then after this, we're also going to do the same style of trim around the big holes, because if the holes are big, you want to have more visual interest around them. So those holes are so big they can have some extra stuff around it, and it will also help to tie everything together, because then the same style of trim I'm using for the little ones will be around it. So you can start me drawing that out here. And as long as you still keep your curve active, you can just get your cursor close to the end point and you can keep continuing on with the same curve. So that way you can move the camera and kind of easily navigate around. And then I'm just going to do a same correction with the move brush. So splitting it all first. And especially the areas where you extended the curve tends to smooth a bit, so especially those areas I'll have to nudge it in a little bit to make sure it fits. So we're just going to let that play out. It's a good moment to drink some water, actually.
And in the chat online, they're telling you, yes, in fact, you have changed lives.
Okay, it's good.
Many little emoticons and things, heart shapes and claps and smiling faces and little robots.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're going to start on all the internal borders, because as you can see, these Quen crochet brushes, they kind of interfere with the silhouette of the holes, making them very busy. But the border should have a very defined silhouette. So for that, we have this brush, which has one side straight and one side irregular. And the straight side is meant to be on the side of the hole, creating a very defined silhouette. And the chaotic side is meant to merge in with the rest of the crochet. And you can see here, I'm using the same technique as before. There we go. So just every time, soloing, drawing and splitting it off. And this is interesting, again, if you decide to draw it in a wrong curve by accident, you can just take the mirrored brush, click on it, and you can correct it. You don't have to redraw the curve. And then if you have tight areas like this, the autocomplete can sometimes make it wrong around, which you don't want. So what I like to do then is stop at the straightest point of the hole so that the two are roughly in the same tangent. So when you start using the move brush, it's not that much work to get them all aligned. So I use the move brush to make sure they're all integrated properly. They're moving nicely together, but also to, again, reinforce this kind of wave-like nature. So I'm kind of emphasizing the S curves a little bit. And then we're going to do the same for all the little holes. And here, I'm going to draw on purpose, sometimes a little bit wider the actual holes, because that way I'm trying to avoid the autocomplete. And then I like to use mesh lasso a lot to make sure I'm not affecting the ones on the other side. So I use a very big brush side, and I just do one side at a time. And also, what I like to do is use inflate on the ones that are very squished in the corner, so they all look like they have the same size. So that's it for this step.
Yeah. Took the gas pedal and shoved it right through the floor on that one. Unbelievable.
Okay, so on the right, you can see the final goal that we're trying to achieve. The entire garment should look like crochet, with the borders being direction change within the garment. And we're not actually going to populate the entire surface with crochet brushes. For the plain surface, we rely on a technique called detail maps. This is a small tiling texture that we repeat in the material to create extra detail during the texturing stage. So that all happens in the engine. So the area we sculpted in the borders has a 0% detail map intensity. They are completely masked out. And the transition between those two areas was very harsh. And the goal, again, was to make the borders feel integrated into the surface. We fixed this by adding a transition area where we sculpted around the trims with a clay tubes brush. And this area has a 50% detail map intensity, creating a nice, smooth transition, making the surfaces feel like one. So to do this is extremely simple. I like to work on a layer so I can control the intensity. So first I made a new layer, and then I want to have a clay tubes brush that's roughly the same size as one of those crochet fibers. And then I'm just going to go around the entire surface like this, quickly putting some clay tubes everywhere. This is a really nice moment to just put some music on, just zone out for a bit. And I always on purpose draw them too heavy, because that way I can clearly see what I'm doing, and then I use the layer intensity at the end to kind of tone it down to something more appropriate. So in this case, it's just a 0.5 intensity. For the final step, we want to get rid of the poly paint and actually make them holes. So first, we bake everything down to a single layer, and then we'll go to masking, and then they're masked by color. You can choose mask by intensity, and then under geometry, you choose split by mask points, and then you can just delete all the black geometry. And in the end, I always like to inspect my meshes, because sometimes some insert mesh brushes might go underneath the surface, and then when you delete the geometry, that will reveal itself. And then I use a move brush or the lasso select visible to get rid of anything. But in this case, it was fine. What I just showed you was my approach, and it's very manual and messy. But there's also a very neat technique you can use for this. One of our outsource partners actually showed me this, and I would like to share with you also. So we're back at a stage where I just sketched out the holes using the poly paint. But now I'm going to use the curve strap snap brush with the modifier set to 0, so it actually sticks to the surface. And I'm again going to use the same type of strokes. But now I also like to use smooth. So you get these really nice flowy curves because the curve strap snaps brush can be a little bit sensitive sometimes to your cursor movement. So the smooth really helps to kind of get that very flowy look. So first I'm gonna surround every single hole on this garment with this curve strap snap. So I merge them in. This is like the planning stage. So the big ones, they're gonna be grouped together. And now I'm drawing out all the small ones. And they're also going to be like one separate subtool. So again, same technique like I already showed you before. Every time is the same. Solo, draw the line out, hit smooth a couple of times, and then split it off. There we go. Quickly merge them all down. As you might notice, they don't always fit perfectly to the surface. So for that, I like to use ZBrush. Just with a very big brush size, I just do a pass towards the camera and a pass away from the camera, and that way, all these faces are snapped. They're like glued to the surface. And then I'm going to use a Z-Modeler tool. And when you have the edge mode selected, I'm just going to put an edge loop in the middle of all of these.
Do you want to hear what they're saying online about you?
I don't know.
Woo!
Okay.
Clap, clap. This is amazing. That's a smart way to do that.
Yeah. So
what can't be done in ZBrush? Carry on.
Then you make sure everything is one group because you need to put with the edge loops, you can also give all the outer edge loops a separate group. And then you can use the frame mesh just with poly groups to get curves out of these. And then with a single click, if you have the brush size correct, you can just have them all in one go. And then sometimes the spacing is a bit off, but if you just simply wiggle them, they'll be exactly right. So here again, with the smaller crochet style, you just hit it once and you got everything in one go. So there's more, because again we want to put those internal borders. So for that we can use this planning stage. So we can add insert loops now. We can use our visuals as a guide to make sure those edge loops are on the border of the existing ones. And then we need to group visible again and kind of make this the new selection. So we make this inner group now different poly group. Then we frame mesh. We select the right crochet border, and boom, they're all in. So this way, it allows you to have perfect spacing between the two, so you don't have to come in with a move brush later and kind of manipulate them, fudge them in the same. Now the last section, and this is gonna kind of reveal why I'm still sticking with my own messy way. And it has everything to do with the shape language of the Quen. Because I keep drawing all these things out in these kind of big swooshing S shapes. And that means the outer border of one shape becomes the inner border of another shape. And you can work around this by using just mask visible and then do the frame mesh. But just, in my own personal preference, I just like doing it that way because I feel the masking between every stroke is kind of tedious. So this is personal preference. But if you are using different designs that don't have this shape language with these S's, but you're actually using closed shapes, then I think this could be an interesting technique to use.
Yes, round of applause. Amazing. Amazing. And from the people online, oh man, where was this my whole life?
So I like to end this section by showing how far you can push this crochet technique. And this is Bohai, one of our hero characters, and he even has like twisted crochet in some of the borders that flow nicely into some marvelous designer trims. And then here's the end result with all the textures applied in the viewport. Next up, we're going to do a live demo showing how we did the Tanakh sawtooth pattern. So the Tanakh shape language comes from the holograms in the Secessionist Museum. That's the location in the game. And the projectors are very old, so the holograms, they're distorted, and they create this geometrical pattern that constantly changes. And this distortion is what gives the Tenakt their iconic spiky details. The people from the Tenakt tribe, they try to replicate those shapes on their own costumes. And they use this tool that you can see in the middle to carve in sawtooth shapes into the machine plates that we use as armor. And how we made those plates starts with a machine part library that we get from the machine team.
Yes.
And they are selected by them to be the most interesting and relevant parts for us. And this library already gets incorporated during the concept art stage. The concept art team uses the same machine part library when making their concepts. They get the right angle, material, and lighting in ZBrush, and then they use the renders to integrate them into their 2D concept art. And during this process, they keep track of which machine parts are being used with these numbers. And this helps us to use the same machine parts when we start modeling the characters out. So for this demo, we're going to use this Quen chest plate, and we're going to add Tenakt sawtooth patterns to it. And there are multiple ways to do it. The most obvious way is the clip curve. And I'll just start chopping in that sawtooth pattern. And this works well, but only if the geometry is quite simple, because the technique is also very view dependent. So if your view is slightly off, or in this case the machine profile is a bit tapered, then you get these very weird cross sections on your sawtooth pattern. But for very flat plates, this will work very well, and it's probably the fastest way to do it. The second way you could do this is by using live booleans. For this, I modeled a little triangle piece that is supposed to emulate the tool of the Tenaks that carved this pattern. And then we can simply turn on the live boolean preview to make sure the subtool is set to subtract. And then you can start duplicating the tool, also setting it to subtract, and then using the gizmo, you can place it. So we're just going to copy out some more. So this is very nice to work in a non-destructive way, because as long as you don't bake this down, you can just keep playing with the spacing, get something you like. You can even go more granular, because I'm just using the transpose. But for example, this one, the little this tooth is a little bit too short, so then you can move tool on that geometry to just make sure all your spacing is good. I'm also going to show you a third technique, because in this particular case, I don't like the result because that edge is a little bit too short. And that means that the Tenakt sawtooth pattern is very tiny. I don't have enough room to do the typical size of a Tenakt sawtooth pattern. So the third method is an additive approach, where I again made a very simple geometrical shape, just like before. And I'm going to duplicate it over, and you can just place them one by one. And as long as you're in this stage, you have perfect control over the placement of each of the teeth. So you can really plan out how you want your pattern to look.
Michelle online says, slay.
Okay. I like it. I'm just going to fast forward a little bit because it's just placing them. So once they're all placed, you want to merge them together. And for this, I'm going to use Dynamesh. So first, you want to Dynamesh together just the teeth, because then we can use ZProject to clean up the worst intersections already before Dynameshing everything together. So you can see those areas that are like sticking out a bit. If you just use a ZProject brush with a small size, I'm just pushing them in. So in this stage, I'm manipulating both the triangles and the big shapes, just whatever needs to. So you can just use ZProject. I'm just pressing in all this area. And for holes like this, I tend to just ignore them. Usually it's easier to just fill them up completely and then draw out new details later once everything is merged together. So I'm just checking a little bit. So this is like good enough. So then we can just merge visible and Dynamesh it. And then we can start the cleaning process. So nothing special, just smooth. I like to use smooth directional. And also like trim brushes, but I like planar in this case because these sawtooths are completely planar, so the planar brush actually behaves in a very predictable way on a mesh like this. What you also just saw me do is when you merge two subtools together, it can happen that they have two separate polypaints. So sometimes I find myself sculpting and I can't get rid of artifacts. So if that happens to you, check your polypaint. So you just fill the entire object with the same polypaint. So you can see here very simple techniques, just using planar and smooth to just kind of merge this together. Overall, I would say it's kind of tedious to get this absolutely perfect, cleaned up. But my brushes are always just polished, trim dynamic, smooth, and sometimes planar in this case. So I just fast forward a little bit to where it's all cleaned up already. And now I'm going to add the surface detail. So for that, for every part of the surface detail, I like to make a layer so I have full control. And then I have this awesome drag rag brush. It actually has a 3D alpha and some depth masking. So it behaves very well. And I also made sure to store a morph target beforehand. Even if this brush doesn't leave that many artifacts, it's nice to have a clean morph target stored. For example, there in the corner, there's a little artifact, so then you can just use morph target to get rid of that. So next up on a new layer, we're going to start just putting scratches everywhere, because we kind of want to give the idea of tool marks. So we're trying to sell the idea of directionality, that the stripes people are making these marks, and also, of course, sometimes the marks are kind of going a little bit over the edge, so that's kind of what we're doing here. And again, I have this morph target stored, so usually I just kind of do this pretty mindlessly, just making sure the direction is set correct, and then later on I'm coming in with the morph brush, and I just get rid of the ones that are excessive in my opinion. And after that's done, we want to also add some variation, because this drag rag is very similar. So classic orbs crack brush. And I'm going to use this to connect the side and the top ones together, so that it really feels like one. And this also gives me the opportunity to add some variation to that drag rag, so they actually feel like different scratches.
Is it okay to ask a question right now online? Or do you want to wait?
Yeah, one.
Just one?
Yeah.
Would you do manual retopology on such a piece, or use automated workflows?
For character art, just having it being Dynamesh is fine. As long as it bakes properly, it looks clean in the bake for the normal map, it's fine.
Times are changing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what I did here in the meantime is, it's very important to zoom out, because you can add a lot of detail, and then when you zoom out, it doesn't appear meaningful. So then you zoom out, and I decided to do a second pass of scratches in Orbs Crack with a slightly bigger one. The last pass to get the surfacing correct is, I have a brush for this that's called the Trim Smooth Border. It's a default brush, but the name is a bit counterintuitive for my purpose, because I'm actually using it to make very harsh transitions between the two surfaces, because later when we're going to do texturing, the main surface of these machine plates is white, and where it's scraped off, you want to reveal the bare metal, and for that it's very nice to have a very harsh cutoff between the two materials. So that's why I'm hitting it with this brush. And that's pretty much it to do the sawtooth panels.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Electric.
Just like with the Quen section, here's like a final example of how far you can push this technique. So this is a Tenakt outfit for Aloy, and it contains a lot more of those sawtooth shapes. It kind of makes a little machine face on her torso. And here again, how the costume ended up in the game with the final textures and materials. And here you can see all the exposed metal I was talking about before.
The loudest noise you could possibly make has to happen now. That's incredible stuff, man.
Thanks.
It just blew my mind.
Before I hand it over to Leonard, just a little character art section conclusion. So having to create a huge amount of content for an open world game, it can be really hard to know what to prioritize. It's best to place your efforts on assets that are going to be reused a lot of time, or assets that serve as the basis of other assets, such as the base bodies. This way, your efforts will ripple through all the character content. To create memorable characters, it's really important to focus on shape language. We differentiate the shape language as much as possible between the tribes to make sure they are distinct from each other. But within a tribe, you want to make sure the shape language is very consistent. The seafaring Quen, they have a lot of flowy silhouettes, but also a lot of water-related details. And then plan ahead what you want to do in the texturing stage and what you want to do in ZBrush. For example, for the Quen, we decided the main surface of the crochet would be handled by detail maps in the texturing stage. So there was no reason to detail that out in ZBrush, but to capture the flowy nature and directionality surrounding the holes, we decided to do those borders in ZBrush. And consider different approaches. For this machine plate, I showed 3 different methods to achieve the sawtooth pattern. I did clip curve, I did live booleans, and I did Dynamesh. And with that said, I'm now going to hand it over to
One
Leonard.
more time for Arnold Schmitz. You literally gave them the kitchen sink in a short time here. Man, online they're loving you.
Thanks.
And I know here they're ready to make some more noise. Go ahead.
All right.
Welcome to the stage.
All right. Well, starting the machine part of this presentation, I briefly start with that look development of the machines before I really get a bit more into detail on how we used ZBrush in the process of that. Well, here you can see one of the first concept images of Horizon, and it also had one of the first machines in there, but the actual art direction for that wasn't set here yet. So we started designing the machines and made loads of concepts. These concepts turned out to be pretty chunky and tank-like, with this example actually being one of the really more extreme ones, as you can see. This had to do with the fact that we worked on the Killzone franchise for a very, very long time, where the machines in the Killzone universe indeed should be angular, tank-like in their designs. But for Horizon, we wanted the machines to look more organic and fit the lush natural environments. So we started to look into biomimetic design for this, where examples from nature get used in design. Here as an example, you can see the Japanese bullet train got its shape from the beak of a kingfisher. We spoke with some people from the Technical University of Delft, and they showed us advanced robotic designs where artificial muscles have been used and 3D printed frames that actually had taken a little inspiration from nature and so look more organic. After this, we started to create a list of things that we didn't want in our designs, as they would make them look mechanically, and we want them, of course, to be more organic. So we didn't really want any pistons, screws, hard 90-degree angles, or actually anything that would be man-made. With this information, we went back to the drawing board and created some 2D concepts that did not include these elements. It got us already more towards the direction we wanted for the machines and that organic look. We extracted a list of elements that were in these 2D concepts, such as biofuel, 3D printed frames, muscles, and they should have plates on top as well. With these features, you get a more organic-looking Horizon machine. And continuing with a 3D translation from those 2D concepts, our studio art director really liked the work of Mike Nash, and that work of his mostly consisted out of mechanical machines, but still had some organic feel to it. The models look very detailed overall, but it doesn't feel like there's just detail greeble all over the place. The details here are actually really well placed, and they have areas of rest in between of them. So when trying to find the art style of Horizon machines, we worked together with Mike and gave him some of our early concept models that we made. As an example, here on the left you can see one of the old rough concepts we made before. And on the right is the fully detailed version when Mike added his magic on top. Art Direction was really happy with the look we had achieved here. And so together with Mike, we really defined the machine style of Horizon. And this is actually what a final in-game Ravager looks like. A mechanical, but still organic-looking machine. And now that we set the art style and it got approved by our art direction, we still had to make a lot more machines to finish the game. And that, of course, had to match the now set Horizon look. And we did this by using parts of the machines made during this exploration phase. And we created an extensive library with insert meshes and alpha brushes extracted from those machines. Here you can see some of the brushes we created for the library. They have multiple alpha stamps, and we used to add detail to our models and directly get that Horizon look and feel. And some of these brushes we specifically use on the edges of our models to break up the outline of a shape. And as you can see, we have a pretty extensive library of these, giving us many options to choose from. And also we created some insert mesh brushes with bigger pieces from previous made machines that we then can use as a base for creating new shapes. And on Horizon Forbidden West, we actually kept working this way. For instance, Art Direction really liked these plates on the SnapMod machine, where the plates get a division with a nice flowing line. So to actually save time, we reuse these successful looking shapes, like here on the roller back. And using this plate from the parts library as a base also will give you instantly that bespoke Horizon machine look. This saves a lot of time in the process, as we don't have to build something from scratch all the time. I will match here the SnapMod plate on the roller back. Here you can see I'm grabbing the tail plate from the SnapMod file, copying it into the roller back scene. We also have this part available in that insert mesh library, fitting it into position here at the newly roller back plate. So you can actually see how we use this. We try to use these parts on a same scale, so we keep that uniform detail across all of the machine. As you can see, it's not a one-on-one use, but we deformed a large plate and sculpted a lot of extra next to it. But you definitely see how we used it here. And even this detail here is still in place on the new plate, but we also moved it there and reused it, as well as this detail got moved when deforming the plate into its new shape. And this line across here is also extended here to really fit the plate shape. And the library is not only used for creating the machines, but also on the characters wearing the machine's plate as part of their costume. Here you can see the Grunt, the Quen Grunt, reusing another SnapMod machine plate. And yeah, it's really worked out. Really worked out. Now, actually, let's see how we make one of those plates. I will take one of the machine plates from a mock-up shape and then show the process we use onto how to sculpt it in ZBrush. We start off with a rough mock-up shape, as you can see, dragging in part from the multi-mesh library, and align these with the mock-up shape, adjusting it here with the move brush, flattening it some part with the H polish brush to make it fit within the mock-up shape. And, start to mask out some parts of the mock-up mesh to show where we still need to add some more insert mesh parts to repeat that process and kit bash all of the shape of the plate together. And with that dragging in of the multi-mesh brush, you don't have an exact one-to-one scale, but yeah, we really try to eyeball the size of the detail so it matches with the other machine's parts. I'm trying to really preserve some details towards the edges here, so we can keep these later in the process and match some other connecting shapes as well to really blend the kit bash shapes together. We're really finalizing the base shape here by kit bashing in some more parts. But yeah, once we're really happy with the overall shape, we combine all of the parts together and then dynamesh it so it's one shape. And I will keep dynameshing the plate during the process, so we keep the mesh workable when any changes are made. Here I even start to go into a lower dynamesh resolution, as currently we're still working on the rough shape here. I start to clean the plate shape by removing details with the clay brush, and then flatten out some surfaces with H-polish. Yeah, in the end, what we try to do there is make a more calm surface towards the middle of the plate to keep the big shape more readable. As you can see here, I go through with the clay brush at the plate at times, as it's a pretty thin layer there. So I use the backface mask function for that quite a lot. And yeah, we're just removing any unnecessary details, but still try to preserve the details towards the edges, as we might be able to reuse these later. And next, we will start to set in some new lines. I'm using a reverse Damien standard brush for this. And we're trying to create some flowing lines to get that organic machine feel look I mentioned in the look development. To make the lines feel organic, we try avoid any 90-degree angles. And in the big lines, well, yeah, because that really makes the stuff look man-made. Matching up the smaller detail here with the other plate to get a bit more of a cohesive feeling between the plates. And then I'm going over the line again with the regular dam standard to give it some more depth. And yeah, really keep revising the plate shape by polishing it up with the H-polish, and then look at it from a distance to see where we can put in some new shapes. But yeah, the overall thing I'm actually doing here is starting to block in the secondary shapes and keep revising this. And here you can see in this image where I'm trying to connect some of the lines with the other plate shape to really let them work together. And the same thing I did, for instance, with this detail here to match it up with the other plate. Here I'm starting in to block some of the first details. With this one, that's more towards the surface of the plate. This round detail, I really make it a bit shallow, so it doesn't really break up the silhouette. But here are, I'm giving the details towards the plate's edge. I give them a bit more prominent, sticking out and breaking up the silhouette. And multiple layers by adding extrusions and insets next to each other, and another inset on the plate's edge here. Yeah, to really give them that detailed look, but not the overall noise, so keep the detail towards the edges. And as we kit bash this main shape together from multiple parts, and really didn't pay any attention to the backside of the plate, we have a lot of overlapping shapes we need to clean. And as these plates are detachable from the machines in-game and can be actually viewed from any angle. With the trained dynamic brush, I quickly remove most of the big shapes, and then we'll start to clean that again with the clay brush and H-polish, and clear up some edges with the inverse dam standard. Here I try to add some more of that layerness to already existing details, and refine some more shapes by setting them in with a hard line here. Adding another big secondary shape here. With this technique, I actually use quite a lot. Painting in a shape with a mask, and then either rotating it in the direction from the start of the mask by using the Legacy Rotate tool, or what I even prefer more is using the Move brush to fade it in and so have full control over the shape. After setting in the big shape, I'm adjusting the lines again by making a nice beveled shape with the Trim Dynamic brush right here. Yeah, really going over and adjusting as we go.
So satisfying to watch that.
Yeah. Here I'm reworking the big inset shape to give it a more round and natural feeling. Again, to make it all look a bit more organic.
Online, they're saying free course here live from the Noman School. Enjoy, eat your heart out.
That's good to hear.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, just keep on going over and designing. Look at it from a distance. That's all we're doing here. And here I'm actually sending in another line downward to really give it some more direction towards the plate on the lower leg and really get it all working together.
It's just ridiculous. Can we really make a lot of noise for these guys? It's actually ridiculous. Louder, louder, louder.
Thank you.
How can it be free? How can it...
All right, and then we'll continue again. Using the Move brush here to really adjust the big shape again to tweak and match it with the underlying lag. And yeah, taking a bit of the detail into account that it doesn't deform too much. Here I'm seeing the edge surface where it's really inconsistent and small. So we adjusted a little to add some more surface with the clay brush and make sure it has the same thickness along the edges. And I'm starting to add more of the smaller details here by masking them in, insetting and extruding the masks to really break up the silhouette on the outline. That's really what we do to really get that horizon look and feel. As you can see, like putting another inset here next to those extrusions. It's all about breaking up the outlines. And as of course, I'm really designing on the go here. I'm just trying different stuff, and yeah, nothing is set here yet. I'm not always happy with the first choices I make, and yeah, just continue to really revise a shape until I'm happy with what I see. Here you see me adjusting the mask and like really going over and over because it's never
using reference there, or like what are you doing? Just
no, this
sitting
is
there
all,
imagining, you're listening to your music, and just
there is some theory behind it, but I will come to that next. Yeah. All right. And okay, here adjusting the big shape again with the Move brush, and we're really matching it with the other plate on the leg here, also with the secondary shapes. So you really get those nice and flowing lines across. Also adding detail in the middle of the plate with the Alpha brush from our library. And it's a triangle shape that's also used on the other plate to really get that consistency across the machine. And all right. And we're masking in some more detail and creating another inset. Yeah, lots of details on these machines. And here, going over and over it again. Adding inset here on the big round inset. And I start to clean the backside of this because, yeah, it was clipping through here. By masking the big area and then masking out where it's clipping through on the other side. And really flattening it out. And cleaning it up, because yeah, these backside plates, you are able to see because these can be shut off in the game. Really polishing it up here, so we want it all to look clean. Although this is still the rough sculpt. we're still coming into the cleaning later. And really polishing up that backside, giving it also some more volume on where we put that detail on the other side. Like here, really building it up so we can put the detail back on the other side without it clipping through. So now we can actually put that detail back here. You can see it's working and not clipping through anymore. And what I'm doing here now is like the final steps, really polishing some of the existing detail and adding some final ones where we need them. Going over the existing detail to really touch them up. But yeah, it's a lot of going over and then fixing up details. But as you actually seen, we just built this piece of plating using a few brushes. Some of my favorite brushes here to use are the Dam Standard, H-Polish, Trim Dynamic, Clay, and Move brush. And together with some masking and use of the Move tool, and maybe a little smoothing, is all I actually used. So it's yeah, very basic techniques, but yeah, it can get you a long way, as you see. Pushing in the final details. And here at the backside, it was actually missing some detail, because we still want to have those edges all broken up also at the backside. The middle of the plate should be fully clean, as we, in the texturing stage, add some paneling in there. But yeah, these edges, we still want that layered details. So just don't do a single one, but like really give it that layered feeling. Keep on touching up. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is, well, how you create one of the rough plates, sculpting it in. And all of the machine artists on the team.
Yes, man,
all right, thank you.
Pretty wild. They're blowing you up in the room. They're blowing you up online. Good brush choices. Amazing. Vladimir Silkin wants to say, hey, Arno, also greetings from the Promised Land Festival. Nice to see you again live. Nice. Clapping, smashing the like button, hitting subscribe. Crazy amount of detail. Free, can't believe this. All the nice things. One more time, a round of applause.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks. All right, well, actually, all of the machine artists on our team have an intuitive feeling for this and really creating kind of these shapes when they were actually sculpting the machines. But we actually do have an underlying theory for this. So every machine would consist out of primary, secondary, and tertiary shapes, but as we would call them, the detail shapes. The primary shapes are the big shapes on the machine, and the secondary shapes come on top of that and are there to really break up those primary shapes. Then we add the tertiary shapes as the smaller details. And if you do this right and have all three of these features in place and balanced against each other, you will end up with a successful looking sculpt. Regular distribution of these shapes is actually quite boring. Once your brain figures that pattern out, it will lose its interest. And especially on the machines where we want these to look quite organic, with organized details, it would look very man-made and hand-placed. So this is a really important step into making it look organic. You need to have these areas of rest to really calm your eyes, and area of detail to really catch the attention of the viewer. But with our machines, there's a lot of detail, so clumping would make it more brain-friendly to process all of that, as our visual system likes grouping objects together into larger, more manageable chunks. And I will demonstrate this theory on the rollerback plate here, where you can see the primary shape already when you just squint your eyes at the object, and this is really setting the big shape here. And the secondary shapes are there to break up that big shape and sit on top of the primary shape. Also, they give a transition between the big and the small detail shapes. Then we got the tertiary shapes to give the model its detail. We place these details mostly towards the edges on the machine, giving the sense of a lot of detail, by keeping those rest areas in the middle of a plate shape to make the picture more readable overall. As you can see here on the example, there are hardly any details in the middle, creating a rest area for your brain, but it still looks very detailed because of all the details towards the edges. And here you can see that theory on the full rollerback machine, a very detailed model, but still a lot of rest areas across that machine. However, on the base body, when the plates are removed, we have a lot less of these rest areas, and that's on purpose. We made the frames more detailed with more secondary shapes, so it looks more mechanical, like the actual inner working of a machine. With this, we created a visual language for the game, where you see a big difference between the fully armored machines with plates and the weaker, damaged machines without them. To enhance this difference between the base body and the plates even more, we also have a lighter color scheme for the plates, and the base body consists out of more darker tones. This way, the visual language between the fully armored and base frame as the inner workings of a machine is like, yeah, it's even stronger. After we finish the sculpting process, as I showed before, the model is about 80% done because it's still a rough sculpt at that moment. But for the last 20%, we still need to clean this rough sculpt to make a clean version so we can bake that onto a game mesh. The process is very time consuming, and that's why we work together with outsourced studios to help us clean these sculpts. The model shape is already designed, so the outsourced vendors can actually use that to objectively follow these and clean these shapes without too much feedback rounds needed. And this is the result of a final fully clean model. And for our outsourced vendors, we created an extensive document on how to go about the process of cleaning one of those rough sculpts. And I will now show two different ways on how to approach that yourself. Setting up the part to be cleaned, I start by duplicating the mesh, then run the Z-remesher on the duplicated mesh, so it will get better flowing lines to follow the surface. And then we'll subdivide the Z-remesh surface, so I have enough polish to get the level of detail we need. Then we can project it all of the detail from the original sculpt with the Project All tool. And after the projection, we are ready to start the cleaning process of the mesh. With the regular shader, it's actually pretty hard to spot irregularities, but we often then check it with the normal shader, so we easily can see the rough surface. Because yeah, the colors make it pretty easy to spot them. And when that's all set up, I go into a lower subdivision level and start to polish up the shape again with my favorite H-polish brush. And then go up again in a subdivision to check if that still needs some touch-ups. You already see, like, yeah, the mesh is really crisping up quickly where you're polishing it. Yeah, you see it really happening along the edges there. And I will continue going back and forth between the subdivision levels to really polish all of the big surfaces. And setting on some hard lines with the damp standard. And after that, polish it up again with the H-polish. But yeah, as I mentioned, we're using outsourced vendors because it's just a very time-consuming process, very labor-intensive. Especially with all of those details and going over and over. It's tedious sometimes.
Some people are offering themselves up to you as your cleanup artists.
Wow, I'll take it.
You're hired.
And removing a detail sometimes is even easier than to clean that. So we can set it back later with the alpha brush, but first clean up and flatten the surrounding surface of a mesh and then crispen up the surrounding edges before putting that detail back. I'm really going over and over the details. And yeah, because of that multiple layers in the details, it's also, that makes it a lot of work. You can see this one detail where I'm going over and over. You do see it crispen up, but yeah, it's just a single detail.
W11GU in the chat says, I learned more in these 3 days than the past 3 years. It's crazy. Let's give a round of applause.
Yes.
Really loud.
Thank you, thank you.
The hits keep on coming. The hits keep on coming. I can't believe it.
Thank you. You see him still cleaning up details here, like, oh. And it's really, really fast forward. Also trying to keep the lines and clean them up a little compared to the original. But yeah, once you see them next to each other, look again with the normal shader to really see where the roughness, the wobbly shapes are still in. Yeah, duplicated here, and yeah, when you compare them, you can see how much it crispened up and how much better the clean mesh is looking. And now I will go over the second technique of cleaning a rough mesh. We start again by duplicating the mesh and remove all of the details on the duplicated mesh by filling it in with a clay brush or either clipping it away with the clip curve. And yeah, Dynamesh and really polish details away with the H polish or the trim dynamic, really trimming it all off. Here it is, this bigger round detail, I leave it in because it's more of like a secondary shape. And we'll need that in the mesh. Or mask it in and extrude it again, really fill it up. Really cleaning as we go. And actually, yeah, we want to have a lower resolution in detail because we're gonna rebuild this mesh from scratch afterwards. You don't want to have too much detail in there when you do that. So I will skip this part because there's like a lot of details to clean and remove. All right, then we decimate this mesh to make it a little lighter and easy to handle in another software package and export the mesh, which after we start to retopologize the mesh in your preferred software, following the big lines that are still left on your model. Now we removed all of those details in ZBrush. And we try to avoid any triangles here as we will be making a smooth subdivided mesh of this later. And really quickly retopologize this mesh. And then we'll smooth subdivide it. Now that's a clean mesh, set it next to your reference from ZBrush. And start to crease and set some hard edges on the outlines to really get that same shape back from your reference model. And once you have fully creased that mesh, we'll export it again and get back to ZBrush. Yeah, we'll Dynamesh this and then use the polish deformation to smoothen the edges a little, as it's maybe a bit too crisp even coming from that. And we H-polish some of the corners as the creasing is not perfect, and we will need to touch it up. And we'll, of course, need to bring some of the details back, as it's, as we lost all of it. And yeah, we'll do that by either masking it in or using some of the alpha stamps we have here. And really polishing up the surface as we go, and restoring some of the original lines again from the rough sculpt, and cleaning it up, making sure everything's straight and clean. And another option to add detail is to mask the detail. And there you want to create a polygroup from that selection. And by clicking Create Polygroup from Mask under the Polygroup tab, then under the Geometry tab, click Edge Loop and click Group Loops. Reselect your polygroup and create a mask from that, and then extrude it. You will see now that you have a lot cleaner extrusion without the jagged edges that you have on a standard mask extrusion.
That's a great point.
And then, even then, you still have to H-polish it a little and smooth it into, so to really blend it with the rest of the mesh. And really match it to the old details height to fully integrate it. But yeah, with these techniques explained, actually, you can clean any surface you like and make your own robot at home. As a final takeaway, I will show the steps of the machine pipeline once again. Here you can see the rough concept model which we start out from. And then we go over that by creating a detailed sculpt that's, as you saw, still pretty rough, but all of the details are there. And we then go over, or actually most of the time, our outsourced vendors to really clean that and make sure we have a final polished model that we can then bake into a game mesh. And lastly, that comes back again to us, and we start texturing that. So we, in the end, get a final functioning machine like this one in game.
Yeah, round of applause, guys. That's so awesome. You really demonstrated a strong sense of ingenuity with how to use the tools in new ways, and I was tantalized by your performance. I think I speak for the people in the room. One more time, give a big round of applause for the guys.
Thank you.
Online, they're going crazy. Like, I wish I could publish this. It's like one person up in here said that he was given an ultimatum to choose between ZBrush and his loved one, and he chose ZBrush.
Wow. I don't know about that, but
you pushed him over the edge, apparently. This is good stuff. So we have about 5 minutes.
All right.
Oh, wait.
We still want
I know. That's why.
a little closer here.
I'm letting you know, 5 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
Oof, we got to push it.
That's right.
All right. We'd like to end the presentation showing some of the art created by the Horizon community, starting with a fan-made clip of the machines, and then Arno will show some more photo mode pictures of the characters and its beautiful details. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'd like to end the presentations always with some cool photo mode pictures, because it's really rewarding to see the community taking cool pictures and actually see that they noticed all the hard work we put in. They're usually very artistic with lots of cool compositions and very cool effects. Especially the close-ups where you can really see that they appreciate all the details we put in. Same goes for our cosplayers who pick up on all the little details in our costumes and reproduce them wonderfully in real life. Before ending today's presentation, I just wanted to mention that making all of this art was a real team effort. So even if it's just Leonard and myself up here, we are representing the entire machine and character art team at Guerrilla. I want to thank all our outsource partners because without them, it literally wouldn't have been possible to make this game. And of course, I want to thank ZBrush for allowing us to make this awesome art and also for flying us over to be present here today.
Hey, really loud, guys. Put it together for the fellas. Thanks so much.
So yeah, thanks for listening. We're always looking for new colleagues, so I added a link with open vacancies there below. And if we still have time, now we're open for questions.
Yeah, of course. We've got 2 minutes or so. Their hands are already popping up. Let me walk over. Hey, what's happening?
So the machines are very taxing. How long does it take for one machine to be done? How many months?
Ooh, that really, different.
And how many actual people have to work on one machine?
Yes, so it really depends on, like, we have multiple facets in in working on one machine. We of course have like concept design, we have game design, we have us as asset art, and then we'll have animators and rigging. So like sometimes like the production of just a machine, and I'll take concept art and asset art. It could take up to 1 year of production, and that's also including the outsource track that's also there. So that's actually an average machine from beginning to start. So like from paper design to fully finished in-game would take about a year. And we have 24 machines in the last game, so it took us 24 years. Well, we did a bit of smart planning there, but yeah.
You look phenomenal.
So actually, like Leonard and Maxime did a really good GDC talk about this exact topic, and it's actually on their YouTube channel, open to the public. So
yeah, you can still watch that.
That's the detailed 1 hour answer to your question. I'd highly check it out.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Now's your chance. Ask those questions live on the floor. You've stunned them into submission. Michael, what's happening?
You remember me. Will you guys be sticking around for a bit for personal questions after?
Yes, of course. We'll be available outside if anybody still has some questions later on or just wants to talk to us about anything.
Excellent. Anybody else? Oh, hey, what's up?
Hi, guys. Question: in the cleanup process, you show all the processes. Which of them is better for the production? I mean, what do you think is better for time consuming and for getting like the best results in the cleaning up process of the machines?
Well, in the end, it doesn't really matter to us like what gives of course we want the best result, but both of them are giving equal result in the end. But yeah, we leave that up to our outsource partners as they have pretty big teams that can work simultaneously on one machine. So like sometimes like up to 30 people work on one machine cleaning during the cleaning process. So yeah, and we don't have that amount of people that we can put on it, and don't have the resources to actually clean them also in-house at Guerrilla. But yeah, our outsource partners are helping with that, and we just do feedback on that. So like once we're happy with the way it looks, for us it doesn't really matter how you achieve that, as long as we have a really nice clean mesh that we can bake onto a game mesh in the end.
Keep them coming. Yes, another arm right up there. Get my steps in here across 3 days at the ZBrush Summit. 10th anniversary.
Would you say that you rely more on photo reference for the clothes or concept art reference?
Fine question.
So usually I would say concept is key, because our tribal costumes, they're not really, you can't really pick them up off the rack anywhere. So usually we have the concept art is main, and then the concept art team, they provide us with a lot of reference images with the stuff they've been looking at while making it, and that really helps. So usually there's like call-outs with photos, and that's enough for us to know what we need to do.
You're thinking about it. Don't be shy. Now's not the time to be shy. Let me swing my way around there. Like a ninja. Okay, let's have it.
Hi. Maybe I missed it, but did you say that you're thinking about where to place the different elements that you're adding and details while you're sculpting, or is that something that you get from the concept team?
No, that's really something as we go. I'm really designing as we go there. Like the rough shape gets set by the concept, so it's just the outline that you keep, and then we fully rebuild the whole machine actually, but keeping that outline of the rough mock-up shape in mind.
Hey.
I thought it was really cool how you created the tools to create the little chisels and stuff out of the armor. Is that something you actually see in game, or is that just for you guys to create logic?
No, if you go close up, you'll see the marks on the plates, and I'm not sure exactly if you can see them doing the scraping in the settlement, but there are other story elements that we do. So, for example, the Tanakh, they also have a lot of tattoos on their arms, so you can also see them getting tattooed, for example. So we're trying to tie in the characters also with the story elements, so like the animation departments. We have an entire department called Living World who kind of thinks about this stuff and makes sure everything's consistent. So, yeah.
Like they'll be using those tools in
yeah, so in the settlements, you'll see them actually doing things that kind of justify why they have things on their outfit, or why they have face paint or tattoos or things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
One more right over here.
So actually, with both the armor and the characters, what I notice a lot is that you do fine detail. Like there's never an exaggeration. Like you don't get like you get the orb crack, but you don't really dig in there very deep. Was that purposeful, or just like you're trying to like get a realistic thing, and sometimes it's not that exaggerated?
Yeah, I think that's just the artistic sensibility behind the style we're trying to achieve for Horizon. I think that's mainly it. Okay. Yeah.
Well, the bell is finally tolled.
Cool.
Make a lot of noise for Arno and Leonard. Arno Schmitz, Leonard Franken, Guerrilla Games.
Yes.
Okay. Want to thank our sponsor, Marvelous Designer. Once again, guys, thanks so much. It was a pleasure to work with you today.
All right. Thank you for having us.
Yes.
We got prizes. Okay, we're giving away a free online class to Noman, and it's going to happen online. Somebody online is going to be very happy. Man, can you imagine watching that presentation and then getting a prize online? I'm glad you woke up early in the day. Let me see here. Did they show the new ZBrush yet? They've already begun asking inside of the chat. I guess you'll just have to sit tight and watch. There's a ZBrush presentation later on. There's also a limited 20% off sale happening. Just waiting for the name here. Congratulations to Thomas. Thomas. Put your hands together for Thomas. Thomas gets a free online class. Okay. We are now going to give away another prize. Kyle, are we doing 3 now? Because there's all kinds of things happening on the screen here. In person. Right. Fortuitously, I'm an entertaining fellow, and we can roll with the punches, as they say. Okay, let's give another one away to the online people. They're clapping, they're smashing. And what have we got for them? We've got the Marvelous Designer. That's Reclap. That's our corporate sponsor here, the platinum sponsor, Marvelous Designer, across this 3-day extravaganza. Thanks very much. And that's going to be congratulations to... People have some fascinating and very interesting names. You know, for me, it was difficult growing up because I was just a second player in a very popular plumbers game, Luigi. I encourage you to pick up the second controller and explore a faster, taller version of a plumber anytime you like. In recent endeavors, he's been turned into something of a joke, but that's not true. Okay, we all know what's up. Congratulations, Fwang. Fwang is taking home the Marvelous Designer. Somewhere in the ether of the internet, Fwang is happy. Okay, we'll do another online. Grats, they're saying. I like that. Like shorten that right to just G when you win. Just G. Instead of congrats. You know? Congratulations turns into grats. Okay. We love you, Louis. Thank you. I love you too. I wouldn't be here without you. Okay, they're still sharing the love. Banger, he says. That's a good one. Give it up for the people online who couldn't be here. Like, really louder, come on. They've stayed true to the brand here. They stay committed. Let's give them away one more. Okay, so let's see here. Trophy Yellow Smiling. I'm learning so much language in here. It's amazing. Okay. G. What time are the Sculpt-Off winners being announced? Well, a great question. We're going to do that later on. We're going to have the live Sculpt-Off winners are going to be announced 6:40 Pacific Standard Time. The hardware. Maybe even a special someone will make an appearance. You never know. We're giving away, people are chanting Space Mouse inside the chat. Man, they really want their Space Mouse. I'm telling you, I'm keeping this chat for later use. Where's the smoke machine? I love it. Okay, we're waiting on the big one. So how about here inside the studio audience, you're having the time of your lives? Yeah. Was it worth the ride? Let's have some noise for everything that's gone on over the 3 days. Louder. Don't lose the energy. Don't lose the energy. Big things are happening. You know, next up, we're going to have a big presentation with Avatar, and that's like a lifetime event for me. It was that film that brought me here in the first place. Give it away, give it away. I can't do that. I'll stop right now. I can feel it already. We're giving away a character creator 4 from Real Illusion. Give your hands a big warm welcome to Real Illusion. We're giving it up. That's a bit anemic. You're also going to be winning prizes, so we're going to need a little energy in here. Who have we got here? Someone is chanting ZBrush license inside the chat. I love you, ZBrush. Let's go. Emeterio. Emeterio takes home the goods. Emeterio. Give it up for Emeterio for tuning in and watching live. Kyle, we're going now live onto the floor inside this glorious green screen hangar. So once again, now the energy level will come up, I'm sure. Huh? Now that we've got past that trepidation, I know we're doing 4 of them. Now 3. First they say 4, they say whatever. It doesn't even matter. I'll moonwalk my way across the stage here. Obviously 600, but now we're going to 6334, 6334, 6334. Like I said yesterday, outside smacking the Pall Malls, and you do not get the prize. 6334, what a time not to smoke. Is it you? Don't be shy. Come on down and let's dance under the hot lights. Make some noise. 6334. Oh, be still. Come on. Not only did you volunteer, but you're taking home the hardware. Let's see what they got for you. What's your name?
I'm Michelle.
Michelle, look at the people for a second.
Hi.
First time here?
Second.
Second time, so you're a repeat offender. You're having a good time.
I'm having a great time, yeah.
Let's get you a prize.
Let's see. Can I get 11?
Number 11. Show us what's behind 11, Musa. Come on. Z-Rap plugging for ZBrush. High five. See the people to the right. That was a stern high five. I like that. I like the E-Honda treatment right there. Da, 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 da. Okay, Louis sees all. Number 6309, 6309, 6309. Of course, it starts with 600. Is it you? Oh, look at this. Waving the arm. Come on down. Yes, make the noise. You too can be a winner. Okay, let's see it. Hey, first of all, this shirt you're wearing, this is serious. I was longing for a Guinness all day, and you showed up with this Irish... Genuine. Is it?
It's from Ireland, yes.
What's your name?
Emily.
And you came from Ireland?
I didn't, but this is from Ireland.
Okay. Let's see it. Oh, and that is true, and to form, they match. All right. First time here?
Yes.
What do you think?
It's wonderful.
Tell the people you'll be back again.
I'll be back again.
Amen. Give a round of applause for Emily. Like the song goes. Pick a number.
4.
Number 4, please, for Emily. You want a drum roll? Oh! Wow! Blown away. High five. Oh, my goodness. How do you feel now?
Wow, yeah, no, this is good. It's a good day.
Well, should we pause for a second? Where's the hardware? Bring it on out. Here, stand right here. The people at home are like, oh, my God, I'm buying a plane ticket next time. Hold this like this. Quite heavy, isn't it? All right. Smile for the people. Everybody, 1, 2, 3 for Emily. Really loud. What can I say? We love to give the stuff away. That's elation right there. Totally elated. Makes my life. People come up here to get the warm and fuzzies. At first, they got that total fear. They're like, oh, God, Louis Tucci's calling me to the front. No, anything can happen, and it usually does. But then, hoop-de-ha, walking away with a brand new notebook. How much did you pay to get in here? Nothing. And you walked away with a... 6304, 6304. Oh, come on down. What a time to be alive. Let's double check here. Let me see. 6304. Show them the shirt here. Dance and cry. I love it. I love it. Okay, so what's your name?
Lucian.
Lucian. What a beautiful name. Excellent. First time?
No.
Not your first time. Wow, I like that with authority. Hell no. I know you. So what do you think this year?
Well, I mean, I'm coming back next week because I'm entering first year for the BFA program.
Oh, high five. Taking the step and the plunge, moving towards mastery. I like that. Okay, so you're coming here to the Noman School. Yeah. Awesome. What was a standout for you so far?
Pardon?
What's been a standout for you across the couple of days here that you've been here?
A couple of days. Well, I mean, I'm waiting. I'm really excited for the Avatar, but I was here probably, was it Friday that Naughty Dog was here?
All the days mix into one. If it ends in DAY, I'm here.
Well, Naughty Dog was here. That was really cool, yeah.
Okay, so the Naughty Dog. Why don't we turn around right here, Lucian, and pick a number and see if you can walk away with something extraordinary.
Number 8.
The number 8. Brought to you by the number 8. Wow, I think that'll get you going, right? Okay, put her there. Thanks so much. I'll see you on the campus, all right? All right. I like that. I got snapping happening over here. It's not lost on me. One more. We're good. They want me to wrap it up. I would have continued to give away the whole kitchen sink. Okay. So in any case, up next, we've got a little break happening. We're going to come back for the action with Avatar. I want to thank the sponsor again, Marvelous Designer, keeping the threads stitched. And take a break, get some water. We're going to come back with that. I'm Louis Tucci for the 10th anniversary of the ZBrush Summit, live from the Noman Green Screen Hangar. Back after this. Thanks.
So your current role is as what? What are you doing with the company?
I am managing the web development team.
Okay. When did you first discover ZBrush?
I want to say around 2007, 2008.
Okay.
I can't recall what version it was, but it was less than 4.
Yeah.
And I came across ZBrush trying to understand how some of the pieces that I loved were created.
And some of the pieces you love were being done by whom? Like, who would you say were the artists of that period? Because it was very specific, right, at that time.
Yeah.
There was a very niche group of people kind of doing...
It's like Meets Meyer and that sort of tribe. I couldn't, it was so detailed. And the textures, it was, you couldn't do it in Maya. Or, I mean, I suppose you could, but you'd drive yourself insane.
Right. Yeah, and there was a level of surrealism that was being pushed forward in those days. I think I remember the pieces that we're talking about. So how did you then move forward in trying it out, or what was the next step for you?
Well, lucky for me, I was working at an agency at the time, doing a lot of graphics and design work, and they had a license for ZBrush, so I got to play with it.
Oh, okay, excellent.
There,
I didn't even know that about you.
On and off the record, I got to play with it.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome. And so if you were to look back now on these past 8 years, what would be one thing that stands out to you as a hallmark of the career that's been spent so far?
Well, I couldn't have predicted at that time that I'd be sitting here with you having this conversation.
That's very kind.
The big one for me, I think, like in terms of a momentous occasion, the first time that I curated the Gnomon Gallery, because it was one of the first places that I visited when I moved back to Los Angeles.
Okay, wow.
It was the only fine art gallery that was featuring digital work, which was where my interest was.
So this is a big deal to you because you'd come where did you come from?
Salt Lake.
So you'd come back from Salt Lake, and you're saying that as digital mediums are concerned, the Gnomon Gallery was the focal point for that kind of thing.
It may still be.
Yeah, I think you might be right in that kind of regard. We're working on a new gallery show.
Yes, we are.
Together. Are you excited for this one, the 10th anniversary?
Can't even believe it's the 10th anniversary already.
For the ZBrush Summit.
For the ZBrush Summit. But it's going to be a good show.
Yeah. And my memory, if you were to ask me, reverse engineer this interview and ask me, hey, what's your most poignant memory?
What is your most poignant memory?
For you and I, when you got dragged into that horrible circumstance because you're not the first person to sign up to stand in front of a camera.
I've blacked that out of my memory. I have like a trauma response where I can't even
You're
remember.
fragmenting the hard drive.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for tolerating this mania and participating. I really appreciate you taking the time to sit with us.
No, of course.
Yeah, thanks. Cool.
Hello, my name is Neville Page. There are times in life where milestones occur that change the trajectory of mankind. Fire, the wheel, the internet, and for some of us, ZBrush. It has not only changed how we work, but it's afforded many of us new ways to see and create that were once unimaginable. I've been using ZBrush almost since its inception, and I can truly say that it has made, more than any other piece of software, it has made the greatest difference to my craft and to my career. I just want to say thank you, and I'm forever grateful to ZBrush, all those involved with its creation and its evolution, and equally to the community of users of ZBrush that continue to inspire the world and myself. So thank you very much.
Every single week, there is new artwork that is awe-inspiring.
ArtStation helped me get to this job where I am today.
Being able to see their work on ArtStation and then reach out to them in that same space is really helpful.
Literally the entirety of our artists who work here, we found and originally connected with through ArtStation.
You really can't find more amazing artists in one place.
Hi everyone, Nilo here, and today ZBrush asked me to tell you a funny story about my experience with it. I've been using ZBrush since 2007 and I'm having lots of fun all these many years. Also, I want to tell you that I'm a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, as you may see here. Lord of the Rings is the movie that made me get in the 3D industry. It changed my life. So, in 2017, I've been called by ZBrush as one of the finalists of Sculpture of the Year. And at that occasion, I went to LA and I met all the guys, great artists. It was awesome to me. At that occasion, I didn't know that they were an honored guest in the event, and it was Richard Taylor, one of the creators of Weta Workshop. And at that occasion, we chat a little bit, and I told him that I was going to New Zealand at the very same year, and he invited me to visit Weta Workshop. Can you imagine that? I saw many props and swords of Lord of the Rings, and I met all the guys that create the cool stuffs like this. This is me holding an Oscar of Lord of the Rings, and believe me, it's very heavy. That's my story with ZBrush. It's been amazing experience all these years. ZBrush brings me all the way from Brazil to LA to New Zealand and to worldwide. It opened my mind. There's something that I really do believe, and it is work hard until your idols became your colleagues of work. So yeah, that's it, guys. Bye.
ZBrush has always been a creative tool set since the start of the Aaron Sims Creative. As a creature design and real-time VFX studio, we rely heavily on all the tools that ZBrush has to offer, especially when it comes to bringing our characters to life. I couldn't imagine ASC without ZBrush.
Hi, this is Steven. I hope you are alright. You know, ZBrush helped me a lot in my artistic development, much more than any other software so far. It was a true artistic revelation for me. I am 3D artist since 1999. I was a polygonal 3D modeler for a long time already. In 2008, I discovered ZBrush. First, because it had become a standard in the industry, and I had to adopt it at work. Little by little, I realized the creative potential. But especially at that time, I felt stuck by technical constraints, polygon limitations, lack of tools. All this prevented me from being creative, especially for a hard surface. ZBrush was an obvious solution for me, which met all my expectations. With each new features of ZBrush, my style become more refined and diversified. Until today, I have never found a software with so much artistic potential. I also take this opportunity to thank the whole ZBrush team for all these years and for allowing me to live as a 2D artist. I hope you find your way too with this unique software. Bye.
Okay, so my ZBrush story is that ZBrush is how I got into 3D. Back then I tried other softwares and it just didn't make sense for me. Poly modeling just never made sense. ZBrush provided me a really natural way into designing in 3D. So yeah, thank you ZBrush for getting me really started on this path.
Hello guys, my name is Damien Canderlé. I'm a senior character artist working in the game industry and cinematic industry. I've discovered ZBrush about 20 years ago. It was kind of a very basic software, but it was at the time very unique in the way that it was the first software that allowed you to sculpt directly on a mesh. It evolved a lot during the years and to become so powerful now. I'm using it almost every day for my personal work or for professional work. It's totally the software to use if you want to do some sculpting. I'm really looking forward to see what is going to be next. Have all an happy ZBrush Summit and see you soon. Bye bye!
Hello ZBrush people, this is Aaron Beinert. This cow is the first thing that I posted on ZBrush Central back in 2010, 13 years ago. Hard to believe that much time has gone by, but I'm very grateful to be here presenting this little video. I just wanted to take a moment and express my gratitude for everything that the ZBrush, Pixelogic, and Maxon teams have done through the years to support us as artists. Obviously, it's allowed all of us to evolve and experiment and adapt and try things both professionally and personally that probably would have been just about impossible with other methods and other software. So I want to thank you, and I hope everybody continues to kick ass.
Hi, my name is Jessica Drew, and I use ZBrush every single day. When I was a student way back in the day, and I was really struggling to learn CG art, it was when our teachers introduced ZBrush as a part of our curriculum that everything started to make a lot more sense. Because ZBrush approaches digital art from a traditional sort of point of view, because it's enabling you to behave as a sculptor, but digitally. All of the skills that I had as a traditional sculptor actually translated almost perfectly into ZBrush. And so suddenly I was able to make characters, anatomy, and all of these details that I wasn't able to before quite, not easily, but more, it made more sense. It was more straightforward. I was able to do what I was trying to do. I was able to create and actually be creative. Now I use ZBrush all the time, day to day, at work, and I don't think I would have been able to make it as a CG artist if it hadn't been for ZBrush really empowering the traditional artist side of me.
Hey, ZBrush friends and family, Kurt Papstein here. Wanted to wish everybody there happy 10th anniversary. Really hard to believe that it's already been 10 years. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I still have my flashcards with all the hotkeys printed out and all the brushes and everything. But yeah, I think I speak for a lot of artists here when I say that if it wasn't for this program and this team and the ZBrush community, I don't know where I would be as an artist. It's just one of those programs that just really unlocked a lot of potential for a lot of people, especially myself. I was able to see workflows change, creativity change, and definitely productivity change. It was just such a cool moment where I realized what I wanted to be and where I wanted to go. So, I mean, hats off to the ZBrush team. Happy anniversary to everybody there, and here's to another 10 years.
Hi everyone. Hi to the entire ZBrush community and everyone who is behind ZBrush. I wanted to thank you all for the support, the love, and also for the great software that you guys have created. Keep giving and we will keep using because that's what we do best. It wouldn't be as enjoyable and we wouldn't be as creative, I believe, without your incredible piece of software which was a game changer for me really, since after the graduation of basically academy and the traditional way, I didn't know where to go and what to do, and because of your software I was able to be where I am, and it's everything is bounded around this software, so extremely grateful. Thank you so much. I know that other people are grateful too. We have an incredible community with incredible artists, so let's keep having fun. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Hey, I'm Pablo, and I've been immersed in the world of ZBrush for quite a while now. I would say probably since 2005. And truth to be told, I'm not sure if this is going to make the cut, but I'm going to say it anyway. After my initial encounter with ZBrush, I was very frustrated, and I found myself harboring certain distaste for the software. Let's put it that way. And I think the issue boiled down to how I initially approached ZBrush. I was influenced by my experience with other 3D applications I knew at the time, and I struggled to find very basic features like the camera controls. I didn't even know what a canvas was, distinguishing between edit mode or object mode. That kind of was an ongoing challenge for me. However, what I couldn't help but recognize, despite that initial resistance that I encountered, was the inherent value that ZBrush brought to the table, and the caliber of creation it facilitated, and the remarkable speed at which those creations came to life were undeniable. And in retrospect, that initial friction that I encountered with ZBrush, I think it taught me a very important, significant lesson in my career. As an artist, I came to understand that expecting the tools to seamlessly align with my personal workflow with what I wanted was an unrealistic assumption. And instead, I kind of needed to adapt to the tools and understand the core principles of the software so that, then I can take the software and the tools and make them work for me and not the other way around. So once this realization settled in and I comprehended the unique or distinctive nature of ZBrush, it became my preferred creative instrument. And it essentially removed a bunch of technical constraints and gave me this unprecedented freedom to create whatever I wanted, whatever I had in my head in a very easy way. So nowadays, ZBrush has a pivotal role in the majority of my projects. Its versatility, allows me to seamlessly integrate it into projects of diverse nature, like, characters, creatures, props, environments, products, you name it. And also, I've been able to create and refine my own suite of tools, all within ZBrush, ultimately enhancing my efficiency and my creative output as well. Now, beyond all of this, there is an element of pure excitement that accompanies each time that I open the application, each time that I open ZBrush. So for me, it became more than just a vehicle for artistic expression, obviously due to the freedom that it gives me, but it's also giving me this genuine source of enjoyment.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
I wasn't like the prodigy of drawing. I was just looking at how to improve my art. So I started taking Gnomon classes. I was the youngest person in my term. I came out of high school, so I kind of had to have this mentality of, was I ready for Gnomon? Got the internship at Legacy Effects because they really liked the creature design work that I did. And then they hired me, and I was working there 4 years. As long as I'm doing character work, as long as I'm telling a story, that's really all that drives me.
Hello, my name is Neville Page. There are times in life where milestones occur that change the trajectory of mankind. Fire, the wheel, the internet, and for some of us, ZBrush. It has not only changed how we work, but it's afforded many of us new ways to see and create that were once unimaginable. I've been using ZBrush almost since its inception, and I can truly say that it has made, more than any other piece of software, it has made the greatest difference to my craft and to my career. I just want to say thank you, and I'm forever grateful to ZBrush, all those involved with its creation and its evolution, and equally to the community of users of ZBrush that continue to inspire the world and myself. So thank you very much.
Every single week, there is new artwork that is awe-inspiring.
ArtStation helped me get to this job where I am today.
Being able to see their work on ArtStation and then reach out to them in that same space is really helpful.
Literally the entirety of our artists who work here, we found and originally connected with through ArtStation.
You really can't find more amazing artists in one place.
Hi everyone, Nilo here, and today ZBrush asked me to tell you a funny story about my experience with it. I've been using ZBrush since 2007 and I'm having lots of fun all these many years. Also, I want to tell you that I'm a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, as you may see here. Lord of the Rings is the movie that made me get in the 3D industry. It changed my life. So, in 2017, I've been called by ZBrush as one of the finalists of Sculpture of the Year. And at that occasion, I went to LA and I met all the guys, great artists. It was awesome to me. At that occasion, I didn't know that they were an honored guest in the event, and it was Richard Taylor, one of the creators of Weta Workshop. And at that occasion, we chat a little bit, and I told him that I was going to New Zealand at the very same year, and he invited me to visit Weta Workshop. Can you imagine that? I saw many props and swords of Lord of the Rings, and I met all the guys that create the cool stuff like this. This is me holding an Oscar of Lord of the Rings, and believe me, it's very heavy. That's my story with ZBrush. It's been amazing experience all these years. ZBrush brings me all the way from Brazil to LA to New Zealand and to worldwide. It opened my mind. There's something that I really do believe, and it is work hard until your idols became your colleagues of work. So yeah, that's it, guys. Bye.
ZBrush has always been a creative tool set since the start of the Aaron Sims Creative. As a creature design and real-time VFX studio, we rely heavily on all the tools that ZBrush has to offer, especially when it comes to bringing our characters to life. I couldn't imagine ASC without ZBrush.
As the horns summon us back to the green screen hangar for another monumental presentation that it promises to be, I want to give thanks again to the sponsor, Marvelous Designer. I want to ask the people in the audience to make the people at home feel a little jelly as we snap the fingers and make a bunch of noise. Put your hands together again. Make some noise, louder than that, louder than that. Okay, so it's going to be one of these things that I'm going to speak for just a brief moment. So many years ago, we were all moved by something extraordinary. And today we're coming full circle with a presentation on a franchise at this point that has laid the foundation for so many careers, and so many people are inspired to move in this direction. So I'm going to just hand it over with Avatar. Zachary Berger, it's your time. That was good. That's good. Can you hear me? Solid. Your face was solid. You were smiling at me. I wasn't sure. It was like a really nice smile. I was like, wow, that's a really nice smile. It's the most solid smile I've had all day.
You're so flattering.
Thank you. It's good to have you.
Appreciate it.
Take it away, Zachary.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I think I was in the audience at the very first ZBrush Summit, so it is really surreal for me to be up here presenting. I just want to extend a gigantic thanks to the Maxon team for asking me to be here. It really is an honor.
You can clap, that's fine. Don't just wait for me. Give them the love.
My name's Zach Berger. I'm a creature designer and concept artist working in the film industry. And I was lucky enough to be given credit as a lead creature designer on Avatar: The Way of Water. So I just want to say that I am here as just one member of an incredible team of people. I want to list some of them off now, including others on the creature design team at Lightstorm, Konstantin Sakaris, Daphne Yap, and Ian Joyner, as well as creature designers at Legacy Effects and What a Workshop, and of course one half of our production design team in charge of the organic side, our production designer Dylan Cole, as well as our producer, John Landau, and, of course, director James Cameron.
Let's give a moment and make a lot of noise for all those people, too.
Yeah. So I've put the Instagram handles of the Lightstorm creature design team up here. If you liked the creatures in Avatar: The Way of Water, it would actually really mean a lot to me if you would go give all these people a follow. So just a quick heads up, this may be a little bit different from some of the other presentations that we've seen so far this weekend.
I like different.
Okay, good. This one's going to have a little bit more of a focus on the design process. I'm a concept artist, so my focus is design, and a little bit less of a focus on specific ZBrush tricks, but still hopefully a pretty good example of how ZBrush was used in every step of the concept pipeline, from quick sketches to more polished concept pieces. Please feel free to jump in with questions, and let's keep this sort of free-flowing.
Excellent. Take it away.
Okay, so when I started on Avatar: The Way of Water, there really wasn't any documentation for the design decisions made for the creature designs from the first film. So we kind of had to reverse engineer what had made that the creatures in that film so successful. So everything we initially learned was through osmosis in conversations with our director, James Cameron, who from now on I'll refer to as Jim, because that's what we call him at work. So after that, eventually we sort of sat down with one of the franchise guys at Lightstorm, Ray Perez, and we came up with this design document to give out to all of our franchise partners, such as our friends in the video games and theme parks divisions. And this is one page that is sort of an example of a much larger document. In this document, we looked at trying to establish hard and fast rules that each Pandoran creature had to have. Things like white gums, black teeth, 2 sets of eyes, 6 sets of limbs, etc. So very early on, we learned that the creature designs in Avatar are not like designs you might see in other franchises, where a creature might have like the head of one animal, the body of a second animal, and the tail of a third. I'm not trying to pick on anybody in particular here, so I just pulled an example from a long-deceased artist to sort of show you the type of thing that I'm talking about.
The guy on the left, or? Kidding. I can do that. I'm from Toronto.
So the creature design philosophy in Avatar is a lot more subtle, where we sort of take different elements of a bunch of different animals, we put them all up in a blender and then mix them all together. When done successfully, the audience shouldn't really be able to tell so much where one reference animal ends and another one begins, but they should be able to feel hints of all of our reference animals throughout the design. Also, just kind of through trial and error, we kind of learned of a hierarchy for making design decisions. The foundation, kind of the bottom of our pyramid here, is the most important, and that's story, which should supersede all else. So if a creature needs to behave a certain way or perform certain actions for the story, that needs to be baked into the design. I'll give some examples of this later on. On top of that, is the creature's sort of biology, their sort of internal rules within, that we set up for Pandora. Jim always pushed us to take a very like National Geographic approach to our creature designs. These are not monsters; they are animals that fit into an ecosystem. We want to pay attention to how the creature eats, how it moves, where it is on the food chain, how it interacts with the Na'vi, etc. And all of these inform the aesthetics of the design. Even if some of these ideas and decisions aren't actually ever seen on screen, hopefully you'll feel them as an audience. We like to joke that we could create a sort of 90-minute Planet Earth-style wildlife documentary with all of our Pandoran creatures. And then so finally, on top of those other two is the other aesthetic decisions for the creature. Does it look cool to the general public, ages 8 to 80 across the globe? This needs to sit on top of the other two, but it's still obviously very important.
That's impressive graduated consumerism scheme there, I like that. Got you from 8 years old all the way to the grave.
Yeah, that's the Disney mentality.
Got away with one there.
So if my 9-year-old nephew doesn't think the creature is cool, I haven't done my job as a designer. So he may not care if I put teeth on the exterior of the jaw of the skimwing as opposed to the interior so that it could more easily catch Pandoran fish while swimming at 90 kilometers per hour, but he will tell me if he wants a toy of the creature or not. So final slide in this sort of introductory phase. So unlike other like film projects that I've worked on, the creature design process in Avatar is much more involved. Each design is actually at least 3 designs, each with their own like very involved, iterative, and rigorous approval process. So the first one is the overall form or anatomy. The second one is our crazy, beautiful colors and patterns that are sort of the signature of the franchise. And then finally is the bioluminescent pattern. Okay, so let's jump into some actual artwork. A quick story to sort of set the table. On my first day of being hired on this project, Dylan Cole, who was, again, our co-production designer, comes into the office that I had been assigned and gives me my first assignment. Remember, this is day 1. He says, I need you to design a Pandoran shark. No pressure, right? So my imposter syndrome had already been incredibly high, but after he said that, I nearly passed out. And then after picking myself up off the floor, I got to work. So we started with a few dozen like very quick blue sky exploratory sketches right in ZBrush. These were relatively quick, just trying out different shapes to get a directional buy-off from Jim. We tend to start really loose and broad, and then as we hone in, we get more and more detailed. This is obviously just a really small sample of the many, many images that we produced. Every image in this slideshow represents dozens more. Here's one that came out of that early phase that had a hint of where the design would ultimately go. So fairly quickly, we learned that Jim was still gravitating towards a design sketch that had been done in a prior round, many years before I even started on the project, and that was done by, I believe, Andrew Baker, who at the time was at What a Workshop. I wasn't really able to get permission to share that image here, but please go give Andrew a follow. He's amazing. So I used his sort of sketch of that body plan as my launching point, and then started refining it and trying out a little bit more subtle ideas. This page is an example of armor exploration. Jim always wanted the creature to feel really tough and armored, and this was me maybe taking things a little bit too far. In this round, you can see a lot of our, closer to final shapes starting to develop here. With this set, again, this represents, dozens of images. We were exploring the idea of adding a sort of subtle organic filigree on the anatomical detail of the armor plating to sort of add that Pandoran beauty back into our very dangerous, armored fish design. Jim was really in love with this Arapaima reference, which kind of already has this idea of filigree on its face, and it's already found in nature, so that sort of became our jumping off point. Unfortunately, this idea didn't really stick, which is too bad because I really liked it. Here's some color explorations for this creature. You can see that we tried some more browns that you might see in some reference of our predatory Amazonian riverfish. And the top right is more of like an orca pattern, sort of that stark, bold, black and white, big shapes. And then on the bottom two are sort of crazier, what Dylan, our production designer, would refer to as Pandoran racing stripes. Here's a fun one. I tried a little bit more of a mottled organic pattern of an armored catfish. It's fun for me to look back and see what could have been. Here's a page of eye studies. You can see the level of minutia and detail we get into with every design. Doing dozens of iterations on things like eyes in this case, trying to just find the right one. And here we are at our final design as it was about to be handed off and further iterated on by the talented VFX team. And here we're showing how that jaw might articulate. So we pitched this idea to Jim, and in order to get approval from him on this sort of what we call trifurcated jaw design, Dylan and I had to sort of like pantomime shark jaws ripping through coral just to sell him on it. So imagine, I don't know if I can stand up and like you guys can see, but imagine like each of my arms is like half of we're doing this in front of like one of the biggest directors in the world, making like shark chomping noises with our mouths, right? But it got the buy off, right? Sometimes that's what you got to do. Just another one of our angles from our final concept sculpt. And I just want to say that one of the big advantages of us working so heavily in ZBrush is that Jim and Dylan, our production designer, are able to see our designs develop in the round very early on in the development process. So as opposed to handing off a traditional 2D concept illustration and having VFX have to interpret a lot of things in the final asset, working in ZBrush allows us to take a lot of the guesswork out of things much earlier on. What we produce is still, I would consider very much a piece of concept art. It's by no means a VFX-ready asset. But working this way means a lot of the potential issues and future roadblocks are hopefully figured out in the concept phase. So here's some examples of the many reference animals we mixed together in our sort of blender analogy from earlier on for this final Akula design. This is, of course, not everything, but it should hopefully give you an idea of the sort of subtle gradient we try and have between all our different reference animals instead of the head of one thing, body of another. It has our bold sort of black and white orca pattern, our armored catfish-inspired armor, tiger shark stripes, great white-inspired sort of gnarly scars. There's this prehistoric animal called the Dunkleosteus, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, that sort of inspired how the jaw hinges. We infused some snake and DNA into how the jaw works, and then of course our Avatar 1 creatures are always our true north for some design decisions. In this case, the Thanator from the first film inspired the teeth and gums. So this was me taking things even further, using the layer system in ZBrush to try and figure out like a really crude, rough approximation of how the jaw might articulate. So again, this is all still in the concept phase, right? And this was handed off to VFX to hopefully inform them. I think in the final, VFX asset, they simplified a bit of this just to streamline things. But again, we're figuring this out in concept, and hopefully it allows us to take some of the guesswork out of things for them and save some time. So this is our last slide for the Akula. Jim describes every major creature in the Avatar universe as having an Earth-like metaphor. So the dire horse is sort of roughly a horse. The Tulkun is roughly a whale, at least in the broad strokes. But when you get up close to them, there are all these weird, interesting alien details. This way, you're sort of instantly communicating to the audience how they're supposed to interpret the design. If you go too alien, you might lose the audience. In the case of the Akula, Jim always envisioned it as our sort of Pandoran great white shark. So hopefully that came across in the film. Okay, moving on to the skim wing. The skim wing was probably the design that I had the most personal impact on. From the beginning, Jim had always described it as a sort of badass flying fish. We always knew that it was going to have several modes of movement, sort of swimming underwater, skimming on top of the water, going in ground effect, which is sort of an aircraft term that I didn't know that I had to Google, and then full-on flying for short periods of time. Essentially, those are all the things that a flying fish can do. So like the Akula, Weta Workshop had taken a stab at the very early phases of the design, years before I even started. And these were early sketch passes that I took after having inherited their design, just trying to make sense of everything. So here we are, still very early on. This was very much in the early exploratory phase, before much was really locked down, just trying out different wing treatments. Jim describes working with his artists as having a general idea of what the creature is supposed to be, but it's sort of like, he says it's sort of out of focus in his mind. He has like a written description of kind of what it is and what it's supposed to do, but he sees it as out of focus. As we, the art department, present different iterations to him and he makes decisions, it sort of becomes to him clearer and clearer, more in focus until we arrive at the final design. It's a nice collaborative process. So the skim wing was always conceived as sort of an aquatic evolutionary cousin of the banshee or Ikran. So very early on from the round that Weta did, it actually looked a lot like the Ikron with flying fish wings. But Dylan and I, being fans of the franchise ourselves, we knew that we didn't want to just rehash designs from the first film. So here are some really early exploratory sketches of some wackier head shapes just to see how far we could push things. On the top left is the one that's like pretty close to what Weta presented, which is kind of a riff on a Banshee. And then the bottom right is us pushing things way too far, which is the sort of radar dish head, right? So we always try and do a version that's exactly what Jim asked for, and then we do a version that Dylan and I kind of are trying to pitch, and then we do one that pushes things way too far just to see where the boundaries are, right? And then once in a while, Jim buys off on the wacky version. All right, this was another early head exploration idea that I thought was pretty interesting and fairly successful, but ultimately we felt like it was maybe a little too familiar to what we had already seen in the Avatar universe. So after a couple rounds of those wacky head shapes, we came up with this sort of long-snouted needlefish, sort of meets a dolphin design. Everyone, at least in the art department, was really gravitating towards this version, so we thought we might be onto something. One problem, we still had to convince the director. So we knew that he had sort of been living with that shorter, more Banshee-like head shape that Weta had done for years at this point, right? So we were trying to make the case that the longer snout might be the way to go. This video that I'm showing here is an idea that Dylan, our production designer, had, where we would sort of present to Jim a sort of evolution study between the shorter and longer head shapes, again, using the layer system in ZBrush. And then if Jim hated the long-snouted guy, he could hopefully pause somewhere in between in between the two and go, that's it, right there, something in there, right? And so we did this, and then when we presented what we had in one of the meetings, Jim was initially kind of lukewarm on our long-snouted guy. So I thought, oh, well, I guess it's going to sort of look like a Banshee. But to my surprise, at the next meeting, Jim walks in with this gigantic, like 3-foot-long sort of plastic skull of this long-snouted crocodilian-looking animal. Turns out it was a gharial, a type of crocodile that's native to India. So I guess after sitting with it for a bit, he ended up really liking the direction of the long-snouted design. He just wanted us to beef it up from the spindly sort of needlefish shape. To Jim, it made total biological sense that this animal would have a long, toothy snout, adept at catching fish while moving at high speeds. So we ran with that and never looked back. Here is our final head shape design. We actually took it a little bit further from there and explored giving it retractable teeth like the Ikron. But ultimately, everyone felt that it was a little bit overcomplicating the design and that the exposed teeth made a little bit more sense. So you can see that our process is not totally linear. We sometimes arrive at a design, see if we can keep pushing it further, and then sometimes circle back to something that was working before. I am so happy that our long-snouted gharial survived our gauntlet of an approval process. It is really a marathon getting anything approved. So the fact that we were able to convince Jim to come around on this idea and get excited by it, I consider a really big personal win. Thanks. We always have to explore an open and closed mouth state of all of our hero creatures just to make sure all of the possible roadblocks and how different pieces might articulate get figured out before handing off to VFX. So here's the open mouth of the final head shape. Let's get back to the body. So getting back to the body shape. We iterated and struggled a lot on how it would be posed when, you remember I talked about those different poses it had to take skimming on top of the water. Flying fish come out of the water at this really kind of awkward angle. You can see it in the reference here. So getting back to our design pyramid hierarchy thing, it was really hard to make this flying fish shape look cool. It's a really awkward sort of pose, right? So we knew that it had this biological need to skim on top of the water, but we were struggling to make it look cool. So this wasn't really figured out and didn't get full buy-off until we started doing some animation tests. This was an early animation test done by Weta Digital, who's now, I believe, called Weta FX, that really helped inform the design. As you can see, this is not our final concept. What we would do is we would get the design far enough along where Jim was pretty happy with it, pass it off to animation. They would do some relatively quick tests, learn some things, pass it back to us in the art department, and that would help inform the concept design process as we continued. It's a very organic sort of back and forth process between the concept team and the animation team. And we have done this for all of our hero creatures, such as the elu, the tulkun, the skimwing, to high levels of success. There are just certain things that you can't learn until you start doing movement tests. So this helped, for example, in this case, this helped inform us on things like reducing the scale of the little canard fins that are kind of coming out of his chest. We felt like they just felt a little bit too hefty here. And again, this helps solve the pose. There was also a lot of thought put into how those giant wings would then fold into the body once submerged. Jim always described it as having a sort of folding accordion-like motion. He would say like a folding fan. This is pretty much what a flying fish does, but we decided to sort of compress it down to an even thinner, more aggressive shape. This is getting into sort of shape design psychology, what you're trying to communicate to the audience. It was very important that again, putting our sort of National Geographic or thinking cap on, it's very important that to Jim that the creature maintain its hydrodynamic shape while swimming. He wanted it to really feel fast and agile. And you can see in this image, I haven't totally figured it out, but it's hopefully getting there. And here is our near final body design. Not quite there, but getting close. The pose is now much more refined. The body's almost there, just needs a few tweaks. And this is when we started getting into really trying to nail down the color and patterning. So even before I started working on the project, our, again, co-production designer, Dylan Cole, had done some absolutely beautiful early keyframe illustrations of the skimwing skimming over the surface of the water. Dylan is an amazing traditional plein air painter as well as a world-class colorist and matte painter. So even in those early days, Dylan always depicted this creature as having a striking orange wing pattern to contrast it against the blues and greens of our tropical ocean setting. But the final wing patterns themselves were not designed until the absolutely spectacular designer, Daphne Yap, took a crack at it. Daphne is a one-of-a-kind artist, a true outside-the-box thinker.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. And I would say probably the secret weapon behind many of the creature patterns in the Avatar films. Please go give her a follow on Instagram if you don't already. So kind of getting close to our final body here, one last thing we had to sort of figure out was the dorsal fin shape and how it would sort of poke out of the water. I was really trying to pitch Jim on these dorsal spines coming off the back of the creature. I thought it would create a really fun silhouette shape, sort of leaning into that sort of dangerous, angular shape language that we're trying to maintain on the creature. And, in this setting where you would see a rider on it or just see the creature's back poking out of the water. He liked it, but ultimately felt that if the rider were moving at super high speeds and then they would get torn off the back of the creature, they would get torn to shreds by those spines. So again, a good example of the story needs superseding looking cool. The next couple images are our final set of illustrations that we sent off to VFX. One last little anecdote. We actually had a physical buck fabricated off of one of my work-in-progress ZBrush sculpts. So basically imagine like a mechanical bull, but in the shape of a skimwing's back. Jim invited this world-class surfer to come down to the stages one day and like sit on the thing and then test out how the back anatomy would feel, and then have him point out where it felt like was the most natural points to grab onto the creature and try it in different riding positions. And those grab points became where we put the grab points on for the saddle. So, you know, real world influencing our concept phase. And here's our final underwater illustration, just to show off how the creature tucks its fins and gets into that swimming pose underwater. And here's the last image I'll share of this creature. Iteration on this specific creature consisted of nearly a year of my life.
I think they're going to clap for you at this point.
Okay.
Really loud. Yeah.
Thank you.
You had that look on your face. You had that look on your face when you say, like, a year of my life.
I can't complain too much, though, because it ended up on all the posters for the movie, and they made a Lego set out of it. So,
did you get the Lego set?
I have the Lego set, yeah, sitting in my office at home.
You got to have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a pleasure to build. Hats off to the Lego team. Okay. So let's get on to our Pandoran reef fish. Early on in the process, Jim had described to us that he needed a whole tropical reef's worth of alien fish. He wanted sequences, what he would say, teeming with biomass, where the audience could see aquatic life everywhere, hopefully giving the audience a feeling of going snorkeling or diving in a tropical reef. The Lightstorm creature design team, Konstantin Sakaris, Daphne Yap, and I got to work. And in record time, we had sketched out a ton of possibilities. Feeling very proud of ourselves, we plastered the walls of a meeting room in what must have been 100 options of Pandoran fish. Jim walks into the meeting room, and we can tell that he is not feeling any of them. And in the next 10 or so minutes, he proceeds to sketch out about a dozen little alien fish designs, and with just a Sharpie and a pad of paper that we had lying on one of the meeting, tables, and kind of put his team of world-class professional creature designers to shame. These dozen or so sketches are what became many of the hero tropical fish designs that end up getting close to camera in our reef sequence. The pincer fish, which is one of my personal favorites, again, sort of came out of one of those sketches that Jim did. I initially envisioned it as sort of more of a parrotfish and had sort of put a more beak-like mouth on it, meant for chewing coral. But Jim saw it as more of a predator. So I ended up stealing some teeth from a harlequin tuskfish, which is this guy on the top right, and a couple more reference animals that, again, get put into our blender and sort of gradiated through the design. I always envisioned it using those big sort of Hercules beetle-like horns to root through the coral and then scare out small prey, which it would then pounce on and grab with its teeth. Again, putting my National Geographic thinking hat on. Just trying to think through the design in ways that you may never see on screen. Here's another one of Jim's 1-minute fish sketches that would ultimately become a fish called the syringill. Kind of syringe meets gill. We had one of our PAs name all the fish. I actually really appreciate a director who can communicate visually this way. He gives us just enough of a direction and sort of insight into what he's thinking, but he doesn't do our jobs for us, and he lets us fill in all of the gaps. So it's actually a really nice process, instead of like us guessing the entire time. Here's our syringill. Working with Jim on alien fish, I have to be honest, was a little bit daunting. Not every day do you work with a director who has literally built his own submarine and been to the bottom of the ocean. Flat skates. This was another one of our fish. Just another kind of fun anecdote for talking about fish, because I can do this all day, right? because of Jim's sort of immense amount of underwater experience, he would pull out all of these really obscure fish references. So I remember one meeting where he told us to incorporate some really obscure fish as like a reference animal in one of our designs, something that none of us on the creature design team had ever heard of. And he referred to it by its scientific Latin name. And we all thought that he's BSing us, right? There's no way he knows a bunch of Latin names of fish. So after the meeting's over, we all like huddle around a computer and we Google it. And of course he was right on. So yeah, it turns out he does know a bunch of Latin names of fish. Here's our river fish. This is the one that Nataeum shoots at the beginning of the film with his bow and arrow. Many of our fish were a collaboration between multiple artists. This one started out as from a round of sketches by the talented, again, Daphne Yap, that I later took into ZBrush and sort of took further. Here's our chandelier fish. This was another collaboration. This one started out as a sketch by Simon Weber at Legacy Effects, again, years before I started, which I later plussed and detailed. It was really fun for me on this guy to get to play with some of the materiality on some of these weirder designs. I really liked dialing in sort of the translucency here and then putting in just a hint of like little internal organs. This was the Starbeak, another Simon Weber special that I inherited. I really like how this guy turned out, personally. Simon is an incredibly talented designer. So yeah, please go give him a follow. Here's more angles of the Starbeak. Again, one of the big advantages of us working in ZBrush is that we give our production designer and director the chance to see things in the round from multiple angles very early on, solving the problem from every angle. And here was our what we call the bait ball schooling fish. So Jim wanted these like fish that would be in these big bait balls that were sort of swimming around, and there'd be thousands of them as sort of like our equivalent of like sardines or something like that, like big sort of schools of prey fish, right? So we had to come up with a simple silhouette for this design that could be repeated thousands of times in these bait balls for bigger animals to feed on. So I ended up with this sort of like semicircle or fan-shaped tail design, trying to, again, give you that metaphor of like our sardine or something like that, but without it literally being that. Another simple sort of bait ball fish. Jim really wanted something that he called it a torpedo shape, like a tube made of muscle and scales. And then we took our bait ball guys and fattened them up for our what we call our Pandoran tuna. A variation of this design is what Loak hunts right before his encounter with the akula.
Were you off the sushi at this time?
Yes, actually. Jim's vegan, and I have become vegan.
There you go. See?
Yeah.
And a moment of clairvoyance.
Yeah. But they served some really great vegan food on production, so it was easy to do. Yeah, so here's one of the final, I think the final fish I'll show today. This fish gets really close to camera in our reef scene, so it was given a little bit of special attention. I believe this, it's hard for me to keep it all straight, but I believe this came out of this also came out of a round that Legacy did that I later took to finish. And the googly eyes and the fish kissy face were direct requests from Jim. All right, the star of the show, Payakon, and the rest of our Tulkun. So remember how I said that most of the creature designs in the Avatar universe are divided into 3 distinct design challenges, each with their own approval process: 1, form and anatomy; 2, the color; and then 3, the bioluminescence. Well, Payakon was even more complicated than that. He was a hornet's nest of unique design tasks because he had so many story obligations that he needed to fulfill. So for Payakon, I really have to give all the credit in the world to the main thrust of the design to one of my close colleagues, Konstantin Sakaris. He really figured out all the broad strokes of the design. It's really his baby. I was then later tasked with figuring out all the details, iterating on specific points of anatomy like the eye, the crest, the blowholes, the scars, the color patterning, bioluminescence, etc. But yeah, it's really sort of Konstantin's, design. So here's some really early versions of Konstantin exploring Tolkuns. And here's where Konstantin left things. As you can see, the design is all there at the macro level. I got to work on it on the micro level. Okay, so because PyAcon had so many story hoops to jump through, I had my work cut out for me designing every inch of this creature. So again, on top of the form, pattern, bio, there were a lot of individual specific parts, in this case the eye anatomy, that were given as much design scrutiny as entire other creatures in our design process. So for this particular page, again, this represents many more images, but we referenced a lot of elephant eyes, as well as several different species of whales. We really wanted to communicate a sort of intelligence and wisdom behind the eyes. Sometimes the easiest path to approval is to just present a grayscale image. This way we're only talking about one thing, not getting bogged down by a discussion about the color or patterning when we really want to make progress on the anatomy. Another sort of specific design task just to the Tolkun was the delicate auditory sensors underneath the crests. This was another story need. So in the Tolkun hunt sequence in the film, for anyone that's seen the movie, the RDA, which are sort of our villainous human characters, fire these big sound blast cannons at the Tolkun, and we needed the audience to feel the Tolkun reeling back in pain in some way, but they can't talk, right? So we needed to design a sort of exterior anatomical detail that shows them in pain. So this was me trying out ideas for that design challenge. I actually think some of the images on this page are 2D, some are 3D, and some are a hybrid. Dylan always encourages us to work in whatever way gets the job done most successfully. And here is the sort of final idea for that sensor. I actually think you only really see this on the female Tolkun. It's only really called out there in the Tolkun hunt sequence. But this is just another example of how every inch of the creature was designed based on story needs. In this particular case, this was an example of, I did a 3D render. I would then take that into Photoshop, do a bunch of paint overs to try out different ideas, and iterate, and then once we select a version, I take that back into ZBrush and sculpt that on the concept model. The patterning on PyAcon was another huge design task. Dylan and I, along with indispensable help from concept artist Seifel Hawk and lead character designer Joe Pepe, were really trying to push for an intricate, colorful pattern all over the body. For a long time, at least internally, Dylan jokingly referred to the Tolkun as rainbow space whales. Although Jim would always correct us and say they're not whales, they're Tolkun. I thought the imagery of a giant sort of tropical fish-colored aquatic alien creature breaching onto the RDA ships in full 4K glory would be really striking. But so we explored everything from sort of a colorful sort of parrotfish pattern to more browns and greens that you might see on sea turtles. I think nearly every artist in the art department took a stab at some part of PyAcon at some point or another, and there were dozens of artists in the art department. So Jim and Dylan were really cognizant of how different colors react at different depths underwater. So getting a sense of how the pattern would read near the surface of the water, and then again at lower depths, was a really big part of the process of testing out each pattern design. You can see up here, I've sort of taken a couple screenshots of this video. This is just for reference purposes, but you can see that like our reds essentially evaporate, right? Like they're gone at like a really shallow depth. They turn to gray and then they turn to black. So that's something that we had to take into consideration when designing these patterns. Here you can see us testing out that idea on one pattern variation. All of our yellows and reds get lost fairly quickly at shallow depths, but the oranges and blues survive. So this was a fun gag. Jim really wanted, for the first time the audience meets Piacon and one of our characters meets Piacon, they wanted the first time they encounter him for us to mistake him as a rock. So that had to be taken into consideration when designing out his pattern for the shoulder area at least. I think this may have been what killed our rainbow space whale. Because Jim really didn't want to let go of this gag. So we were trying to make it work with the more colorful, like intricate patterning. You can see on the top right, that was me like attempting one of many of our patterns. And like, look, we can sort of hide it with, you know, specularity and like make it feel like a rock. And ultimately, I think it got killed because of that. So the body ended up getting a bit more drab. I think this was the final image I did of the body pattern before sending it off to Weta, who I believe iterated on it further. Here's a fun sort of selection of images. It was important for us to get a read on how the pattern would be viewed from a few key angles. The eye pattern itself was super important because it was how so many of the characters were going to interact with the creature. And the camera gets up really close to it, so it needed special design attention. Here were some of our crazier eye pattern variations. These were in collaboration with our extremely talented character designer, Joe Pepe. And we knew, after kind of going back a couple slides, we knew that all those reds were going to disappear once we got underwater. So we were pitching this to Jim as like, hey, underwater, it's not going to feel red, it's going to feel gray, right? And then it will be this reveal once you get to the top of the water. And here was our, I think, near final eye pattern illustration, along with, just to compare it, a still from the film. As you can see, we get really close in concept. And then here's Loak doing Na'vi sign language right up on the eye. It's really important to the story, so we had to make it work even at this level. We needed the creature to be able to emote and communicate just from these two eyes. Dylan liked to use Mike Wazowski from Monsters, Inc. as inspiration. So because Piacon has to be able to communicate like a huge emotional range just with one giant eye. Okay, so Quaritch is telling me that I should maybe open up ZBrush because we're at the ZBrush Summit. So give me a sec to do that.
How about a round of applause for Zach? Yeah. Let's keep the energy going here, people. It's great.
Thanks. Yeah, so here is our final, I think this is our final concept sculpt for Piacon. Again, all the credit in the world goes to Constantine. Please go give him a follow if you don't already. And then I was sort of on detail and cleanup duty, so it's a pretty collaborative effort. And I just want to show you kind of how we tackled our patterns, because I think this is a feature. I'm going to show a feature that it's pretty old in ZBrush that I don't think a lot of people use. I certainly didn't know about it till like partway through the production. And it was really intuitive for me as a 2D, someone coming from a 2D concept background to sort of be able to paint on the creature, and it's Z-Uplink. So that's kind of how we did a lot of our patterns. Instead of us sort of, let me just drive. Shut up, Zach, and just start showing.
There are things in there that people don't use I lose sleep over.
I'm sorry?
There are things in there that people don't use that I lose sleep over.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. You guys are always introducing new features, and it's hard for me to keep up. So I just stick to my old faithfuls. Yeah, I was asking one of my friends, Brian Wynia, who I think has spoken here, like, oh, do you have any advice for when I'm speaking? He's like, just tell him, what you use. And I was like, I don't use anything. He's like, well, tell him that. So yeah, what brushes do I use when I sculpt? I use Dam Standard, I use Move, and I use Clay Buildup. I think that's it.
Very uncommon in these parts.
Yeah. So, okay, yeah. let's see, what are we doing here? We can tumble around this guy for a sec if you want to see some of the details. But let's talk patterns, because I think that's part of what makes the creatures in the Avatar universe so unique. So what I'm going to
field one question? Sorry.
Yeah, please do while we're going.
Was everything poly painted or is it all textured?
So yeah, good question. I sort of cut this guy apart. That's actually a great question. Yeah, I cut this guy apart just so I didn't have to mess with UDIMs. So it's a bunch of separate little, sub-tools. And then each one I just gave like whatever the max texture map is, I think 8K or whatever. And then I use this, what I'm about to show, this projection technique using ZBrush. So what that does is it basically links to an external, photo editor or painting app. In my case, Photoshop. And then you can use that to sort of paint, and it locks it to whatever camera angle you are, and then it projects that down. So I'll just sort of show the process. So what I do is I will drop the model, I will clear the canvas, and I will make our canvas. I just usually do 8K by 8K, just a giant square, resize it. Oh, Windows is complaining at me. Let's see how long that takes. Okay, great. And then we'll drop our icon sculpt in there, and then we look up at our thumbnail here, and we go, oh, the canvas is way out in space, so we got to go up here and just sort of zoom out. Let me just turn my gradient down to 0 real quick. Okay, and then I turn off perspective because I just want to lock it at sort of isometric, and then I'll frame our model and make sure that I'm just on the body. And we go up here to Document, ZAppLink, and the first time you do this, it'll ask you to sort of connect to an external app. And so I've already linked it to Photoshop, I hope. And I'll uncheck this double-sided because that will project through the model, and whatever you paint will be on the other side of the model, and I want the belly to sort of still be white. I will turn off Enable Perspective because I want to keep that isometric perspective, and then I usually keep Fade on, so as it's sort of like the glancing angle is rolling away from camera, it'll fade that projection. And I will hit Drop Now, and then we will let it think, and it will hopefully do a little hokey pokey, and then we'll end up in Photoshop, we hope. Let's see if it landed. Oh, you guys are seeing the baked cake. So yeah, so it'll give you this file like this, and basically in Photoshop, it'll give you a couple layers, the background layer, which we don't want to mess with, and then the shading layer. So that's all of our lighting information, our matte cap information in ZBrush, and then we have the color layer. So this is just a flat color of that creature, right? So what I would then do is create a new layer in Photoshop, and then anything we paint on here is going to be, and I'll mask it off with, steal that mask. Anything we paint on here is then going to be able to be projected back onto the model. So I did bake a cake, sort of pull it out of the oven like a finished one. So let me just go through like our layers here. So basically, a trick that we learned for very instant Pandoran patterns, I have to give credit to our concept artist, Seifel Hawk, for this one, is sliced red cabbage. And then this guy's
hungry.
Yeah,
everybody going.
So yeah, you can pull like a photo of like that we have of like some cabbage in here, if Photoshop behaves. I think I'm pushing this computer to its limits here. Yeah, so I'm in the lasso tool. I'll turn the feather up a little bit just so it grabs, a little bit of a fade. And I will make sure I am on our cabbage. And just grab that section, copy it, and then I'm going to paste it down here. Turn off auto select. And where did it go? There it is. So you can see like just that photo is giving me a lot of like cool color information in there. And basically what I did is I built a gradient map in here in Photoshop. So what that does is you're assigning colors to a certain value range. So like our blacks are going to go to this sort of like semi-blue gray, and then we're going to go into some blues and some greens, and I'll throw in a little gray and purple in there, and then our lights will be yellow, right? So any photo we drag in there or any painting we do in there is just going to hit that value, that color range that we decided. So if I go ahead and darken this piece of cabbage, and then maybe we'll set that to like soft light or something.
This is a guilty pleasure of mine, by the way. Just watching you do this. Kicking it old school.
Just this?
Just this, kicking it old school in there.
Yeah, so if we set that maybe to overlay, you know, mess with our layers, maybe we'll just keep it on normal. And I'm just messing with the curves just to bring down the, you know, the value range a little bit and say that that's kind of something that we like. And then okay, and this computer is gasping at me. And then we can sort of flip and, you know, alter this in any way that we want. And see, that's kind of a cool looking bit right there that we like. And we'll add a little mask, and we'll do a little painty paint of just some black, just to sort of knock it back slightly and say, that's perfect, and Jim is going to love it. And then I kind of had these like split in half, and I will dupe this this section, and we will flip it, and we'll bring it up here. And there we go. You can see instant sort of Pandoran patterning on there. And, you know, obviously we didn't just use cabbage, but that was just, I thought, kind of a fun one. And we used a lot of sea turtles and all sorts of other jazz. But I will grab that, that whole thing, and I will copy it over and put it in our master file. This is the one that we z-app linked from. What I would usually do is sort of create a separate file to do all my painting on. And this process, you know, a bunch of people might be asking, like, why didn't you use Substance? Because we are concept artists, and we don't know how to use Substance. But this, you know, basically because, I mean, that's partially true, but here, let me merge it down, and then I'll talk. So you got to merge it down, you got to save the file. It's got to have the same sort of 3-layer structure that it came with, the background, the color, and the shading, and then you save, and then you go back to ZBrush, and you hope that nothing broke.
You're blowing people's mind online. They just can't believe you did it this way.
I'm a concept artist. So it's retrieving it.
Too good.
And now we can re-enter ZBrush, and we can let it think, and it will probably take a while. Oh, so yeah, pick up now, and it's going to, again, do the hokey pokey. This allowed us to sort of pass the design along to all of our different concept artists, right? It was kind of a big ask in the sort of like throes of production to teach everybody Substance, but it wasn't really hard. Everybody knows Photoshop if you're a concept artist. So this, again, like Dylan Cole is, like I said, one of the best matte painters I've ever encountered, but he doesn't know Substance, and he doesn't have time to learn it, right? So, but he wanted to take a stab at the patterns. So I'm like, well, I can hand you off a Photoshop document, and we can get it on the model in like minutes. And so that allowed us to sort of pass it off to different artists who are very comfortable in sort of working a certain way. So we tried with different approaches, and this is the one that was sort of the dumbest, but it sort of stuck.
And it allowed for the maximization of everyone's sort of skill sets across the scope of the project.
Yeah. So yeah, there we go. It picked it up, and yeah, we got our sort of.
That's where you make all the noise now. Really loud. Geez, that's good. Beautiful.
Got sort of our Pandora pattern back there. All right, I got a couple slides left, and then I'll shut up if you want.
Oh, stop. It's all you. What, are you kidding me? You have 3 minutes. I mean, if you really
3 minutes. Okay, geez. So we kept a lot of our sea turtle patterning, and we got much simpler from our intricate rainbow space whale.
That's good. You started talking really quick there.
Yeah,
wow.
Like 3 minutes. So Jim was really worried that with all the light caustic effects from the surface of the water, playing off the body of the whale, Tulkun, with the creature moving at high speeds, with all of these overlapping sort of plates, that things were going to get really noisy. So we had to simplify. So that, you know, when I started on the project, I had this this idea in my mind of like, what makes a Pandoran creature, and the thing that comes to mind is the Ikron. And so you think every creature looks like the patterning of the Ikron. It's really colorful and it's really intricate, but the Ikron is just one creature, and if you look at a lot of the creatures from the first film, a lot of them are simpler. The Ikron's kind of our parrot, right? So anyway, so we tried it from a bunch of different hero camera angles to make sure it did everything it needed to do. Finally, we were getting to the bio on this creature. This was, again, that same process of just like 2D painting and then projecting it back onto the model. This, again, represents, I think I did dozens of iterations for the bio of the body, a few dozen more for the eye. It had to work in the wide shot. We really wanted to have our bold, big graphic gestures read when the camera was really pulled out, but then it also had to maintain detail in the close-up. So each of our major gestures is actually made up of much tinier clusters of tiny bioluminescent dots. Once we had Piacon nailed down, we had to flesh out our designs for the rest of the Tolkun. Roa was our hero female Tolkun. Early on, I think the female Tolkun studies were done by my amazing colleague Ian Joyner, who I think has been a speaker here. If you are wondering why I haven't shown any Elu stuff, it's because Ian did most of that. I never touched it. So all of our older Tolkun had to have these intricate tattoo designs on them. Here's one of the early tattoo explorations on Roa. And sometimes it helps us to present the concept in little video turntables, whatever best communicates the idea. Am I out of time, Louis?
No, you can just keep going.
I got a couple more slides. I'm really close.
People are loving it, man.
Okay, here's the final.
The chat, they're blowing you up in the chat. I want to actually pause and say, the real poignant part of your presentation is how much credit you've given to everyone who worked with you and people. It's not going unnoticed. They really appreciate the way you're treated.
Yeah, no, the whole thing is a team effort. Yeah, no, thank you for saying that. It's like I was brought on as a relatively less experienced concept artist, and there was really senior people who took me under their wing. Senior is a bad sounding word. More experienced people that took me under their wing and showed me the ropes, and that doesn't they just
your humility is high level. Thanks for being.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Here's our final Roa design. I think the tattoo was a collaboration between Daphne Yap and myself. And then we had to flesh out all of our background Tolkun. Each one was a unique individual, which had its own unique eye pattern, its own tattoo. So this is one of several of our male, background male Tolkun. And our little calf. I think this one started out as a design by Ian Joyner, which I later detailed and did some work on the patterning.
It's beautiful.
And I think this is our final illustration. Probably the final one, or one of the final ones I did personally on the movie. Our big, happy Tolkun family with all of our anatomical decisions, our patterns, and our tattoos. Thank you so much.
Zach Berger, Disney Lightstorm. Zach Berger, louder. Iconic work.
Thank you.
Awesome workflow.
Thank you so much.
How about some questions? A few questions?
Yes, please. I just got to say really quick, John Landau, our producer, gave me permission to show all this work, and he would love it if I would pimp the art book a little bit, so here it is. Now we can do questions.
Yeah, right on. Okay, any questions? You should have tons of questions. I'll get the snaps going here. Oh, we got any questions? Yes, ask the questions now.
Hi, thank you so much. So in the second movie, I noticed that Jake and Neytiri and some of the other Na'vi characters, their bioluminescent freckles, I would say, they had a different coloration than from the first movie. I noticed some were more teal, I think.
Yeah.
Was that a decision for the second movie, or is there
That's probably not something I can answer. Go hit Joe Pepe up on Instagram. He'll know.
Joe Pepe, the man with the idea. Here we go. You better ask now, because we're coming to the final lap of the ZBrush Summit, 10th anniversary. Don't be shy. Oh, hey, you've been really good. And also, you have a great voice on the microphone. Absolutely. Kidding me? Stop it. Don't ever say that. You sound amazing.
Hey, man.
Hey.
I'm not sure this is going to be this is already recorded, right? And it's going to be on the internet?
This right now.
Whoa, what was that? This right now. No, I mean this whole thing, even the question, Q&A.
Yeah, it's recorded, is my understanding.
Oh,
we had
dang.
to clear it with John. So
Well, you know what? I'm already on the mic, so I might as well ask. How is it to work with Mr. James Cameron? And what I mean by that is how critical is that man? Exactly. Because that man, we have been, rumors are that
yeah,
he's
no,
very highly...
there were stories when I started, but my experience was excellent. I can say that, like, unequivocally. The guy is really, really smart. And I don't say that sort of like blowing smoke. Like, he's literally one of the smartest people I've ever encountered. And he really knows his stuff, and he really likes artists. So yeah, I have nothing but positive things to say.
Anybody else? Oh, hold on. Yeah, you can clap. That's fine. Of course you can clap. You should clap. Also, keep in mind, experiences with people are so subjective. Everyone has their own sort of experience with it.
Yeah, I mean, he sort of like did an interview recently about the Abyss and that whole horror story, so you can look that up.
Sure,
online.
you can read about that one. Okay, let's have it. Come on, man. I know the voice.
I know this
Yo,
guy.
thank you very much, man. Excellent presentation. Really appreciate you coming.
Thank you, man.
What personally did you find most challenging?
Wow. I mean, it was just I guess the first thing that comes to mind was just the imposter syndrome of like stepping into that art department. Like I said, like everybody there was incredible. And then you're going like, kind of looking around and you're going like, wait, they wanted me, and like there wasn't some other guy that was like, you know, more talented than me that you guys could have gotten. I'm a hack. So, and that has still not really gone away, like almost 7 years in. But yeah, that was sort of getting over that, and just sort of, I think that like Dylan must have seen something in my portfolio and like identified something that like I didn't even see in myself at the time. And then I feel like I've been given the leeway to sort of grow into the role. So yeah, it's been just an incredible experience.
That's good management.
Yeah,
That's
no, he's great at what he does.
Yes. Okay. So I think that's it.
Okay.
All right.
Hopefully I didn't go too overtime.
You didn't go overtime, man. You're an amazing speaker. We really appreciate that. And everybody make a lot of noise again for Zach Berger. Yes.
Thank you so much. Would it be weird if I got like a photo?
Yeah, take a photo, or you do a selfie of yourself.
Yeah, is that like,
No,
if anyone
make more
objects,
noise.
like
Clap
cover
while
your
he's taking the
face
selfie.
or whatever. How do I work camera? Thanks,
All right,
everybody.
you got
Appreciate it.
Okay, so it's that time of the day where we're going to do some giveaways. And don't move. Don't leave. Listen, don't move a muscle, because I want to say something very important. After the giveaways, we are going to have a very special, they wanted me to say big, but I'm going to say a huge announcement, okay? So sit tight, don't you dare move a muscle. This is not the time to go to the bathroom, none of that. It's like Super Bowl, don't use a toilet. Let's get the bowl. Booth babe, send me a booth babe. Or booth boy. Oh, here we go.
I'm back.
I
We're
know that.
doing online.
All right, let's do online. Thank you very much. Yeah, they flipped the script on me here. If anyone can pivot, it's me. Okay, we're going with an all-access membership to the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Thomas Whittlesback was roaming around. Make some noise. Yeah, the energy's quite low. Let's get a little bit louder, everybody. Let's get a little bit louder. Got a special presentation coming up. Okay, let's have it. Lots of emoticons, clapping, strange-looking creatures. Okay, congratulations. Congratulations are happening. Let's go, says somebody. You guys put it in there or what? What? Oh, congratulations to Mike. Yeah. I thought this was like some kind of scam. Okay, cool. What's up next? One more. How about those prizes? Earlier, did you see that? Emily walking away with a laptop. Almost didn't make it. Sitting at home watching online thinking, I should go see Louis Tucci in the flesh inside the green screen hangar, and bang, takes home the hardware. Rigged, says somebody here. Stab the screen. The sign-up link, congratulations. A huge announcement coming. You better believe it. Don't you dare move a muscle. And yeah. Download Rigor Mortis as we Can Joseph Drust be on stage for old time's sake? I could probably give Joseph Drust a hug on stage if he wants to. Depends on if he wants to see the old rattlesnake himself, the coyote. Whoa. Okay. So we're going to go with the Character Creator 4-pack Re-Illusion. As you notice, Paul Gabry, my fellow Canadian compatriot in ZBrush Red Arms, has taken the stage. You know what that means. We're going to be doing the ZBrush presentation that everyone around the globe has been waiting for. But before that, we're going to look at this and see what the next person is, what their name is. In Drust we trust, they say. The crowd is really well behaved. Can we fix that? Make some noise. I don't know, Paul. Come on again. Late in the day on Sunday. Congratulations to Wyatt. Wyatt is the winner. Wyatt. Come on, Wyatt. Too soon? I see your mustache. You hadn't, huh? You just need a hat. Okay, next up, we're going to do another one.
It's in-person time, Louis.
Come on out here, man. Don't
Hello,
make me
everyone.
get the coyote. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Our booth boy, Ian Robinson.
Yep, that's me.
Boy.
We're doing one.
Okay, you ready?
Hold on.
What you want?
My drummers.
Oh.
I know you're here. Yeah. Call it, Louis. Call it.
This is funny. Number 6269. Number 6269. Oh, my God. So close so far. 6269. In the back, is that you? Come on down. Don't be shy. Yeah, that's where you clap. Come on, make some noise. Okay, hey, what's up? Let's turn this way and face the people. Wow, that's fine. I'll give you the prize. You're just blowing my mind with that sweater right now. What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel's here with his 1989 San Francisco 49ers sweater. Not to get too autobiographical, but I'm sure a portion of my college fund was blown on that game when the Bengals dropped the ball. Oh, yeah. So go ahead and pick a number.
Let's do 6.
Number 6. All access membership. High five. All right. So you had fun?
Oh, yeah. I had a great time.
First time?
Yeah, first time.
Go collect the prize. Okay. All right. Well, listen, here's the deal. I'm going to hand it over for a very special presentation with our own Paul Gabry. And I would ask you to sit tight because the action will continue. We got a special presentation that is a year in the making here. And we're going to have another presentation after that, a really brief sort of thing that happens before we get into the live sculpt-off winners for your 10th anniversary ZBrush Summit. So without further ado, make some noise for Paul Gabry. And what's that?
I'm still getting set up.
Oh, that's fine. All right, no problem. So anyway, let's talk about a couple of things before we get too carried off. Number one is that the live sculpt-off, again, we were so elated to have a 10th anniversary, to do this for the 10th time and have so many people, more than ever, people competed online in the online challenge. It was really phenomenal to see the work. So I'm looking into the camera and I'm saying thank you on behalf of all of us here on the ZBrush team for the work that you've put in, the preparation. It was a sword and sorcery challenge, and the people, it was a very, very tough for our judges to make the decision of crowning a champion. I see last year's champion on the front row. Hammy's here, and he's just waiting. He can't wait to see. What's that? We'll go for an ad break, all right? Well, sit tight. We're going to see some things. Thanks so much.
And what pathway led you to sort of into the space that we're in today? What's the role you're playing with the company with ZBrush? I'm an interactive media producer working with Maxon and the ZBrush team to do a lot of live streaming and content production. So you had the exposure to it as a kid. You come full circle to this professional position of managing how other people perceive and see this thing as a brand and as a product.
Yeah.
Where did you get started with the ZBrush?
I was first introduced to ZBrush in high school. There was this program through our community college locally where it was just all kinds of careers for kids, all kinds of doors for kids to.
Okay, where was this?
It was in Jackson, Michigan. Okay. Where I where I grew up, somewhere around there. There was a really cool art program that you could do, and half of it was traditional, half of it was digital. But then there was an instructor there that was teaching ZBrush.
Okay.
And this had to have been like 2004, 2005, I think, when I first heard of it, and I was in the traditional program, but I got to dabble a little bit in ZBrush, so I got to, kind of drive it a little bit, but...
That's where you get the first taste of it.
Yes, yeah.
Well, it's been really a great ride. I think it's only going to continue to get better. What is one thing that stands out for you as a high watermark in all of these years that you've been with the company? Now coming on to I'm going to age you on to your 10th year anniversary.
10 years, yeah, I know.
You were just a kid when I met you. That's funny. I'm aging myself.
Yeah. Something that stands out to me is or the most exciting thing is getting to work with so many amazing artists and studios themselves, these huge names. It's like we're collaborating with them. We're the company that's providing, software for them. And
the brush.
Yeah, they can't do it without that software. And so it's so cool to meet them and collaborate. And there's been a lot of cool interviews, with you and content that we've produced over the years, ZBrush Live and all kinds of stuff. So it's been a fun journey.
We're going to keep it going.
Yeah.
I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, it's a long time coming. Thanks a lot, Kyle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Hi, this is Steven. I hope you are alright. ZBrush helped me a lot in my artistic development, much more than any other software so far. It was a true artistic revolution for me. I am a 3D artist since 1999. I was a polygon and 3D modeler for a long time already. In 2008, I discovered ZBrush. First, because it had become a standard in the industry, and I had to adopt it at work. Little by little, I realized the creative potential. But especially at that time, I felt stuck by technical constraints, polygon limitations, lack of tools. All this prevented me from being creative, especially for a hard surface. ZBrush was an obvious solution for me, which met all my expectations. With each new features of ZBrush, my style became more refined and diversified. Until today, I have never found a software with so much artistic potential. I also take this opportunity to thank the whole ZBrush team for all these years and for allowing me to live as a 2D artist. I hope you find your way too with this unique software. Bye.
And we're back live inside the green screen hangar, and we are going to have a very special time. Can you please put your hands together for the 10th anniversary ZBrush Summit? First of all, yeah, it's pretty good, but
hands together.
I am always honored, and it's always a pleasure to be here to do this. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to my teammates on the ZBrush team. We've got Ian Robinson and Paul Gabry to illuminate you as to what's new inside of ZBrush. Take it away, guys.
Hey, everybody.
Hi. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Ian. Energy level, great. I feel it. I love it. Feel it. Feel it.
Yeah.
Or that could just be everyone's sweat and heat and just coming off.
It's everyone's sweat and heat, but it's also I'm just jumping energy to you. Just go, go, go.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's all moral support.
Thank you. That's what he's up here for.
Hi.
All right. So we're going to show you what we've been up to in ZBrush. We also have a very, very huge special announcement at the end of this as well. So don't go anywhere. And obviously, we are going to be announcing who won our Jack-O-Lantern Mini Challenge. And I will say this, some of you here right now are winning something. Some of you have won in the Jack-O-Lantern Challenge, and you're here physically. Just an FYI.
So don't leave.
So don't leave. And then we're obviously going to be announcing the main Thursday live ZBrush Sculpt Off that we do every year. But let's get going with ZBrush. So I'll get to show you guys this just incredible piece that I've been working on.
Hands.
Yeah.
I like hands.
Glorious. Glorious. Okay, so let's get going. So when we're looking at something like this, obviously as artists and when we're working, just think about stuff like we're just trying to move a hand, move the fingers. Think about simple posing right now. Obviously, we're all going to do things like this. This is my preferred method. Go in a little bit of a mask, have that mask blend a little bit. So you all are probably familiar now with the anchor brush for those that are using 2023, right? So this would be something that could be very useful. You just make a couple dots, right? And then you just start, yes, thumbs down, thumbs up, right? Start moving this where you, oh, look at that, beautiful, beautiful, right? So the process here obviously is me having to go and, as you can see, making views, deciding what I want as a mask, blurring that, then dropping our dots, putting them where I want, and maybe dropping that finger down a little bit, right? Putting it in position. So for this version that we're showing today, we've done an update to the anchor brush. So now we're just going to make some dots, and then you can just start moving the finger. You don't even have to do a mask at all anymore. So you just make the dots where you want, and then you just start moving it around, positioning where you, whoop, 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 whoop. It's Halloween, so.
Yeah, break a finger.
It's Halloween, right? So I really enjoy doing this. Obviously, you can keep walking up a finger if you wanted to in this example, okay? So let's look at this a little bit more at a grander scale, like old school. I'm bringing this back because it's the 10th anniversary. Ironically, this model was used in the 10th anniversary video we did of ZBrush too. Since the 10th, look at this.
It's intertwined. It's connected.
So my jokes aren't working today, so good. All right.
Come on, let's give it up for Paul.
No,
Come on, go on.
No pity, no pity, no pity, no pity. Okay, so obviously now, if you got this, I like to use the move and rotate, right? I'm going to throw some symmetry on, and then we're going to just have some, let's have some real fun. Yes. Pick up a box. Why wouldn't you want to do this? Right? So this is more of also thinking about this more as like a design. Oh, yeah, why wouldn't you want that? Look at that's beautiful. That's beautiful. And then I like to switch to something like this and big hands, right? So you can start doing some different crazy stuff with this, right? Thinking design-wise. He's breathing, okay? Or, you know, since it is actually Halloween close to it, right? Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice.
Tiny
Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. But the key here is, look at that. That's beautiful. They're done.
That's fine art.
Isn't Art Basel in December? Let's print it. We're done. There's a piece.
We got printers outside.
Well, that's nice. Thank you for the pity clap on my artwork. Okay, the idea here is obviously you can see no masking was done. We're just making the 2 points. We're moving things around. So thinking about this is another design element, like thinking about a little character like this, right? So during the process, this is what we're thinking about. What can we do? So in this case, you know, as an artist, I might grab something simple. We're going to grab the dog like this. We're going to divide the dog up. Okay, and then we're going to say, you know what, I don't want the division levels. We're going to be the old handy-dandy Dynamesh. And you know what, I'm going to throw this out there. I'm sure you're all aware of this. You grab the resolution, and you can actually pick You see the resolution's now changing. This is not new. This has just been there. But for those of you, it's new now, for those that didn't know, right? So you pick that and you throw it in Dynamesh mode, right? And then I'm thinking, again, more about a design element. So let's quickly think about how approaching this would work, right? So we can keep Dynameshing. For me, adding on top of this, I like to throw a little Sculptris Pro in this because you can see you can quickly just get rid of things. Maybe I don't want the tail, gone. Okay, get rid of anything here maybe. That's what did it for you guys, not my dad jokes.
You go there on a Sunday, really.
We got a lively crowd out here today. I like it, right? So going back to this, the anchor brush, okay? Thinking about this, you have these options, and just thinking about trying to show this in more than one way, and you don't have to have clean topology. You can just do whatever you want, stretch it out, put some dots in here. And then this is, again, where I like to kind of just walk down, and you can just keep moving. This is the fun part, this one right here. Yes, that's the fun part. Yes, happy mistake. There. Right? So again, this is the idea, right? You can keep designing, look at that, Dynameshing it up, and let your designs come to life. We're not worrying about masking. That's really one of our goals for this. As we said, we were trying to think about how can we expand across this anchor brush. It's like a swing now.
Yeah.
Right? The designs that you can get in here, just incredible. Look at that. What a design.
Oh, I thought it was put them up.
That is put them up. It is put them up. Okay, so the anchor brush now has, in essence, its own built-in system, so you don't have to do any of your masking. However, with that said, let's go back to Mr. Lutz here, okay? This is, again, sorry, Steve Jubinville, if you're watching. This is Steve Jubinville's model. So in case he's watching, I apologize. All right, so going back then, thinking about, again, expanding upon this idea, we've got some gizmo that I'm sure you all use. Who uses the transpose line anymore? Everybody in here? Raise your hands. Raise your hands.
Yes.
Oh, see?
Yeah.
Still powerful.
Yes.
All right, and everyone else is the gizmo, diehard gizmo fans. Me too. He's so cute and cuddly. I just don't like when he changes. Thank you, Hammy. I had one laugh for that one. Wow, holy moly, I'm not doing well today.
You're nailing it.
All right, nailing it. Okay, so with the gizmo, as we were doing, we were masking, okay? So what we've done is done a little update to your mask. So if you notice, this is not the same mask that you've had. So what you are used to is a classic, what you all have now is this, right? So you see how your mask is moving down the topology. You got a harsh mask, you got to blur it, right, to start moving things. We are now updating the masking for transpose to be a lot more of a smoother mask for you all. So especially for if you're trying to pose something or you move something around, you can just see you get a way better mask. So it's got a built-in. But we didn't stop there. We did not stop there. We wanted to continue doing that. I'm going to go on the other arm now. So now if you're going to start a mask, you can see the gizmo now moves with the mask. So we're looking at the actual now gradient of this mask, how it makes sense within the topology, and putting this gizmo at the best spot for your movement and what you guys would want to do, right? So as an example, again, we'll clear the mask. I do a little something like this. See, it's not moving. So we have the ability now, when I hold the control key and let go, it now moves along with my mask, and now it's positioned right where I'd want it to be.
Paul.
Yes?
People are happy in the chat.
Yeah.
What do you got for me?
People are pretty happy in the chat.
Oh, they're happy?
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for.
You get the smiles and the other emoticons that really can't make sense.
I just want to know if they like my jokes. That's it. That's all. I'm just working on my stand-up. That's really all I'm up here for. It's not like
tears with their emojis.
I don't know ZBrush. I just know it a little. Oh, I'm not wearing that.
You're not wearing that shirt.
I'm not wearing that shirt. Sorry, I'm wearing the dragon of this year. Okay, so coming back to this guy, continuing thinking about design, thinking about what we're going to do and how you guys are going to keep working. This is one of my favorite brushes, having these chisel brushes. I love these brushes, right? You can just quickly draw out some stuff, change up here and say, you know what? You can change your draw size, obviously, change your Z intensity, so then you get different types of scale in this case, okay? Pretty cool. Yay. We're all used to this. So what we've done here, I'm going to put my Z intensity back up, is we have a new stroke for you. So there is now a drag stamp. Okay, so this is going to be a little different than the drag rectangle. This has got built-in mode for when you are doing, we'll go a little bit smaller. When I start going, you can see it slowly comes off the surface. So you guys as artists can decide, do I want to be there? Do I want to go there? Do I want to go here? Do I want to go there? Okay, you like that one? All
That's where you clap.
Yeah,
Come on now. Make a little bit of noise.
Right? We're always about how can we save some time as artists, right? So now I don't have to touch my Z intensity. I can just keep using this stroke and just putting these scales where I want them, deciding if I want them to go out. It's just creating a faster workflow is what it's about as well. Okay, so this, I'm just looking at my notes. I had to make notes.
You can consult your notes.
Huh?
But people, you can consult the notes, but people are saying, "Oh my God, so much more control now." Of course, isn't that what you want?
That's what I want.
Power.
This is really coming together. It's
beautiful.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Not coming together.
Don't bore
at
us.
all.
Get to the chorus. Let's
What?
have it. Don't bore us. Get to the chorus.
Oh, okay. All right. Everyone familiar with a ship like this? Yes.
Yes.
What is it? Wow, that was great. That was really well done together.
Pretty electric. One more time. It's the Nautilus.
Called the Nautilus. Right. Forget it. We'll move on. Okay. So if we look at this, all these little spheres, dots, like all these little bolts along here, is something that always is, hey, how can I do this? What's the fastest way to go about this? Again, I think this version is really about us concentrating as an artist, flow, what can we do? So I want to just grab it simply here. I'm going to grab a plane, all right? And let's grab an insert mesh brush. We're going to grab this guy. We'll do a sphere like this. Yes, looks beautiful, okay? So you guys are all used to, obviously, nothing like that. What? Exactly. See, I got you. You're thinking that I'm sending you one direction, and I took a left. So what we have done now is your insert mesh brushes can use every single stroke now, right? So, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Now you got their attention.
Ooh, all right. We're excited now, aren't we?
Look at the smile on Hammy's face in the front row here. Look at him.
Yeah.
Right.
He's giddy.
Right? Normally, you guys would probably use like the curve mode for this, right? So now you have this where it's stepping, and then my brush stroke is controlling, obviously the speed is controlling the number of these are falling. So expanding upon this, we want to say, well, we've got something called a lazy mouse. Throw on lazy mouse, throw in a stepping in there. Let's go 3. I feel good about 3.
Feel good.
And then now you can just drop a couple wherever you want them, right? So okay, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, the clapping that's happening.
This is a game changer.
Holy
Paul.
moly. Guys, this is great. You're just clapping after everything I do. How can I get this at home?
Too good.
I do the dishes and they just look at me. Why didn't you do them sooner? Whatever. I'm like, okay, sorry, Mom. All right, so you got to think about stuff like this, right? That you can just keep now smoothly working through and doing a lot of quick things. So that is me holding the shift key. So when you click, you hold the shift key, and then now I'm just keep tapping the shift key and letting go. So I've never taken the pen off the actual Cintiq itself. So it's all just sitting right here for me and moving along, okay? So this was cool. This was great. This gave me some ideas. So if you're looking back at the Nautilus, think about all those bolts and stuff that are on there. That's how I did that, okay?
Hold on a second.
What happened?
Julie chimes in and says, really great. Could have used this on the Miami Bull. Laugh out loud.
Did anybody watch that? That was an awesome presentation by Steve. You guys didn't watch it. It was fantastic.
Oh, sorry, Julie.
It was great. I enjoyed it. All right, so we're looking at this. Let's expand upon this even some more. Let's keep moving forward, thinking about how we can use this. All right, so let's take a look at just these guys. Let's go ahead and let's mask off that one right there. Let's inverse it. Okay, I'm gonna go back into Gizmo. I love myself some Gizmo. Okay, we all know it now, right? I'm gonna center that so it's sitting there. You know what? I want a different brush. Let's use a different insert mesh brush. This is one of my favorites. Joseph, if you're watching, love it. Thank you for making this brush. He made this brush when we developed this. This is one of my favorite brushes that ship with ZBrush. It's the model kit brush. Amazing stuff. This is Drust made all this. What a surprise. What a surprise. Okay, so now we have something like this, okay? I'm going to make a little mark here in our undos. Again, this theme that you guys are constantly keep seeing in our most recent releases, especially in the last, I would say the last 5 releases, we keep using this undo capability. So we've now added something that's called replay, in essence, the similar to everything that we're looking at. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, let's replace that, okay, and then apply it to all of them. That didn't get a clap.
Let's hear it for that.
No, that got a whoa. Like they had to process that one.
Hold on.
Can you do that again? Back it up.
Hold on.
It's very ginger clapping. This is very ginger.
It's ginger?
They're very ginger about their clapping.
Very ginger, very ginger. Okay,
Like
so
I'm at a horse race.
Let's re-look at this then at like in the case of the Nautilus, okay, or something like this. We want to play with this a little bit, right? And then let's say we mask off this portion, right? Because I know I'm going to want to replace it. So your goal here is that one piece is essence is the same all over this part right now. So then I'm going to inverse that mask, obviously, because I want to look at just this one piece, okay? This is the state that it's in, so I need to make an undo now. So this is my new undo. I'm going to switch to, obviously, my gizmo. Oh, by the way, I have to show this. This is something also that's been in here for a while, but I think it might be helpful for you guys. We all send in our gizmo with the little icons above. How many times where you can't see the icons? Happens all the time, yes? Right? So did you know that you can actually do it in masking? Did you know that it's there? Go to Unmask Center, right there, boom. So if you didn't, Rodolfo, no. All right? So this is where you're looking at. I'm just going to blue arrow, right? Replace it, okay? Ooh, you know, and then draw this in and out again, right? Okay? And then you're going to be coming up here and then back in the geometry until it apply to similar. Boom, they're all replaced. Right?
That might speed things up a little bit.
That might speed things up a little bit?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not done with this feature. This feature was a lot of fun. There's a lot of things we're going to do for this. Let's look at it in a different context. Let's do a little something different. Context is what you're saying?
No, I said rocks.
Oh, rocks.
I like bricks and rocks.
It is rocks. It is. We're rocking up here.
Ooh, ba-dum-tsh.
No, don't clap for that one. Nope, don't do it. Don't
Please
do
don't.
it.
Please
let's,
don't.
Let's throw. Wow. We should probably just get off the stage now. Call it a day. Holy moly. All
I
right.
like some of these comments.
Yeah? You throw them at me. Go ahead. You can throw them at me.
I wish I could respond to all of them.
Oh.
What did you?
All right, so think about this
Wow.
context, right? I am now sculpting on this brick. I'm doing bold colors so just visually you guys can see everything. So this is a little scene where it's got multiple bricks everywhere. So obviously our problem would be, okay, I want that same thing. This is the same brick, doing it over here, right? That's what I'm looking for, okay? So let's go ahead and make an undo marker again. Let's switch. I'm going to switch to a more fun brush for me that I like to use, pattern 2, all right? And then now I'm going to say, let's take this brick right in here. You know what? Let's throw some color on that too. Why not? Let's get some RGB on that. Throw some color in that brick too, right? And then again, coming down to our similar and let it go across. And then wherever those bricks are, we're doing it for you. So it's not just about insert mesh replacement. It's about sculptural also. So anything you guys do now that you have pieces of anywhere, okay, that you want to have, I need that to happen across the board, you got it. It doesn't. It's like not an instant system that's really an instant system.
Instant population.
What? Yeah. Instant?
Instant population.
All right, so, okay, so let's go back to something here too. I want to kind of come back here. Let's go to the brush. Let's go into these brushes here. By the way, there's another 350 brushes and probably in Lightbox. I don't know what the number is anymore. I think we shipped with 750 brushes. So here is the brushes, some of the brushes that I used to make the piece you're looking at. All right, so we got a bunch of little clog rocks in here, okay? I'm gonna go to my brush, I'm gonna go to my modifiers. This little slider right here, I'm gonna do my old magnifier here. Thanks, Ofair. I'm gonna do this old magnifier right here. I'm gonna put it at 3. So this is telling it to just randomly now select the rocks above, okay? So because we've got every stroke, I can now say drag dot, and I can just start putting rocks wherever I want them, right? And then it is now cycling through, and I can position, and you see it's updating based upon the surface, putting them where I want. Okay, great, but this is where there's just the fun begins, you know, spraying it out. Yes, why wouldn't I want that?
Yeah.
Right? Okay?
Load of rocks.
Load of rocks. However, this is ridiculous. This is in the sense that that's a lot of rocks, right? So we're gonna wanna be able to space this out, gap this out a little bit for you all, okay? So the first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in my stroke palette, I'm gonna go into my modifiers, and now that you guys have all these strokes available to you, you're probably gonna visit this modifier window a lot more. It's always been there, it's always been here as well, okay? But now in here, there is a flow. So you can use the flow, so I'm gonna put this, let's just put it at a low number so you can really get the idea here, all right? And so now you can start doing a flow difference. So there's not as many sitting on top of each other, right? So this is being controlled by various things. You got a draw size controlling some things, so now you can get smaller rocks. And if you look closely, see how the rocks are different sizes? Okay? That is also your control here with the slider that's called scale. So if you turn this slider up, we are going to randomly scale different sizes for you. And if you're playing with color, we're going to also give you random coloring when you're starting to use this. So here's the thing also that we wanted to add with this. I have the ability now to just do something like this, but I kind of want to go for smaller rocks and just a couple here and there moving around. So besides the flow, which we're doing right now in this presentation, we're having a flow. Okay,
yeah.
We're going to turn, that was a fantastic. Okay, we're going to turn on Lazy Mouse, and now if you guys also use your stepping here, you're going to now control that in a different way, where now you see you just get a little bit less rocks. They're a little more just randomly going there, right? So the combination of your flow with your Lazy Mouse will expand all of this for you. Cool? All right? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead. The claps are good. It helps me look at my
good.
notes real quick to make sure I don't forget to give you guys anything.
Can you use a morph brush with that?
No, because you're changing your vertex.
Right.
You're taking your vertex already. A morph target has to have the same vertex count number. Once you change your vertex count number, morph target, but you could use history brushes for stuff like that. I'm just saying.
I baited you into that.
There, wheel it in, don't wheel it in.
I knew you were going there.
Okay. So let's continue moving on with this idea. Let's switch to something else here, okay, for this. So we've got these bricks in here, okay, coming in here. They're in different locations, right? Once again, we can come in here and say, all right, I want to do something to this brick, okay? So you can say, I want a stroke, and then apply it to all of them. Oops, I made a change in here, right? So this stroke, I want it to apply all of them. So obviously I need to tell ZBrush first, hey, this is the state I want you to look at. And then now sculpturally, I want you to make a change here and then go and apply it to everything. So that's even if it's down there, it's here, it's there, right? No matter where it is. Okay, good. Good. Yes.
Yeah.
Go.
We're clearly shouting out environment artists right now.
Right.
Look how fast
I'm
you
trying
just
to
did
give
that.
some love to some
Yes,
environments.
exactly.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, you're welcome.
You're welcome. I love it. It was like 4 arms that went up in this stage. Yes, environments. Beautiful. Okay, so again, looking at this, let's continue this more because I think this feature is just got so much growth, so much potential here for us of what we can do. I'm going to make another undo now here because I'm at the base of these columns. Okay, so then I'm going to start making a mask, doing a mask, and yes, your masks also transfer across the surface.
Yes, Sammy. Yeah.
Right. So
we're gonna need a little more life from the audience. They're really giving you. They're really giving it to you online. I mean, really. Come on now. Yeah, that's more like it. You're getting beat up in the chat, by the way. I'm just saying.
You guys excited about that, eh?
Hey.
Okay, great. Well, sticking with masking, why not? Okay. So again, we're trying to think of ways to, we've already got some sculpt done and moving along. This, I'm sure, happens to all of us. I'm going back to the bricks because then we do a mask, say something like this, okay? And then we're always trying to get just certain portions masked off, other parts not masked off. We're having a lot of fun with that. I'm a big component of doing this and then just growing this like this, right? That's just growing the pieces out. So what I'm holding down, so if you hold like a little piece like this, so any little part that's visible there, if you do Control-Shift-A, it grows everything out, right? So you get it all. This is old. This is one of my favorite, okay? This is the same thing as growing and shrinking. Growing. Oh, I can't do it. All right, so taking this idea and taking this new feature, okay, to another level, right? We're going to go, we're going to go with a mask, say something like this, okay? Then I'm going to go into our masking menu, all right? And I'm going to go grow all. Boom, they're all grown. I don't have to go find them anymore, right? It's just, again, it's about flow, working, getting close, and getting things done quicker. So with that said, you guys, this one was really excited because when he made this, and I was like, this is awesome. This is a changer for me. this right here, especially a hard surface guy. You also have shrink all, so it only will give you the pieces that are 100% masked. So if something's not 100% masked, we just get rid of the mask for you automatically and give you this mask. Okay? So this is kind of just layering things on top of what we're looking at, how we're doing, sculpturally moving, going through things. All right. I'm not done, okay? I'm not done.
There's more?
Thank you. Thank you for that. We have now added many, 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 many more noises. These are just a few of noises that we've added to here. So this is now going to be found, obviously. Here, we'll open this up a little bit more. Let's go ahead and append. And by the way, if your mind is going right now, you are going to be able to use that replay to similar parts, even when you're playing noises. It's anything. Remember, it's sculptural, it's painting, it's masking, it's swapping geometry. We've given you, I think, every scenario. Maybe there's a scenario missing, but I think we're starting off on the right foot with this feature. At least I hope we are, right? It even does, well, you know what? It even does, I got to go back.
Okay, let's go back.
I got to go back. I got to go back. Okay?
Wait for it.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Okay, I'm going to do this, all right? We're going to make an undo, okay, here, right? And then say, how about polygroups?
Yes.
Right? Yes. And then tell it apply and all the polygroups.
Yes.
That's where you make a lot of noise.
So yeah, almost every scenario we could think of.
Yeah, I think we're pretty good. We got every scenario.
It's more than a little and less than too much.
Yeah, we'll see.
So we'll see.
Okay. So the noises, what we've done is we've come into Always Hear Noise. This, I think, is a very popular plugin, I think, for all of us, or a feature for us. I use it a lot, quite a bit.
Same.
So in the noise plugin now, we have taken all the noises out of Cinema 4D, and now you all have them here. So this Cinema 4D is known for this.
Yeah.
Okay? So there are a lot of new noises here, so we'll get rid of the mix. We'll get your strength up, and then we can play with it, right? So you guys are going to have now even more noises to play with, and there's some really cool ones in here that they have. And this is one of the things that Cinema 4D is really well known for, is all the noises that they have. So we've taken them from there. There is so much surfacing. You know what? It is kind of an environment.
Yeah, it really is.
Put together. It really is.
Except for, I would say the noises on this as well. That Square Enix presentation, if you guys are watching, and the way they were doing all the detailing on the arms, just think of that with something like this too.
I can't read what's in the chat room.
A what?
What?
Is it family friendly?
No.
No?
No.
Can you
make some noise for the chat?
I feel like Louis in his own presentation over there.
Get over here. Get over here.
His own thing.
I got to jump on and get to the Read that and pass it back.
No, you keep going.
Read that and pass it back.
All right. That's why we're here.
Okay.
Read that and pass it back.
Oh my God.
Oh Lordy's.
Louis.
I don't know if I want to know now. Okay, so with this said, all right, I have a special video too that I need to share with you. It's a premiere video for you all.
You're doing this right now?
I'm going to do this right now. I think it's time. They're ready for the video.
Hold on a second.
I think it's good to go.
Hold on.
They're excited.
Hold on.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm showing you all this new stuff we're adding into ZBrush, the way we're thinking, right? Sculpturally, change. You want a platform right now?
I don't want you to do it yet. They've been made fun of online. They said the real crowd is more virtual than the virtual crowd.
Oh, okay.
Those are fighting words. So I want you all to make more noise than you've made all day in honor of what he's about to. Are you going to show them something special? But only if we can get loud. Can we get some loud noise?
A big one.
Yeah! That's excitement right there. That sounds like excitement.
Okay.
Let them have it.
Okay.
All right, I win.
Let them have it. Let them have it.
I'm going to say, before I play this is probably my, good Lord, 16 years of making ZBrush, going on 17 years. This is something many you here and online have
Dreamers.
asked about. Okay?
Dreaming for.
I'm just saying, I'm going to let the video do the talking, and then we'll just watch.
Hold on.
And let it roll.
At home in internet land, now's the time to pay close attention. Don't get up and leave. Paul Gabriel, give them what they got.
All right. I'm going to play it. Hold on. I'm going to suspense.
It's the anticipation.
Looking for my hotkey.
Cue the music.
All right.
All right.
Here we go.
Have at it. Now what? Now what? Now what? Take a good long look. Take a good long look. Now you can do it anywhere, anytime, wherever you want. They're standing for all the people at home in TV land.
So it worked, huh? The video worked?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so you guys, we're working on all that stuff we just shown you and an iPad version of ZBrush all at the same time for you. Okay? So
we broke the chat. We broke the chat.
Yeah.
It crashed. The chat crashed.
Now they can calm
we're
down.
looking for beta testers. We're looking for people who want to do. Scan that QR code. Get that QR code. Fill out that form. I'm looking for artists. I'm looking for people that want to be involved with us, having some fun with the ZBrush on the iPad. And that's my pen drop. I'm done.
Yep, you done?
I'm done. I'm
Okay,
done.
but don't-
Wait, what?
But don't, hold on a second. Man.
What?
We like surprises around here.
Oh my God, another one? I don't think I can handle this.
Of course.
I don't think I can handle another
Well,
one.
here, that's why we
All
got
right,
you a
thank
chair.
Listen, we like to bring it like it's never been brought before. And so, you know, I have interviewed across the spectrum of time, 16 years for myself with this company. I've interviewed some of the world's best artists. And I have to say that there's a person that eluded me for so many years. Eluded me and was, it almost felt like it could never happen. And I want to say, first I'm going to quote someone. I want to quote Rick Rubin in his new book, The Creative Act. And it's made me think of this person more than ever over 26 years has been doing this very thing. Rules direct us to average behaviors. And if we're aiming to create works that are exceptional, most rules shouldn't apply. And average is nothing to aspire to. There's never been anything average or rule-based when thinking about ZBrush. And for 26 years, this person has worked night and day and has carved a path and laid the foundations for everyone across the globe who is a ZBrusher to have an opportunity to reach their fullest potential in that space, and has transformed multiple industries, transformed lives, saved lives in some cases, without getting grossly autobiographical, but others have said. And so this interview is the most monumental one of all because it's with the ZBrush founder and inventor, Ofer Alon. So without further ado, let's take a look at what the man himself behind the Z has to say.
What were the steps or inspirational sort of moments for how you came to uncover such a monumental application?
Well, I would like to say that it was great thinking on my side to come up with the idea for ZBrush, but the truth is it was needed. It's necessity. This is what brings most of the greatest inventions are coming from the need for those inventions to be created. Prior to starting Pixologic and ZBrush, I was working at Sega in a game development. During the development of this game, I got to both work on basically the engine itself, writing the engine, but I also needed to create artwork, the graphics for the environments. And at that time, most of the tool would be, majority of the time I would use Photoshop. And even though I had an ideas for, I imagine what I would like to create, it took a long time to create those imagery that I needed. And then I was thinking, many ideas died even before getting the opportunity to come to life. I really love the concept of being able to 3D lighting, shadows, being able to have all this done automatically by the software while you're thinking about the overall concept of what you're creating. And while in 2D, you have to do every step yourself.
Sure.
So then I was thinking about what if there was a program that allow you to interact with it similar to a 2D application where you draw, like with a brush. However, it will also allow you to have the features coming from 3D, like lighting and shadows and material specification. And this was the start of ZBrush.
Listening to some of the people on the team talk about how they've been attracted to ZBrush or how they discovered ZBrush, it feels like, from what you're saying, that there's this thing that needed to happen and it was shaking and vibrating towards it, you know?
ZBrush needed to be created. Whether it's going to be us, if we didn't do it, someone else would have.
Yeah, as a response to maybe the position you'd been put in at that time, working with sort of more, I don't want to call them primitive, more early era graphics-based applications and procedures. that need kind of showed itself to you?
I was inspired by people creating the software before me. I remember in Photoshop there was a plugin that created by that were called Kai Power Tools. Probably most people will not remember because this is a long time ago. But I was so inspired by the capability for someone to come up with an imaginative concept. It's more than the numbers or the sliders that you're going to use. There is a feeling to it, and once you get it, you want more of that.
Yeah. So this last 25 years is a reaction to things that were, happening, and then and a response in real time.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Right.
That attraction to the software ended up in a space where people are coming more and more to it. What do you think drove the success of the ZBrush Central Forum and the top row as a result?
The need for people to share the excitement and creativity with other people. Now, it's very important to be able to share your artwork with your fellow members and artists, and being able to get feedback for what your creation. But I was most concerned about the artist himself and how they feel about their work and what they're creating. If I create a tool that will make you feel great about what you are and what you can do, you would want to use it all the time. Mm-hmm. It's simple nature. I mean, people like to feel good about what they're doing. And this is what I think the strength of ZBrush is. When someone is getting into the zone, they're creating an artwork that they feel good about, that they feel it probably even exceeded their expectation. And this is when they feel the need to share it with other people. And this is where ZBrush Central came into the place.
And was the forum and the top row sort of, or was it something that was thought out in advance, or was it something that just came to be as a response to more and more people contacting you and the team?
A lot of things happened during the development of ZBrush and the progression with the interaction with the community. Most of the people, the forum goers, are anonymous. I mean, you don't really know them personally, sure. And you don't know what their credential they can. If they tell you it's a great image, but you don't know the person behind it. So thinking that if we as a moderator, we choose specific images, mm-hmm. It gives it more credential. It says we as the creator of ZBrush think that those are individually selected to be shared with many more people because we think they're fantastic. And the artist obviously was thrilled by being selected.
Yeah, it was a major point of reference.
Absolutely,
when I got started, it was the thing to look at almost every day. In the earliest days, it was a very sort of small group. It was yourself focusing on the technical aspects of it and also pulling these people into the
whole team, right. ZBrush would not have been what it is today if you take any person of the team out. It will be very different because right. Everyone had a contribution to the quality of ZBrush, and it's including the relationship with artists, the ideas for tools that coming both from artists and from us communicating with people who are using ZBrush. It all comes together to produce what it is, ZBrush. And if you change one item, you change everything.
From a business management standpoint, I have to commend me in the early days for pulling all those artists together. You like yourself, working with them in a collaborative way to exaggerate what they're doing and realize, oh, this could be done this way. And then also collecting artists to come to the forum and share their works. I think it's, there's always kind of like that energy of it. So it's remained that way and organically grown. And it was not forced. I don't think that was like I think it's a byproduct.
No, it's not. Jaime was the first one that was added, and then together we added more people, and
sure.
then we got to basically the team that we have, the ZBrush team that is behind ZBrush for the last 2 decades.
Crazy enough to hire guys like me and the rest of those guys.
Oh, so, lucky enough to hire.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It's very sweet. The Z Classroom experience, I have a great deal of respect for as an educator and as someone who has grown into being an educator in my time. The Z Classroom experience was and is a robust and very diverse mm-hmm. set of resources. What do you think, or what were the foundations of that, and what sets it apart as a proprietary learning portal?
When was the last time you read documentation for an application you're using?
When was the last time that
you read the documentation? Yeah,
I write the documentation.
Oh,
for
you know
ZBrush.
what? Okay, let me rephrase it. You're writing. Okay, So let's go back.
Right.
Normal application, not ZBrush. Usually, when you get a product and you're excited to use it, you don't have time to read the documentation. But with all due respect to you, because I know you're writing ZBrush documentation. Absolutely.
I was just going to say, please read the documentation.
This is the place where you get the authoritative explanation of what a feature is. However, most people, when they're excited, they don't have time to take this. Okay.
Right.
So what do? That you show them video. And this is the beginning of the classroom, saying, if we can show you how we use it, as someone knowledgeable, you would learn how to make best use of a feature, and then you can use your creativity to create the artwork using what you've just learned in this Z Classroom video.
Speaking of excitement, what's the one feature over the course of this wonderful career of bringing this application to the people? What's the one feature, if you could put your finger on it, that stands out that you could not live without? That you could not live without?
Okay, there are different aspects to that. From creative aspect, I'm sure I can come up with many different features that I consider to be significant part of ZBrush. But if I have to single out one feature that was important for the development of ZBrush throughout, it would have to be subdivision surfaces. The reason is that ZBrush was able to handle graphics much higher details and resolution than other applications. And without subdivision surfaces, you had to stay within the ZBrush environment, because you could not take a 5 million polygon mesh to another application and animate this. It just wasn't the capability to do that. And this is where the introduction of subdivision surfaces allowed us to send a low resolution mesh and a displacement map, and allow the same quality of artwork that you would create in ZBrush to be shown in other applications. That was a significant stage for ZBrush.
I think two other things might stand out, and we can expand on this dialogue. I think Dynamesh serves as an accompaniment to that. Really probably propels ZBrush into a space of being much more accessible to a wider audience. How do you feel about that?
Right, because it reduces the time you need to deal with correcting topology in order to allow you to modify the shape significantly. If you already have a low resolution mesh that allows for human character, it would be very difficult to create other creatures with it unless you change the geometry. What Dynamesh allows you to do is to show the intention of stretching or pulling an area, and then telling ZBrush, okay, now we topologize this portion so I can continue sculpting it. So it's basically enhancing creativity without reducing the amount of time you have to deal with the technical aspect, and more time with the creative aspect, which is what ZBrush is all about.
Yeah, complete obliteration of any kind of technical realities.
As much as possible, right.
To a certain end, right?
Right.
The act of ZBrushing, in fact, is something that people can never get enough of. When they see it happening, they're really moved by it.
It's very visual, yes.
And stimulating, to be honest with you. What, for you, goes into making a great application?
When I started developing ZBrush, I was thinking about this question. It is something that may sound really boring. It's predictability. What I mean by predictability is the capability to know ahead of time what will take place. But it's important that the artists, especially because we're talking about a program dedicated to artists, that when they envision something in their mind, they know what tool to select in order to achieve this thing, and the tool better produce exactly what they're expecting. And if it does, then they will use it again. If it doesn't, then they will stop using it.
I think that translates to mostly, if not all, product design, to be completely frank with you. Do you think this is a driver or pursuit for you in response to life and living and its unpredictability?
In some cases, yes. There is an expectation of any action that you take, you're expecting something to come out of it. And the closer you are to it, the more enjoyable it may become, because you were able to anticipate. But something that I did appreciate about computing is that it is predictable, and if it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, the code was right. If it's not, it's my mistake.
That's really interesting to hear you say that way, and I guess as a response to life and living, it makes total sense, because you can have maybe more control over that space than you can with everyday interactions.
I want to go kind of in a different space for a moment. It was a need that drove your interest or inquisitive nature to develop ZBrush.
The need asked for ZBrush to be created, yes.
Yeah. And then at a certain point, that need was illuminated in a time period when you were working for others. Then you decide that entrepreneurship and going at it on your own is the way to go. What advice would you give to other people who are looking to branch out in their lives and reach further towards this concept of being at the head of something and working towards entrepreneurship? What would you say?
It's simple. Do what you love and it will love you back. I mean, this is really simple. ZBrush was it's something that I loved doing, and this is what made it so good, at least from my point of view. When you do something that you enjoy doing, and no one else can compete with you. Find something that makes you happy, and it will make you happy by doing that.
Now that you've got all of this time behind you, 2 decades and a half and countless hours, is there anything you would do differently?
No, nothing. It's not because I've not made mistakes in my life or something that it could have been done better. The thing it would be is we are here because everything that happened exactly the way that it is. If you change one thing, we would not be here.
It's extraordinary.
And I love being here.
Yeah.
So no, I would not change anything.
And our team as well, the dynamic of our team, the people inside of the team that make it possible. And
right.
The act of moving the pendulum forward for you is something that has been central to your being. You're pushing the envelope and trying to advance technology and push this thing forward. How do you stay motivated after all these years?
You've seen the artists. This is where the motivation comes, the ability to impact people in a positive way, and then they show you what can be done with the software that we're creating with ZBrush, that's been used by creative artists to create movies that we go and see, and games that we play. And do you need more than this to be motivated?
I absolutely agree with you, 100%. Okay, one last one for you before I let you go. Would you describe yourself as an inventor?
Yes, I would say so. Maybe dreamer. Obviously, in fact, you need to be somewhat of a dreamer to come up with an idea, and even though something is not, something that everyone looking at it in one way, trying to say, well, can I look at it differently? Mm-hmm. And then you find new aspect to it that other people did not find. And we've done this so many times with ZBrush. So yeah, we are explorers in a sense.
Yeah, I feel that too. An adventure that continues to unfold with courage at its core.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for sitting with me.
You're welcome.
And for taking the time to give us this behind the Z sort of look at
my pleasure.
What makes you tick. So on behalf of myself and everyone around the globe who is interested in ZBrush, even in the most minute sense, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Louis.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, put your hands together. Louder, 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 louder. You can stand for that. Guys, we wouldn't, all over the world, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without you. So we wanted to thank you, and we wanted to get it straight from the mouth of O'Farrell himself. Wanted to make sure you all knew how special you were, each and every one of you. So don't leave and don't log off. We've got prizes to give you as well, and we're going to do it now. So we're going to do 2 online and 2 in person. The online first, I believe. Okay, Paul, Ian.
Yes.
Are you excited? We're coming to the end, and we've even got a sculpt-off winner to announce, which is just, look at this, XMD Academy Bundle. Let's take a look.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. We've got, oh, look at this. Jamie Beglin is the winner. Put your hands together for Jamie Beglin. Jamie Beglin. Show the love. Okay. Let's do it again.
Why
Call
not?
up the next one.
It's going to happen.
You're going to get the look of death live on TV from me in a second. It's going to be the most non-corporate stare you've ever seen in your life.
It's going to happen.
Okay. How about those new features, by the way? Guys on the stage, how about those new features? Clap for our new features.
Absolutely.
Come on now. Don't fall asleep up there, Gabriel. Just getting started. Next up, Farbad Fazeli. Farbad Fazeli taking home another prize here on the online giveaways. Let's show them what Farbad has won. Farbad Fazeli. And where is that beautiful chrome bowl? as we wait for Farzad. Farzad Fazeli.
Right.
I'll get it for you. I'm going to get it.
Oh, you're going to be the booth boy.
I'm going to be the booth, babe. I'll get it.
Booth boy.
Right? No, I'm just kidding.
Can you imagine you fell?
I finally got the noise.
Do it.
Finally came.
Ah, you got it once.
The 10th anniversary. Work for me, Bull.
Character creator and digital human bundle. Pretty useful stuff. Make some noise for the people online. Hey, let me ask you a question. Come here a second.
All right.
Come into the
Why do I got
hot
to come? I'm right here.
Come closer.
All right.
I don't have to yell at you.
Okay.
How excited are you about a mobile version?
Pretty excited. Obviously, they're excited too, which sounds like it's good. Yeah.
Jesus, what about Ian Robinson behind you? How excited are you for a mobile version? You'd be
pretty excited.
laying on your couch for the rest of your life. That's it. He's done.
I'm going to be like this.
Hey, what happened to Ian? He's
on my bed.
He in his office,
Yes.
laying on the floor. What happened to Is Robinson here?
Now
today?
Ian will get a Tesla, so he can just
Get the hell out of here, man. I can't believe it. Okay. 6352, 600, 6352. 6352, everybody. 6352. 6352. Are you kidding me? Christian, get up here,
there
man.
you go.
Okay, hombrito. Venga. Dale, hermano. ¿Qué tal? Let's look at the people right here. Christian, ¿de dónde vienes?
De Mexico.
De Mexico. You came all the way from Mexico?
Yeah.
Unbelievable, man. Okay. Saluda a todos. Okay, pick one. Órale.
Ay, mamá.
Dime, número uno, ¿no?
The first one.
Número uno, vamos. ¡No!
Oh.
Bueno, qué lindo, hombrito. Okay, gracias. Look at this. Aquí por una foto. Look at the people right here, man. Okay, Christian, la primera vez, their first time here.
Yeah, the first
And
time.
how do you feel? The electricity is over the top, right?
Amazing.
You're going to come back? Yeah, for sure. Give Paul Gabriel half a hug, too. Get in here. There you go. Put some noise together for Christian, man. Okay.
Wait.
The world's favorite digital sculpting software.
Just so
We
you
love
all
it.
know, he actually also helped outside when we were setting up on Thursday. So thank you.
Came
for
early.
being up. That's community. That's community.
Thank you for saying that. Hey.
Thank you for
Gracias,
your
hermano.
help.
Thanks for
That's
saying
what,
that.
That's what we're about. We're a
Yeah.
community.
Dude showed up early, and these guys are helping, you know?
Yep. Go ahead. Pull another one.
Come on, Louis.
I'll be your Vanna White. Get the prizes.
Long legs. Look at you. Careful now. Soulful Sunday. How? 6396. 6396. 6396.
Going once. Going twice.
6396, 6396, 63. No?
Throw it away.
No.
Throw it away.
That was your Barrett Jackson auction moment right there. Whoa, that's 2 tickets. Sorry.
Oh.
Don't hate me. 6303, 6303, 6303, 6303, 6303. Is that you? Come on down.
Deborah, is that you?
Oh, Deborah, come on down.
What?
What? Are you kidding? Wow, into the highlights. Deborah, get into the highlights. Come on now.
Check.
6303. You are the winner.
Oh.
She done it. Here we go. Okay, so
I have an idea. I have an
How do you
idea
feel?
what she's going with.
Really amazed.
okay, I guess number 2.
Yes, please.
And you've been here before?
Oh, I'm afraid so.
Okay, here we go. Look, Enterprise Space. Get in here. Take that right there. Okay, that's a prize. Yeah. You can give it as a gift, maybe. Yeah. What can you do?
There you go.
Okay. Okay, guys. Man, okay.
We're not done. We're not done.
We're not
We're done there.
We're
we
not
got
done.
the mini sculpt off.
I
stuff
know
to do.
that. And hold on a second, because there's many
We're gonna
things to
take a little
say.
stretch first.
Take a stretch before we give it out. However, we want to thank, collectively as a team, we want to thank all of our teammates behind the scenes who you don't see on the cameras, who are like doing an impossible amount of work. Video editors, people cutting things, people recording things, people managing things in the back, people behind the scenes that make this thing possible. We're so grateful to have them on our team. It would be impossible without them. Please make a lot of noise for those people. We want to thank all the people who presented. Make some noise for all the artists and the countless professionals that continue to push the envelope. We saw some incredible presentations. I don't even know what I would call out as my moment over the course of the last 4 days. It doesn't even, at this point, compute. There's so much that's gone on. But let's put our hands together for everyone who participated and who came all this way to talk. And now, 10 years in the making. 10 years in the making. The 10th anniversary. ZBrush Sculpt Off. Why are you standing so far away from me? Get over here.
Feels right.
I'll give you some. Feels right.
I don't know why.
Are you ready? You want me to call on my friend? You want me to get my friend to come in here?
Who do you want?
You're not trying to get Buck Wild right now, are you?
Here we go.
I'll go get my friend, and you'll be in bigger trouble than you're ready to deal with on a Sunday. Are you ready?
Guys, try working with this in the same office.
Are you ready for this or what? Are you
You
ready
guys got them for 3 days. We got them forever.
We do remote now. Okay, are you ready for this?
You don't want to take a little break? Just a little quick break?
I'm just asking if you're ready. I'm not saying we're taking a
No.
break. Are you ready for this?
No.
Are you ready?
Are
not
you
answering the
ready? Wait, can we
ready.
try? Can we try? Just because we're coming to the end, just for giggles. Let's see how lively out here we are.
Try it out.
Just again, try it. I got to do it once. I'm going to do it again.
Okay.
Is that-
An unprecedented
old school,
amount of
old
noise needs to be
school
made
again,
here.
Old school again. Okay, so
Paul,
we're going to
Paul.
do. If I point at you, Z. I point at you, group. Brush. Right. Okay. So let's do a practice.
Come on, man. What
Oh boy.
For the love of God.
Boy.
It's practice.
Watch
Don't
it,
worry.
Watch it. It's practice. It's practice.
the
Ready?
mic here.
Oh, that was good. Now, let's see how fast. Whoa, we already had a Z going. I love it. Ready? 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 The power in my hands. It's incredible. Thank you for
Okay,
that.
give yourselves
I
another
enjoyed
round of
it.
applause. Real loud. Get excited. They don't want to break. They don't want to break. They want to get straight to
back
the
here.
hardware. So, let's
Yes?
do it then.
You want to just go right into it, eh?
They
You're
don't
really
want to leave.
excited.
Look, they're sitting here. They don't want to leave.
Everybody wants to go right into it, apparently. What's everyone say? Let's do it?
Of course.
That's what
Let's
it
do
is?
it.
Okay.
The mini
All
ZBrush
right.
Sculpt Off Challenge. Here we are.
All right. Thanks, guys in the back. Everyone also controlling. Mobion, sorry. Thank you for all the work you've done, too, for us. Okay. So you guys were here in person, as we can see. You're in the spit zone, so I get it. We had this fun, again, we did our third mini challenge, Sculpt Off, here. We got some great sponsors. I'd like to again thank Marvelous Designer being our platinum sponsor again. They were here outside. I thought we had some really fun sponsors out there with their tables. Thank you for all those as well that participated in that. So let's get going. We've got our sponsors have been willing to give us some things to give to you all for being a part of this. So for those that are not here in person, this was a challenge where people got 15 minutes. That's right, 15 minutes to sculpt a jack-o'-lantern, because Halloween's here. It's October 1st. Holy moly, it's October 1st.
My favorite holiday.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it considered a holiday?
In my house.
For you, okay.
Yeah.
It's like a religious holiday for me.
From the 1st of January till the end of December, it's still Halloween.
My daughter started decorating our house, I think, in the beginning of September for Halloween.
Perfect. I love her already. She's amazing.
I don't know if my wife appreciates it, but I do. Let's do it. Let's do
Guys,
it.
I want to tell you something. I try to be creepy every day, man.
You're doing a good job of it.
Yeah, buddy.
You're nailing it. Nailing it. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Let's do
Okay,
it.
so we're going to give away 5 of you are going to win something. Not just 1 of you. 5 of you are going to win some stuff here, all right?
That's fun, yeah.
All right, all right. I love it. See, the energy level goes up when they hear they're getting stuff. It's
Yeah.
Holy moly, it goes up. Okay, this is what they're winning. This is what the 5th person's winning is. They're going to be winning some books from Fantasmic, who are here. We've got the books for you. Mr. Lychee Slicer's here. Thomas is in the back. Give me a whoop, whoop. There we go. So you're going to see him to get your license. Faceform, which is a great plugin for ZBrush, ZWrap. And you are going to getting, again, from our platinum sponsor, Marvelous Designer, Chloe. All right? So let's see what we got going on here for our winner. Morgan Design was number 5.
Whoa.
Right, so make sure you see Thomas in the back. He can get you your lychee slicer.
5.
And we might have some more of the Marvelous ones still left there at the table. I lost Melissa, so I'm not sure if she's still here. So Morgan, congratulations, man.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Feeling good. Front row.
By the way, I'd like to give a special shout out to John Neal, who came and was the judge for this. He actually, go check out his works. He actually sculpts on pumpkins. It's crazy. It's
amazing.
It's crazy good stuff, right? Okay, so let's move on now. Let's see. Obviously, we got a 4th. You got to count down now. All right, what is 4th place win? 4th place, look at that, the same stuff. All right. But it's a lot.
Pretty original, Gabriel.
Right. Fantasmic, again, Lychee Slicer, our Faceform ZWrap plugin from the team at Faceform, and again, our platinum sponsor, Marvelous Designer. Thank you again for that. Let's see who number 4 is. Ricardo Mariano. Are you still here?
Yeah.
Yes, you can clap. Well done.
No, it doesn't look like Ricardo. Congratulations. It doesn't look like Ricardo's here. I can't see. Okay. So moving along, let's look at third place. What does third place win? Oh, look, the same
stuff. There's a theme happening here.
I'm just trying to make sure they're paying attention, okay?
Yeah.
Okay? So you're getting some Fantasmic books, you're getting some Lychee Slicer, you're getting the Z-Wrap, and again, Marvelous Designer from our Platinum sponsor, Chloe. And our third place winner, who I know better be here, he better be here, Shane Olson.
Ooh, Shane!
Are you still here, Shane?
Shane Olson.
He's outside. He doesn't even care. Are you in here, Shane?
I know he had a plane to
here.
catch.
He left? He just left like right now?
Do you want me to call him?
Yeah, call him. Call him. You just won stuff. Get back here. No. All right. No, he's fine. You don't have to get
Okay, fine. I mean, I was just going
to... Right. He's on his way to the airport. I get it.
Yeah.
His makes me laugh every time I look at it. It's definitely Shane Olson style, right?
Yeah.
Okay, second place winner. Hey, can you help me with this one?
I sure can.
You want to know why you need to help me with this one? Because this one's winning a 3D printer.
Ooh, yes. All right, I'll go. Yep, here we go. Yep.
Guys, while you guys bust your backs there, we have been giving away hardware all weekend
It feels good.
Long.
It also is going to come with a wash, too.
Look at this.
Anycubic. So you're getting a complete kit. You're getting
the hardware.
You're getting Fantasmic. You're getting a Lychee Slicer, which you're going to need to use with your Anycubic. You're getting Faceform, the Z-Wrap plugin, and again, from our Platinum sponsors, Marvelous Designer. This person is here. This person is in the room.
Everything you need.
I have looked at this person multiple times knowing that they're winning this.
They're the winner.
And it
brings
a big smile to my face. I think this is a part of the community thing. I'm excited. You want to give it? I think, why don't you go down there?
I'm going to jump down there and give it.
Robinson's going to come down and do some manual labor here. Grab that thing.
Right there. You're going to need to be right there.
Come on now.
Because she's right there. Crystal
Rose. Woo! Wow. Crystal Rose, ladies and gentlemen. Can't believe it. Look at you. Look at you, Crystal.
You got that?
Wow. Crystal Rose. She can't believe it.
You got it?
That's the stuff.
Congratulations.
Crystal Rose taking away the massive amount of hardware.
Amazing work.
What a time to be alive.
Now you just got to get it home. By the way, the washer box is twice the size. That's why I didn't bring it up here. It's way too big.
Let's get a quick comment. How do you feel?
I am absolutely thrilled, and the ironic thing is I had no plan for my first sculpt for this one, so I'm ecstatic. Thank you so much.
Success. What a time to be alive. Woo! Okay, now the big one.
For first place, this one's going to need a lot of help.
Okay, where is it?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Nope. It's too big because you're getting the Apex maker.
Holy smoke. Wow.
Right? This is a serious printer. Tama, we still got some solution, right? We got resin for them too, right? We have some resin for Crystal too, don't we? We got resin for you too. And whoever's going to win this, we got some resin for you too. I can't wait to see how this person gets this one home. Because you think that box is big. This thing, it came in a crate, okay? It came in a crate. Right? So once again, you're getting Fantasmic books. You're getting Lychee Slicer, which you're going to be using with your printer. You're getting your Z-Wrap plug-in from Faceform. And from our Platinum sponsor, you're getting Marvelous Designer. This person is here.
Oh, yeah?
100%. Okay? They're real close.
Oh, man.
I'd like to give a special out. This one's going to be a fun, exciting one. Hammy.
Whoa!
That's the guy, man. Come on. Come on, Hammy.
Dude.
Hammy the man.
Good job, man.
Hammy.
Come on up here, buddy.
Get over here, man. Stand right here.
Buddy.
How does it feel to be back up here? Not only were you the champion last year for the sculpt off, but now look at you. Look at you now, Pumpkin Man.
I mean, that's a weight joke. I mean,
come on now.
2020 was hard on all of us, man.
What do you got to say for yourself?
That's you, buddy.
It's definitely.
People, what do you got to say for yourself?
I mean, I wasn't expecting anything. They disqualified me the first time because the plugin wasn't running.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, I'm going to come back at the end of the day. I'm going to be one of the last sessions, and then we'll see what happens.
And then you gave him the
and now you're.
I gave him a little hand.
Congratulations, man.
Congratulations.
Once again, Hammy.
Let's go for Hammy.
A wild time, man.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive. Okay.
I like the ones that won the printers are not local at all. They're both in Texas.
No.
It's going to be hilarious. Dragging this thing through the airport.
Yeah.
Time to ship it.
Tell us
I don't think
Fort
Hammy can drag his through the airport. All right.
What do you want to do next? You're gonna.
We got the Thursday. How great was it to have Jessica and Joseph back for a 10th anniversary being part? That was awesome. Thank you.
Let's
Right?
hear it for
Thank
Jessica
you for
and
watching.
Joseph.
Thank you.
Hey, hold on, but we want to pause and say thanks again to everyone online who participated and who competed and who took the challenge very seriously. You know, the prompts were there weeks in advance, and people, they really showed up, so it was really tough for the judges to pick these. So my hat is off to everybody who tried to win, and this is just a real small sample of the people's efforts because they were all so good. Paul Gabry?
Yep. So once again, we're going to give away 5 packages here. And I'd like to add, we did have the prizes online, but our sponsor's like, nah, you need more. So we're going to be giving even more away than what was actually shown online originally. So we added some prizes to each one of these places as well. So 5th place is winning all of this. They're winning a 1-year subscription of Gnomon Workshop, the XMD Toolbox, the Faceform again ZRep, Marvelous Designer from our Platinum sponsor, and are also the Enterprise Space Mouse from our other sponsor, 3D Connection.
Wow.
Wow, right?
That is a lot.
We added some more stuff. And the winner for 5th place is Placio Obama.
Ooh.
Placio Obama. Placio Obama.
The horns. The horns.
Job, Placio.
Horns.
All right. Congratulations, Placi. Congratulations.
The horns,
You're still watching. Hopefully you're still watching. All right. 4th place.
What do we got?
What do you got?
What do we got?
What do we got?
Ooh.
Same package.
Same package.
There's themes here. There is here. So again, our 1-year subscription from Gnomon Workshop, our XMD Toolbox, your Faceform ZRep, Marvelous Designer, our Platinum sponsor, and then another 3D Connection Enterprise Space Mouse. All right? So let's see who is our 4th place winner.
Ooh.
Christian Karazan.
Wow.
Karazan. I like to point out again, these people only had 3 hours, and they had to do it live, and people watching them, right? That's a whole nother level, right? So this is really amazing work, what you guys are doing in 3 hours, all of you, and what you're doing in 15 minutes for that matter, too. So really, thank you for being a part of this, too. All right, let's continue, moving on to our 3rd place winner. What do you think they're going to win? Same thing?
I mean, there's a theme.
They're going to need you both to carry it with them.
No. They're also going to get the Sense Lab 24-inch display. Along
Make some noise.
with their 1-year subscription.
Did you have a chance to touch that thing? If you haven't had a chance to touch that thing, get out there and touch it.
Yep. So a 1-year subscription again from Gnomon Workshops, our XMD Toolbox, or the Faceform ZRep from the plugin for ZBrush, Platinum sponsor once again, Marvelous Designer, and another Enterprise Space Mouse. All right? Let's see who our winner. Do you want to do this one? Do you want me to turn it for you? I feel like you need to be
Well, I have a plan on what I'm going to do.
Oh.
Don't worry.
Okay.
It's your
All right.
Elliot. Whoa, Elliot.
Elliot
Betancourt.
Elliot Betancourt.
Look at that.
Nice job. Nice job. I know, Louis, you really love the fur on this one, eh? You're just.
I thought within 3 hours to do this is wonderful. It's monumental. I commend you. I think your effort is not lost on me. That's for sure. I mean, that's
for sure.
The collar alone and the chains and everything. It's really beautiful.
I love it. Yay. We got 2 left.
Okay, let's see it.
Only 2 left.
Goes
so
up.
what is 2? What is 2nd place winning?
2nd place.
They're winning the Wacom Cintiq 27-inch brand new, plus obviously 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshops, Faceform ZRep, XMD Toolbox, 3D Connection Enterprise Space Mouse, and from our Platinum sponsor, Marvelous Designer. Yes. Let's see who the winner is for this one. Do it. Ready? Do it. Alvaro
Buendia. Alvaro Buendia. That's 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah,
That's
3.
3 hours. That's 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
What's my excuse? Good Lord. That's 30 hours for me. No, all right. So here it is. Number 1. I think I know what you're doing. All right. Number 1. Numero 1. What do they win? Well, they win a Form 3 printer. They win a bronze of a statue from from our friends at AFA here.
Yeah.
The XMD Toolbox, the Faceform, the 1-year subscription from Gnomon Workshop, Platinum sponsor Marvelous Designers, and Enterprise Space Mouse from 3D Connect.
Is he doing a drum roll? Is that what you're going to do?
Okay, my drummers. Hey, ready? Ready? Here we go.
Hold on a second.
Ready? Are you coming in on this?
I'm coming up.
Okay,
Let me
let's
see
do it.
this.
Come on.
I'm coming behind you.
Come
Go
on.
ahead.
Ready? All right, let's go.
I'm going to call it.
Okay.
You click the button.
All right.
The one and only, the Canadian himself. Let's see it. Cameron Farn. Cameron Farn is your grand champion for the 10th anniversary ZBrush Sculpt Up. That is 3 hours of work. That's unbelievable.
It's gorgeous.
It is.
He's the winner.
That's it.
2020-2013 ZBrush Summit. What do you think, Louis? What do you do? You're pulling more tickets?
I
We're out of
have
prizes?
a surprise.
Uh-oh. What?
Deb says that she wants to give it away to the people. So we're going to call one more ticket. Deb's going to give it back to the people. Very gracious of you. Put your hands together for Deb. Number 6299. 6299. Deb is going to give you that Space Mouse. 6299. 6299.
Gone.
No. It's for you.
Oh, okay.
You want to reach?
I wanted to reach.
Go ahead and reach, man. Go ahead.
Thank you, Louis.
What's the number? Oh, I thought you were going to hand me the ticket. This guy. 6322. 632. Come on. There you go. There you go. He does it. He comes.
Here she
Class
comes.
Mike
Here she
Morgan.
comes with it.
How are you, man?
I am so good.
It's about time.
No way.
There you go.
Out of town. I'm getting out of town.
What you got to say for it?
I'm so happy. I'm very excited and stoked and hell yeah.
Okay, there. That's the stuff right there. Give yourselves a round of applause. That's a testament. That's a testament to the community that we've built across the last 26 years. That is the stuff that this is made of. I guess this is the end of the 10th anniversary. I almost don't want to leave, but we've got to go. Ian Robinson, I have a question for you.
What's up?
What is a standout for you across the first, this is coming back in the flesh. What's your standout across these days here? What stays with you when we leave here and the lights go down and the curtain gets pulled?
Honestly, as an artist and as somebody who sat in those seats, just being able to see everyone's face again, to hang out, and to come in here and connect on a personal level is just the most amazing feeling. And just something like that right there, where Deborah had already won and she wanted to give back. Let's give it a round of applause, because that's what makes a community great.
That's the stuff. Now, I turn over to Paul Gabriel.
Hi, Paul.
You ran around like a madman. What stands out for you now 10 years in that we've been doing this together?
Pretty crazy that we started this 10 years ago. We had a meeting. We're like, will people show up? And I said, yes. Our community will show up. We all want to be around each other. We're all the same kind of minds, really, right? We're all just trying to make artwork. And I think it's one of the funnest events that we can all do. And I appreciate all you coming here and being a part of it. All you are part of the summit. You're all here. No matter what's being put together by the ZBrush team, the team we got in the back, Mobion, doing all the switching and everything else like that, too. It's nothing unless you guys want it. You guys want to show up. You want to be a part of it. It's really important for us all, and it makes all the work doing. And again, I'd like to also thank our volunteers, our volunteer leads. There's so many people running around doing so many things. It's a lot of spinning plates. So it's really just, it's pretty awesome to see what we've done as a team and community in 10 years. So thank you all for being a part of it and being here.
Yeah, a round of applause. Okay. What can I say? And now that bittersweet moment where we bid you adieu to all the people watching at home inside the internet land, live from the Shadow of the Hollywood sign inside the green screen hangar at the Noman School of Visual Effects. I'm your host, Louis Tucci, along with Ian Robinson, Paul Gabriel, and the rest of the ZBrush team. We want to thank you all for making the trek, taking a chance on yourself, stepping forward and taking that first step to try ZBrush for the first time, taking the step forward and coming here for the first time. We want to thank, again, everyone around the globe. We can't say it enough. One last time. Let's make a heck of a lot of noise before we go one last time. Put your hands together for the 10th anniversary ZBrush Summit. We'll see you all again next time. Peace out.
We've been making some really interesting media content, you and I, as of late, and we've been enjoying the laurels of having people smash the like button. Your role with the ZBrush team is what?
I am the digital marketing manager.
What would you say is one of the focal points of what drives you to do that kind of thing?
You know, it's just cool to be sort of the guy who's in between the brand and the people that use it and consume it every day. You know, with social media and other kinds of like online promotion all the time, I'm just taking cool art that's out there and just highlighting it, you know, just reposting it or shouting somebody out, and every once in a while it'll like get somebody a job or kickstart their career, or it'll be like the best thing that happened to them that week.
How did you come into even being a part of this? What was your trajectory towards ZBrush?
Oddly enough, Paul Gabriel was a roommate of one of my longest friends that I'd known since kindergarten, and Paul called me to help out with the first ZBrush Summit and some of the early marketing material for ZBrush, like in 2013 or something like that. Somehow something led to another, and I was looking for work at one point, and they were like, you know, we're starting a YouTube channel, and we want to do this thing called social media, and we want to get, you know, like a bigger presence online. Do you think you could do that? And I was like, yeah, sounds easy enough.
Yeah.
Turns out it's not like super easy, but at the time Twitch was getting big. People were starting to stream.
Yeah.
So we're like, ZBrush Live. Let's have
Makes sense.
people just doing ZBrush 24/7 online. See if we can get people to do that.
So yet
we
again,
didn't think anyone would say yes.
Yeah, and yet again, the community support, building it up and helping.
They all said yes.
Yeah, I didn't,
which
you didn't even have to say that. I knew that for sure.
Yeah, and that just sort of like reminded us of like how special the whole thing was, that we had spent time personally interfacing with the artists. They came back to support us, you know, when we asked them.
There's something to be said about that people actually feel connected, and I think that's the secret, is that we've always been kind of a group of punk rock type of people who people get in line with and say.
None of us
hey,
have any business being in an office building at all, but.
Who would have thought? The first one, and now you're at the 10th one. How do you feel being here for the 10th anniversary? It was like, how does that make you feel to be here for the 10th one?
Man, I'm just glad it's still going. You know, we had 4 years where we couldn't do this, but we all missed it.
Physically in person, that people get to finally realize the social and the media, as we've said, in the flesh. I've had a lot of fun over the course of the last while coming back to work with the team and working with you on some of these entertaining and very out of the box advertising campaigns. So I want to thank you, and I look forward to doing more with you. Thanks again.
Anytime.
Appreciate it.
So about 2 decades ago, I was working on The Lord of the Rings, and I was having a debate with my boss, John Shields, about whether or not we could build 3D source assets in the computer. On a weekend, I started a community forum online called the Spiraloid Digital Sculpting Forum. And this guy named Ofer was there, and he was working on a 2.5D sculpting and painting tool called ZBrush. I downloaded ZBrush, and you could go into edit mode on a brush and spin it around, and you could import an OBJ, and it was pretty weird, but also really good at dealing with high-res meshes. The way that Ofer had written the render loop was fast. Everything just feels right. Like when I'm tired of all the technical details and wireframes and I've written a little too much code, I can pop open ZBrush and I can sort of zen out and get into the flow state and just sculpt some cool monsters or some cool art. And I love that feeling, and it really comes from the fact that ZBrush has made 1,000,001 choices to make sure that that was always available, and I really appreciate Ofer and Jaime and the rest of the team for making it such a unique and interesting sculpting tool. It really is the preeminent sculpting tool in the world, and it's just fantastic, and I'm glad I've been part of the ride. Yeah, so congratulations, ZBrush.
Every single week, there is new artwork that is awe-inspiring.
ArtStation helped me get to this job where I am today.
Being able to see their work on ArtStation and then reach out to them in that same space is really helpful.
Literally the entirety of our artists who work here, we found and originally connected with through ArtStation.
You really can't find more amazing artists in one place.
What's up? How's it going, everybody? My name is Christopher Logan Helseth, and I am the owner of Last Fashion Studios, based out here in Los Angeles. And we make and produce soft vinyl and designer toys. I've been in the toy industry for the last 10 plus years, and ZBrush has been the main program that I've used to sculpt and engineer all this rad cool stuff that you see here today. We've got some awesome cool kaiju toys. We've got some awesome luchador toys. We've got some recently produced licensed product of the Ultraman variety. Wow! And the infamous Kaiju Cream by Matt Octeil. Oh, look at that. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Anyways, this is all the crazy cool stuff that we've been working on and producing over the last couple years, and ZBrush has been able to make it happen. Alrighty, dudes. Thank you.
Hey everyone, Gio here. So I've been around for quite a long time, and I've pretty much seen the 3D modeling tools evolve from point-by-point modeling, which is essentially when I started. That's when you graph the topology vertex by vertex, and then you're pulling out to get your model. So I've seen that to where we're at now, and in that timeline of innovation, I hadn't really seen such a great spike as when ZBrush came in the picture. And it just really changed the way we, the artists, are able to create something to the extent of what we could imagine, pretty much, right? So, I'm very thankful for ZBrush for that. It's been such an important part of my toolkit, and, forever will be. So, thank y'all.
When I started working in this industry, everything was so different. If you wanted to make a character, you had to go through all this box modeling process, that it was so hard and non-artistic, so technical, that when ZBrush came with his organic approach to organic modeling, it just felt like magic. So I had to adopt it, and it has been guiding me through my whole career in collectibles. And what's even more astonishing is that with each new release, every time Paul Gobry and Joseph Drust came with an announcement of new features, it was like Christmas Day. Stuff like Dynamesh, ZRemesher, or Live Booleans came, and I had to incorporate them in my pipeline because they were so powerful that I had to use them. I hope ZBrush keeps evolving and giving us these tools for many, many years because they have been a joy to use. Long live ZBrush. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Majid Ismaili. I'm a character creature artist and I've been working in the CG industry for more than 15 years now. I have worked on a lot of different projects for games, movies, cinematics, and toys, and a lot of other stuff. I have been using ZBrush since very earliest versions of it, and ever since it became a huge part of my workflow. To become a good character artist, you have to study a lot about the human body and mechanics and the human forms, shapes, and a lot of artistic stuff related to it. And to texture, you have to learn about the colors and the theory behind it, about rendering, lighting, and overall it can be very overwhelming, and ZBrush has been always a huge assistance to me as a part of my workflow, and I really don't know how it's going to work without it, honestly. There's other softwares that are not even close to it, and I'm very happy to know the people who are behind ZBrush and the makers of it. And it's an honor for me to be able to help them at some point as a beta tester. I just want to say thank you so much for it. It's amazing.
Hey everyone, Mariano here. I'm just stopping by to say hi and to say thank you to the ZBrush team and to this community that I've been watching it grow exponentially throughout the years, and I'm so proud to be part of. ZBrush certainly changed my life, and I'm forever grateful. So thank you again, enjoy the event, and I'll see you guys around. Peace.
Hey, I'm Ryan Kittleson. Welcome to my home office. This is where I do live streams for ZBrush from, and it's one of my favorite things to do. It's so great to interact with the community that they have online. People from all over the world come in, and I get to chat with them and talk ZBrush and just nerd out on all kinds of cool digital sculpture stuff. It's really great. It's also been super exciting because I recently just got my first 3D printer, so I've been making lots of really cool things with it. Designing abstract geometric sculptures in ZBrush is a lot of fun. It's a great addition to doing things like caricature sculpts that I've been doing for a long time.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
I wasn't like the prodigy of drawing. I was just looking at how to improve my art. So I started taking Gnomon classes. I was the youngest person in my term. I came out of high school, so I kind of had to have this mentality of, was I ready for Gnomon? Got the internship at Legacy Effects because they really liked the creature design work that I did. And then they hired me, and I was working there 4 years. As long as I'm doing character work, as long as I'm telling a story, that's really all that drives me.